Right, that is me, watered, and that has just come through my fucking monitor. So let me just change my audio source. Right. Oh my god, I've never ate a pizza so quick. That is crazy. Okay, let me get this off the screen as well. Arazi Boo, Wawan, nice to see you, and hopefully you're actually going to play this league. Um, right, so I'm gonna. so, sorry if you're watching this live and this comes off a little cringe, but I'm gonna intro this essentially as a YouTube video because I'm just gonna upload this VOD wholesale to the YouTube later on, right? So I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna go through, how we're gonna format it, and then we'll start after that. So I did have a quick look of these just while these went live about an hour ago. I was planning to go live and discuss these in about 4 hours time, but they went up early, so I thought I'll just squeeze it in before the reveal rather than after. Also, it's fine if ads are going now because I'm just yapping about what I'm actually going to go through. Also, I have ads on minimum, so I can't do anything about these. Use an ad blocker, use alternate player, whatever. Can you hear my fan in the background or not? Because I will obviously turn it off if you can, or turn it away or something. But it's aimed basically at me. Okay, that's good. As long as you can't, then that's good. Okay, so anyway, back to this, because if not, we will go over the reveal, and I'm hoping to be done before the 3 hour mark. So, patch notes. Obviously, this is mainly talking about the new content, so this is talking about Afterlight at the start. We've yet to actually see the reveal. The reveal is going live in about 2 hours, 45 minutes. If I'm somehow still going through patch notes in 3 hours' time, I might watch the reveal and we just finish off the patch notes after, but obviously hoping to be done before then so I can just go watch the reveal and, chuck a video up about it. So there is information about Afterlight at the start. There's all new content, new added content, the new hero at the start, new legendary gear, new progression, which I think is tied to Afterlight, but I think we've got to wait for a confirmation for the reveal. New Pact Spirit, lovely new way to spend your money in the game. That's what we love to see, because we love XD, the company that makes Torchlight. We want to give them all of our money. And then there are nerfs, buffs, added base affixes to go with some of the new stuff. There's stuff that's been removed. Tower sequence has been adjusted. Talent adjustments, you can just see them all here. I think there's a small ethereal prism adjustment. Someone said something about, I think it was Hibber actually said something about dream affixes has been adjusted or removed or something. There's Kismet adjustments, there's general gameplay and drop stuff, and also, I saw at the very end, city defense has been removed and replaced with something else. So, yeah, that's I didn't expect that, even though it was the worst experience ever doing City Defense 7 every season. City Defense has been removed apparently, so but yeah, we will start at the beginning, I suppose. So glad I played Apathy Blade last season. I didn't think they'd straight up remove it. Yeah, so I had a quick scan in like the half an hour between it got released and then I had to go make something to eat quickly before I start this up. I cannot believe that the Apathy Blade line literally just reads. I will go in order, but I can't believe that this line literally just reads Lightbringer Rosa Apathy Blade removal. And then we got Commander Moto Order Callin, Neural Synchronization Training, which is the one that kicks him back bonuses, also got removed. I didn't think that was very strong, but anyway. And Oracle Taya got Immolating World removed. I didn't play this, so I didn't see how strong it was. I know it was very meta, but yeah. Anyway, so it cracked me up seeing this Lightbringer Rosa Apathy Blade removal. Right. So yeah, it scaled with everything basically. It's just absolutely disgusting how good that build was. I thought they would hit it by quite a bit, but yeah, they just straight up removed it. Actually, funnily, I didn't actually. I guess we'll see in like maybe an hour when I get to it. If Rosa has one that just replaces it, but I didn't see it when I first saw it, so maybe I don't know if she even has one now, or if they'll add one later. Right. So anyway, starting at the start, season 13, Afterlight. So obviously, I think this is supplemental to the reveal. Haven't had the reveal yet. Afterlight, what we saw from the trailer is just something to do with ghost blokes, and then there is some references to waves of content in Afterlight. I think it is tied to this progression system, the Never King's Divinity, which we'll go through and try figure out. This looks extremely esoteric, but I'll actually try and figure out what the hell is going on here when I get to it. So that is like the Afterlight forward. So, new gameplay, new content, new hero. The Reborn Selena uses an all-new tree-based hero talent system. So, instead of having the regular, I'll just tab into the game, instead of having the regular hero traits here, where you have your base one, and then as you slot in your memories and you choose between these ones, she instead has this tree. So, this is pretty interesting, right? Pretty unique. I've been out of the loop. What is Apathy Blade and was it OP? So let's detour for a second and show Razzie what Apathy Blade was. Apathy Blade was... I won't be able to find it like this, will I? I'll have to find it in Hero Memories. Oh, like this. Apathy Blade was the Rosa 2 hero trait. And what it done was, intelligence no longer grants a damage bonus. Intelligence is the sum of dexterity and strength, and you get 120% strength and dexterity. So what people were doing is they were stacking either strength or dexterity. They were getting 120% bonus in that, and they were also getting massive... Where am I looking? Hero ranking. And they were also getting massive intelligence pools as well. So you would see stat lines like this. 7.5k strength, 7.5k intelligence, and you see obviously this guy has got 250k life as well. And this is essentially just a strength stacker, right? See if there is another example of a dex stacker, but the ones I saw were like people mainly playing at the start were like dex stackers, and it's absolutely classic. I can't find a single one now, but yeah. So like here, for example, decks, and they were building around like Royal Cycle, Ralph's Journey, and this is just... I think usually deck stackers would come out at like 4k, 5k decks, and you get all this decks and this intelligence, and a lot of them were using mods where you get, +2 max energy shield per 5 intelligence, so this is like a chunk of like 2k flat intelligence just on that, right? So yeah, that is Apathy Blade, and it has been rightfully removed. Maybe not. Maybe it shouldn't have been removed and should have just been nerfed by like 80% or something, but yeah. Anyway, right, so first detour is done. Back to the actual new hero. So, Tide Whisper Selena. So, she built around Terra skills, which is surprising. It was completely not on my my bingo card that she'd be building around Terra skills. But in hindsight, we don't actually have a character that builds around Terra skills at all, and there's also some new Terra skills too. So I'll go through all of these choices. I have no idea how many you get allocated here. I assume it's going to be like regular heroes. What's up, Oscar? I assume it'll be like regular heroes where you get obviously your base one, and then you get 3 more, right? So, for example, if so for example, with this branch of the tree, you're gonna get Dreambreaker's Gaia, Layered Hem, Lonely Ensemble. That makes sense to me. That you would get obviously your core like point, and then you would get 3 more points because this one goes down 3, right? So I assume you can go like these two, like one of these two branches, and then this one. So let's start from the beginning and see what she does. So Terra skills, Terra skills, if you didn't know, oh god, I really should have set this up on this character, but I'll show you an example of a Terra skill. Terra skills. It's been like a month since I've played Torchlight, so this might be a little bit slow with this, but let's just take Frost Terra for example. Terra skills is you fire it out and it persists. So I think we're counted as in the Terra here. You can see it's up here. Or no, this is Origin of Ice. Never mind anyway. But the thing that Terra skills have in common is it's like you shoot out the Terra skill and then it persists on the ground. And that is basically what they are built around, as far as I know. This would be the first time I've played around Terra skills. I am going to play the new hero. I am going to build Terra skills, going to build her how, she's billed as being built. This looks pretty restrictive. It looks like it specifically mentions Terra skills basically everywhere in the hero trait tree. So it's not like Sage. Sage, we just came off having a hero that was very, very flexible. You could basically build Sage any way you want. And I think Mia has actually been doing... I haven't actually seen any of these videos, but I've seen them be uploaded, if that makes sense, on my YouTube homepage. Mia has actually gone for the last, few weeks through Sage, and all these different varieties of how to build her, and you're just not going to have that on this hero. You're basically going to be locked into Terra skills by the look of it. But yeah, we'll start from the beginning. So you get Terra skill area, and it gives you additional Terra skill damage, so you can have this from, I think, level 20. Core Terra skills are always cast centered on the player, and they follow the player as they move. Non-core Terra skills cannot deal damage. You'll have to forgive me because I haven't played Terra skills. I don't know the difference between a core Terra skill and a non-core Terra skill, but I imagine a core Terra skill is something that actually does damage, and I imagine a non-core Terra skill is essentially an empower skill, or maybe you designate one or the other with later on something on the hero trait tree. I'm not sure. Even Attack Sage, I believe she did play Attack Sage. She played Demolisher Sage, I think she played. So yeah, Attack Sage works. Sage is just very good in general because you build around Elixir skill effect, and Elixir skill effects, or the Elixir skills, are just so varied. You get so many different options you can play with them. Yeah, very, very flexible hero. Less flexible now that she's been nerfed to a crazy degree, but we'll get to that. Yeah, so Dance to the Deep, which is every Selena's going to have this. Essentially, you have Core's the main skill. Yeah, I assume Core's the main skill, right? I guess this is so you can't have multiple Terra skills. I know, Demolisher skills usually have 2, right? You usually have 2 Demolisher skills and put Perpetual Motion in both of them, and you're just doubling up your damage like that. I imagine this is so you don't just go 4 Terra skills and then have easy access to damage like that. But, right. So the core gameplay of the character is you're going to have a Terra skill. So, like I said, should have set this up earlier, but you're going to have this, thing on the floor following you around. Is there a better one I can... What's the most visual one I can use to show as an example? Probably Haunting Abomination, right? I think. Or Flamejet? Flamejet's probably There we go. So, the actual core like gameplay is you're going to have these terrors centered on your character following you around. So from the get-go, you essentially get automation on the build. I think maybe not automation, but they're always following you. So it doesn't matter where you shoot them, they just follow you. So I'm going to go through this like main line here with 3 nodes, and then I'll go through all the other stuff first. So Dreambreaker's Gaia. While a core terror skill is active, generate 1 Crimson Tide. So I guess Crimson Tide is a buff. Enemies affected by Crimson Tide take 50 through to 90% additional with an ultimate hero memory. This will be 70%. I believe is +3, right? Let me just double check because it has been a month. Yeah, +3 once they're maxed. So enemies going to be taking 70% additional damage while they're affected by Crimson Tide. Crimson Tide reads continuously move within the core terror skill. Skill area knockback direction is reversed for nearby enemies, and it applies 1 stack of slow every 0.5 seconds. So, I think possibly this might be similar to Lightbringer Rosa, where Lightbringer Rosa holds down her shield. Is it Lightbringer Rosa? Rosa 1. Rosa 1 essentially holds down her hero trait, and mobs are like stuck to you. So that's what this could possibly be, if I'm reading this correctly. It constantly moves with it, and the knockback direction is reversed for enemies. So instead of them being knocked away, they're being knocked towards you. I think anyway. So might have a bit of like Rosa 1 feeling gameplay to it with that. Next up is Layered Hem. It gives Terror Charge Restoration Speed, and it increases and decreases to the Spell Burst stack limit. Also apply to Terror Charge stack limit. So, probably a good idea is to look up how Terror skills actually work, and we'll figure out how good this is. So, Terror skills gain 1 Terror charge at regular intervals. Using a Terror skill will consume all of its charges, and every consumed charge will enhance the skill. So, and then this has interactions with legendaries that you have. I think Mother Goddess's Paddock got reworked. I think I saw that in the legendary notes. But so your Terror skills get Terror charges at regular intervals, and then with Terror charge restoration, you get the charges quicker, and then with Terror charge skill cap, you get additional charges. Okay, so I guess you do want a lot of Terror charge restoration. I guess it's similar to Demolisher skills. You want a lot of Demolisher skill restoration speed, and then increases and decreases to Spell Burst apply to the Terror charge limit. So from +2 to +3. So yeah, guess just generic stats for him. I think every hero has a trait like this where it just makes it generally a little bit better. The next node is Lonely Ensemble. So when casting a core terror skill, summons 1 Crimson Shade within the terror area for every 1 stack of Spell Burst upper limit at 1 second intervals. Crimson Shade, quantity upper limit of 2 to 3, dependent on the level of your hero trait. Terror skills cast by Crimson Shade deal an additional -60 to -30% damage. So it would be 50% for +3. Crimson Shade does not move, casts the player's core terror skill once centered on itself, and then disappears after the skill ends. So when casting a core terror skill, so when you cast your terror skill yourself, it summons a shade within the terror skill area, so on you, for every 1 stack of Spellburst upper limit at 1 second intervals. So you're going to cast your terror skill. So if I tab back into the game, you're going to cast this terror skill. And you're going to be running around with this, and there's going to be a shade on top of you. I assume kind of like Mirage Archer from PoE that is just automatically recasting the Terror skill over and over. I think anyway. That's how I'm reading that. So through this line, you have got additional damage from Dreambreaker's Gaia, and then you've got Terra Charge restoration speed and increases to your Terra Charge stack limit from Layered Hem. And then from Lonely Ensemble, you've got a Shade which auto-casts a weaker version of your Terra. So that is one sort of line you can go down. We'll go for this Lonely node next, and that looks absolutely horrific to read and understand, but let's try. When casting a core Terra skill, randomly enters a dance step state with a 5-second interval. Dance step state lasts 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 seconds, depending on your hero trait level. Dance step includes Dance step Crimson Dash, Dance step Agonize and Revival, and Dance step Eternal Sleep. Dance step Crimson Dash gives you 50% movement speed. Agonize and Revival gives you 20% max life and energy shield per second. Dance step Eternal Sleep. During the dance step, if an enemy remains within the core Terra skill area for more than 0.5 seconds, they enter Eternal Sleep for 2 seconds, where they take 100% additional damage and cannot move or attack for 2 seconds. And once they take 30% of their maximum life, this state ends. Okay, so every 5 seconds, you will gain 50% move speed, 20% max life and energy shield per second, or you will gain a buff where when you touch an enemy, they go to sleep. So that's this whole node, essentially. We'll go for this right node next. So, Silencing Severance. A Mirage Archer that doesn't follow you is how I read it. Summons one within the Terra limit. Yeah, you might be right that it just sits there, which probably makes this... Oh yeah, does not move. Cast the player's core skill once centered on itself, then disappears after the skill ends. So as you're running around, you're probably going to drop these behind you, which is fucking terrible, right? Like, is that not the worst thing of all time, except from maybe Bossen? Like, I imagine, I imagine while you're mapping, this is probably totally useless. But I don't know. We haven't seen the hero yet, so we're just extrapolating what we think, I suppose. But I can imagine this being fucking horrifically bad. You're just chucking out a bunch of terror areas as you run around. Yeah, it's probably that. Which is like maybe good for early profound progression or something when you're not one shot and everything, but it's probably better just to stick to TM8 and carry on one shot and stuff. Yeah, since you've pointed out they don't move, this is probably I think this is probably bad. Except from we'll have to see how it stacks up while bossing. But anyway, back to Silence and Severance we are on. Yeah, we done Crimson Endless Dance. Silence and Severance gives you plus Terra charge stack limit. Applies activation medium Terra support to your main skill. Main skill cannot be supported by other activation medium supports, that's fine. When trait level is 2, 3, 4, 5, gives you sealed mana compensation. The fuck is Catalyst Ground? Catalyst Ground reserves 20% of your mana minus 30% move speed. When an enemy is within 25 meters and ground charge stacks reach the maximum, automatically use the supported ground skill. Supported skills deal 30% more damage. So something I will point out quickly as well. These are the Chinese patch notes, but they're being converted into English, so there might be mistranslations here. I'm reading this as this is the activation medium support, even though it says Catalyst Ground. Catalyst Ground makes sense where it would be like activation medium Terra. That makes sense, right? So that is this is what the activation medium Terra support does, I suppose. So when an enemy's within 25 meters and you have maximum terror charge stacks, it uses the terror skill, and it does 30% more damage. So, yeah, that is what Silence and Severance does. And Drenched Hem converts the mana reservation to life reservation, and for each 3% of the life sealed, main skill damage is increased by 1% to 1.8%. So, let's assume we get 90% of our life sealed. This will give 30 times 1.4, which is 30 plus 12, is that correct? It'll give 42% additional skill damage, which is pretty good. Yeah, with 90% life sealed, that seems pretty good, right? So there's a little bit of a nombo here, isn't there? It's like you get more sealed mana compensation when your trait level goes up here, but you want less sealed mana compensation because it's every 3% of life sealed, so you want the maximum amount of your life sealed. So a little bit of a nombo there, I think, but it's probably just minor anyway, right? Like it's probably great while you're leveling too. Not sure how I feel about a activation medium that costs a hero talent point actually taking mana reservation as well, because this cuts like you being able to use 250% auras early, and it gives you minus 30% move speed. So I'm not sure how I feel about that, but Drenched Hem seems not bad, at least anyway. Right, next up, Paradise I Curse. Enemies within the core terror skill area affected by one ominous curse, and you do 10% through to 30% additional damage against cursed enemies. I guess it's just random. No, ominous is its own curse now, right? It was added last season, I believe. Cursed enemies gain Ill Omen. Ill Omen. God, I didn't play either of these fucking skills. Ill Omen inflicts. Okay, so something to do with damage over time, and upon reaching max stacks, eliminates non-elite enemies. So this is probably something to do with damage over time. 25% of increase in reduction to crit strike rating when casting it. Yeah, okay. So this is like the damage over time branch of the tree, right? So if you go Paradise I Curse, enemies within the core terror skill area are affected by level 1 Ominous Curse, and then you get additional damage against cursed enemies. Ominous basically increases it gives a stack of Ill Omen. I remember they reworked this, I think, last season. I never got around to playing it this season because I didn't have the pets for it. But okay, this is if you're a damage over time guy, this is I guess the branch you want to go. So Paralyze I Curse and the Cycle I Resist. So 25% of increases and reductions to critical strike rating also apply to core terror skill duration. When casting a core terror skill while the previous skill is active, reap damage over time from enemies in its area equal to 6 through to 10% of the skill's remaining duration. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't played any damage over time skill yet in Torchlight. It is on the list. Hopefully I get to play one this season. I am not smart enough to know if this is good or not. I know Reap is like, it builds up and then does like a chunk of damage or something like that. But yeah, this is damage over time support here. So I suppose I'm going to go like these two and then Silence and Severance or something like that. But I'll be honest with you, the numbers don't look fucking crazy, right? Like, overall on the hero, it really doesn't look, like, too insane. Like, when we look at what Sage gave last season, I know she's getting really heavily nerfed. When we look at what Sage gave last season, this doesn't seem like too crazy, right? I guess, like, Dance of the Deep, given Terror skill area, plus it'll be like 30% additional terror skill damage, plus Dream Breaker's Gaia giving 70% additional damage. Like, that's quite a lot, like, damage-wise, and then you get a lot of Terror Charge restoration speed from Layered Hem. You also get Terror Charge stack limit, and then also you get a activation medium that automatically puts it on, right, and 30% more from that, so... yeah, I mean, I guess damage is here with, like, these four. And then, like, Crimson Endless Dance seems fine. Like, Drenched Hem seems decent too. Probably given like 42% additional. But yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of the damage over time stuff either. So, first time chat, Blink, hello. Yes, hello, mate. Right, so that is the hero. I think one of the main things to potentially scale early might be Terror area. You get no defense from the hero, and all terror is centered on your character might be too squishy if you get somewhat close to enemies early on. Yes, that is true. Zero defenses anywhere at all on this character. There's no like you get like on Drenched Hem, something like that. I would usually. I think this was something in this was a Blood Mage talent in PoE 2, right? It might not be the case now. I haven't played PoE 2 in like 3 seasons, and I don't really have any interest in playing it. But like Drenched Hem, for something with like life reservation on a hero trait, and this is also like a deep hero trait. It's not like you straight away take this. This requires an investment of 2 hero traits. I would expect to see at this point something like gives you energy shield per life sealed or something like that. But it's like that might just be poisoning from other games. But like, yeah, I mean she's also the new hero pass hero, so she's gonna be OP because she costs money, and that's what makes the company money too, right? So I can't see her being terrible, but she seems a little strange. Let's put it that way. Um, okay, so that's the new hero. We've also got some new skills. So these are nearly all Terra skills, and I think there's a Distillate, and there's an Agony Brew, and there's a new Warcry, and then there's some new support skills. So let's start going through these. So Thorn Field creates a Thorn Field. So actually, like, I'll check the tags as well. So this is physical, persistent. I guess all terrors are persistent. But so this is terror, physical, persistent area. Creates a form field target location, deals damage over time. For every 100 maximum life, it deals additional damage up to 40%. So at 4k max life, this is doing 40% additional damage, which is the cap. While this skill's terror persists, character takes true damage equal to 20% max life per second. For each terror charge consumed, the skill deals 20%, 26% additional damage for that cost. Is it just me, or does this seem really fucking bad? While the skill's terror persists, the character takes true damage equal to 20% of max life per second. So this is WoW physics. So this is you, right? You take 20% of your max life per second. And it gives you a benefit that is capped at 4k max life. So it's kind of funny because it's almost like it's saying it wants you to scale max life, but the bonus that you get from it is capped at 4k, but you'll continue to take more. You like, if you understand what I mean, the higher your max life, you'll take more damage per second from it. I don't know. It just seems it just seems kind of fucking bad, right? Unless 902 fizz damage over time is very, very strong base damage. You need to invest so much into restoration and regen to be able to use it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it being good. Tidewell. So Terra on hit, cold, elemental, persistent area. Creates a water area at the target location. Every 1.5 seconds, it applies slow to enemies within it. Every 0.8 seconds, the water erupts with 2 torrents beneath enemies' feet, dealing 507 to 942. And this shotguns. and for each terror charge consumed, it deals additional damage. So compare this to like the last one, Form Field. This one does 507 to 942. So 507 plus 942 divided by 2. This does an average of 724 damage. But this is every 0.8 seconds, right? So is this correct? Is it divided by 8 times 10? Is this correct? 905. Is that a correct way to calculate? I think it is anyway. Divided by 8 times by 10. Yeah, I think it makes sense. So this is around 900 DPS, right? Compared to 902 fizz damage over time. I know this can be like converted. This also has an extra modifier here, like the up to 40% damage modifier. But Tidewell can shotgun, and the shotgun coefficient is 70%. So divide it by 0.8. I don't think that works, does it? God, what was it? 507 plus 942 equal divided by 2 times 0.8. No, that's not correct, right? I don't think. Oh, divide by 0.8. 724. Okay, yeah, that would make sense, right? Because it goes up then. Divided by 0.8. Yeah, 905. Yeah, you were correct. So, yeah, 905. So, Tidewell seems better than Thornfield, I would say. Yeah, I don't know. I can't get over this drawback, to be honest with you. This 20%. And this is true damage as well. This is, yeah, quite the drawback, I would say. Tidewell seems fine, though. I guess the other thing it depends on is how canvas skills look for him too. I assume they'll get some canvas skill support. Okay, Fallen Star. This is pretty cool. Creates a Fallen Star field at the target location. This is Terror on hit Fizz Persistent Barrage skill. Cool. Creates a Fallen Star. Every 0.8 seconds, three comets fall on enemies within it, dealing spell fizz. Multiple comets can hit the enemy. The skill's shotgun fall off is 70%. So God, I think it's 70% on the second one and 70% of the second one's damage on the third one, isn't it? I think anyway. I can't really remember how shotgunning works properly in this game. 80% of the skill's bombardment damage increase per wave is also applies to this skill's additional damage. For each terror charge consumed, the skill deals 26%. So this is the same line as the previous one. Tidewell is basically cold flame jet. Yeah, I think it basically is, right? God, I haven't played barrage skills either, so I don't know how accessible this bombardment damage per wave is. But it's like feels like a gale effect almost, right? Just slapped onto the Fallen Star. Doesn't have any just says deals spell fizz damage, but doesn't actually have the numbers of how much it does, right? So it could be like very low since it's free projectiles, but I guess this is just a stand-in for the icon. I imagine this is like a meteor-looking thing, but sounds pretty cool. But I think we have to wait and see how much it actually does. There's new mods for barrage gear. Yeah, I'll take a look at them when we get to them, I think. Stormfield. Creates a stormfield at a target location every 0.8 seconds. Okay, so actually that reminds me. How deep are we in at the minute? We're 45 minutes in. I think I spent like 5 minutes getting water and going for a piss. We're 40 minutes in at the minute, and if you look at the bar on the right, we're gonna be here for about the next 9 hours or so. So strap in. Now I'll try to speed it up a little bit, but we got through the the one that was like very bulky was this, right? Like this is a lot of information we had to go through, and it's not any scroll distance. So, whew, right, Stormfield. So active, terror, on hit, lightning, elemental, persistent, area, intelligence, and dexterity. Actually, yeah. Where's the tags on these? These don't have like. I imagine this is strength, intelligence, dex, but like kind of weird they don't have any stat tag on them. But anyway, Stormfield, intelligence and dexterity, so that's always a plus. Lightning, elemental, persistent, area, terror, tons of tags on this thing. Creates a storm field at the target location every 0.8 seconds. It generates a current that deals 164 to 304 spell lightning damage to enemy in the area. If the current hits 3 or more targets, a thunderstrike is created, dealing 205 to 380 spell lightning damage once to targets are hit by the current. Current can hit up to 8. Oh. Current can hit up to 8 targets. For each target hit, the skill deals 3% additional damage. Players and their minions can be targeted by the current, but do not take the hit damage. Okay, so the thing that is like glaringly obvious to me is this has to hit 3 or more targets to do most of the damage, which, and because you get a bonus per target hit, I know you can be hit by it to like generate more damage, but like the thing is, the problem with this is the single target, right? I think if you're not using minions, you're doing like 6% additional, and you're not getting this Thunderstrike bonus, which is more than half of the flat, right? So I think just first first like glance, this is bad, I would say. But we'll see. Maybe this is like utterly broken, but like that's just the thing that jumped out to me is you need to hit 3 or more targets for the Thunderstrike, and it also scales in damage up to 8 targets. So you're missing out like an extra chunk of 6 times 3 is like 18. You're missing out 18% additional damage from it only hitting you and the boss, I suppose. But yeah, maybe later with modules. Yeah, yeah. I guess like modules is like a little pump. Yeah, I guess if it's hitting you a module and you usually have like 2 module minions and a boss, then you get the Thunderstrike. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. Yeah, because if the current hits 3 or more targets and the current can hit minions, so I guess that works. Yeah. How are the numbers though? Generates a current, and then it hits the Thunderstrike. I think this is quite like low flat damage though, right? I think this is quite low flat compared to Tidewell, for example, and it's sort of like propped up by you hitting 8 targets to get this additional. So if you go like, so this is 369 to 684, so it's like roughly 500 flat times it by 20 1.24. It's like an extra quarter, right? It's like 625 flat, something like that. I still think that's quite low, and that is assuming you're hitting 8 targets. I think the numbers are a little bit low, to be honest with you, but who knows? Maybe it's very good. And it's lightning as well, so I guess you can build with numbed around this. I guess that's the thing as well. Like Tidewell being cold, you can build like cold feels innately good because you can build frostbite, and lightning feels innately pretty good because you can build numbed. Whereas like I mean, there's a fire one here anyway, but like fire to me just like it just always feels bad because ignite isn't as strong as unless you build around it. It's not as strong as like frostbite and numbed, right? So, but anyway, never grasp, active, terror, erosion, persistent creates a patch. I'll be honest with you, creates a patch of Never Terror at the target location, deals erosion damage each second. Every 0.5 seconds, Never Terror creates a Never Grasp that hits enemies, dealing spell erosion damage and reverse and knockback to pull them all towards the center of the Never Terror. While reaping, it eliminates enemies below 10% life. For each active terror consumed, deals. I'll be honest with you, it doesn't have any numbers. I've not played a damage over time skill. I don't know how good it's going to be. So I'm just going to have to, in the sake of brevity and not actually being here till the season actually launches, I'm just going to not comment on Never Grasp because I'm not even sure how good it is. So, moving on. Unfortunately, I can't really comment on this, but yeah. So, Command and Warcry. So, active Warcry persistent area. Using this skill unleashes a Warcry that taunts nearby enemies. For each enemy affected, minions deal additional damage. So that's actually quite a lot, right? 6% additional up to 8 stacks, and this is only enemies affected. So up to, oh my god, I'm so fucking 48%. So 48% additional if it hits 8 enemies, lasting 3 seconds. But again, problem is only hitting one enemy in a single target environment, right? And that's where your damage really actually matters. Like mapping, I don't think anyone's like. Typically, people don't really. And the thing is, as well, you can't really test this on dummy properly either, right? So, but yeah, I guess this is just a total flush. This Command and Warcry. That's what I'm gonna guess anyway. But Agony Dew. So this is just a new elixir, gives affliction effect, damage over time, like I said before. I actually think elixirs were. I haven't read the Sage like changes properly, but I know she got fucking nuked. So we'll go through that soon. But the affliction effect and damage over time is just basically giving you access to that if you want to go for an elixir package, right? So if you're a affliction cuck, then I suppose this is good. Probably the best change you'll ever see. I have no idea. I haven't played a affliction build or damage over time build. I think this season I definitely will play one though. So yeah, that's the Agony Dew, and then we have Prism Butterfly Distillate. So 3-second length. Spell skills gain 24% Ellie resist penetration, and when spell skills deal damage, they apply all infiltration effects: cold, fire, and lightning. So typically, this you get 75 affliction effect on T1 mod on one-handers. Okay, so just looping back to this Agony Dew. So this is giving essentially a starting point of 2 tier 0 mods from a one-hander, I guess. But then obviously this scales with elixir effect too, while you get to scale other stuff like regen or move speed. So I get like somebody's gonna use this at some point, and they're probably gonna love it. But I have no idea how good it is. I know elixirs are good, but I know Sage also copped a pretty heavy-handed nerf. So we'll look at the Sage changes anyway. But just yeah, I guess keep this in mind that Agony Dew now actually exists, so you can scale damage over time if you're into elixirs. Right. Prism Butterfly Distillate gives you Ellie res penetration and gives you infiltration. So this saves you. Oh my god, why can't I can't think. Translucent, is that the. Is it translucent? Translucent. So I guess. Why can't they just show this translucent? No, it's not translucent. Penetrating. When dealing. Yeah, so I guess you wouldn't go penetrating because it just gives you the 24% additional. So I guess it saves you going penetrating if you're in a tri-Ellie build. I would say, I guess these are like. These aren't Trinity builds, because Trinity already gets all the elemental resistance penetration that it wants from Trinity itself. I guess if you're a Cicada Shell, or you're using Vorax or Cicada Shell, and you don't want to use Trinity for some reason, you can use Prism Butterfly Distillate. I would say this fits well with Chromatic Shot, but it actually doesn't, because Chromatic Shot has been changed, right? That's something I saw, is it no longer deals Tri-Ele, it just deals Fizz. So, yeah, I guess Prism Butterfly Distillate is like one season too late, but there's an edge case scenario where you'd want to use it if you're in a Cicada Shell build and you're not using Trinity, I guess. Because, yeah, Trinity, you're already going to eventually get 90% LE res penetration. That's already, like, way more than enough, right? Like, typically you want, I think, 30%. So, yeah. I was running Penetrating with Trinity on C2. It gave me the biggest DPS out of all core talents other than Gale. They moved Cicadas drop pool this season, actual pain. Oh, fuck me, is it gonna be another Tyrant's fucking Iron Fist situation where they cost 10k now or something? Was running Penetrating with Trinity on C2. It gave me the biggest DPS boost out of all core talents. Okay, I mean, I guess early on, this is like great if you're gonna go into a Trinity build anyway, if you're already building that way, and you don't have the max res to make the best out of your Trinity at the start, then Prism Butterfly Distillate could be a different solution to that. But it is also, it looks like one of those rare elixirs that are stupidly expensive at the start. I don't even know where they drop, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's also the official Pride skill, right? It's got the Pride like colors and the Pride logo. So if you use this skill, you are actually gay legally. So just keep that in mind. 85, 90 res didn't matter, still the biggest DPS increase. Yeah, that's because Penetrating doesn't have anything to do with penetration, right? It's additional damage taken. What I'm saying is you don't need Penetrating like on its like by itself, because you're getting the infliction here. It is only giving you the 24% additional, so you can instead go for something that gives more additional on your second pedigree slot, is what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying don't take Penetrating. I'm saying if you're taking Prism Butterfly Distillate, you don't need to take it for the infiltration. Like Trinity gives you the LE pen, right? But it doesn't give you the additional damage that infiltration gives. So that's why it was probably so good for you. Right, new support skills. Support channeled. The support skill has +2 channeled stack cap, and the support skill deals 5% additional. So, I did play a channeled. I did play a channeling character last season, and I can't remember how many channeled stacks I got. I think I got up to like 18 to 20, something like that. So I don't know how good this is, to be honest with you. There are mods that give you God, where are they? Talents. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find this, to be honest with you. I think is it Magister? No, Elementalist. There are mods that give you additional damage for every max channel stacks, and because this is a medium talent, you can flip this over with a cheap inverse image. That's what I was doing on Selena, so there could be some potential scale in here. This is 18% base, plus the up to, I think, 100% is from medium. So it goes up to 36% additional. Oh, sorry, this is not additional damage. This is flat damage. I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, this is just regular percent damage. So the +2 channeled stack cap, I can't remember how much it gives base. Is it like 5 or 10%? Well, yeah, but then some other flat additional core talent should have given me more. I don't know. I don't know what build you were playing, man. To be honest with you, I don't know what. I've no idea. Honestly, who fucking knows? Channeled skills must be held down to use game ones. Blah, 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 blah. Max channeled stacks cannot exceed the stacks. Okay, I don't think it gives anything base other than what's on the skill, right? Sometimes the skill says for every channeled stack you get something else. God, I can't fucking. Like channeled stacks. Every channeled stack is. So Gale, for example, gives move speed for Gale, additional damage. I guess like if you're playing, I guess it depends on what you're playing, right? Like getting the two extra stacks at 21% additional damage plus the 5% on top is 48% additional damage, right? So that's actually pretty good, to be fair. It's channeled depths. They remove some plus max channeled stacks from the tree. Depends on usually it's around 6%. Okay, we'll take a look at that soon. But I guess this is quite good, to be fair, if you're playing like Howling Gale. Right, Thornfield Sacrifice. So this is magnificent support for Thornfield, which is up here. I'm taking a look at the time. I don't think there's any fucking way we get through. I guess actually like the skills are like the main bit we have to go through, and then we have to decipher this somehow, like figure out what the fuck this means without knowing what is actually in the reveal, and then like all this other stuff is like very easy and quick to go through, isn't it? So I'll attempt to get done in 2 hours, but I don't know. The more I get bogged down looking at fucking channeled skills and stuff is like is it lowers the chance of us getting it done. Right, Thornfield Sacrifice. So gain 1 buff stack for every 20% maximum life taken as damage. So you gain 1 buff stack every second. When reaping an elite within Terra created by the support skill, gain 1 buff stack with 10% chance. So each buff stack gives 2% additional damage. It goes up to 10 buff stacks. So you get up to 20% additional. Plus, obviously, when you're leveling this, you get the 20% additional on top of that. Each buff stack gives 1% life restoration speed, so you get up to 10% life restoration speed. The support skill deals 8 to 11% additional. Okay, so if you're playing Thornfield, if you somehow end up playing Thornfield, this is probably a lock-in to the skill, and you need this because it has the life restoration. It also has 20% additional baked onto it here, plus 8 to 11% here, plus from leveling it, you'll get another 20%. So, yeah, this is crazy good if you're a Thornfield main, let's say. I'm going to eat a crazy amount of Crow, and someone's going to look at it and be, this is going to be the most busted skill of all time, and then it's literally going to be meta, I know it. Like, I'm going to say it's so fucking bad, and then it's somehow going to be meta. But anyway, so Thornfield Sacrifice seems very good if you're playing Thornfield. Thornfield Retribution, while in the support skills Terra, take true damage equal to 10% of your max life per second. So this is even more, right? Like, while in the Terra, every 0.5 seconds the support skill deals 24 to 26% additional damage. So, if you're in the Terra for 1.5 seconds, it deals, on average, 75% additional damage, right? That obviously depends on the role, but it deals 72 to 78% additional damage. Pretty good, but again, you've got the downside here of an extra 10% true damage to your max life per second. I wonder what happens when you reach 0. I assume you can kill yourself with your own Thornfield. Maybe it's get a lot of life regen, but build energy shield angle, because this specifies max life, right? So you can imagine if you've got like 1,000 max life, you're taking 100 max life per second, but as long as you only get like 120 regen per second or something, you could cover that and get the 78% additional. This combo seems pretty good, to be fair. You want to scale Terra duration Since I assume 75% damage for that instance of terror, if you recast it, it drops to 0 and starts ramping. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think it's that. Yeah, I think it is that skill. So you'd need to be in each one of these terrors essentially to get a damage. I don't know how they overlap. To be fair, need to check that out. Tidewell Torrent. When the support skill erupts, a torrent and a spell burst is at max stacks. It can consume all stacks for each stack consumed. It deals 100% additional on hit damage. I guess the thing to remember with all of these canvas skills is they do get, on top of these, they do get plus 20% additional for being leveled too. So this consumes your spell burst stacks and deals a metric ton of additional on-hit damage. Plus, this is going to have 32 to 36% additional. Plus, this is going to have an extra 20% additional on top of that from being leveled. So, is there a world? Because you probably build spell burst anyway for the is it this? Yeah, probably build spell burst anyway for this. Is there a world where you build quite a lot of spell burst recharge? Again, I haven't played a spell burst character, but I know you need to build like spell burst restoration or spell burst God, whatever it's called. Spell burst is, I think it is spell burst charge, isn't it? Spell burst recharge speed or something like that. I think there's a world where you build a lot of that, and this is just constantly going off with these big like fucking additional on hit damage mollies. That, like, numbers wise, is this not just absolutely insane? Considering this is a cold spell too, and it benefits from you playing around Frostbite, is this not just absolutely crazy? I don't know. I might be like misunderstanding the spell burst, and it might take a few seconds to get you at max stacks again, or maybe. God, the problem with this is the problem with like going through these and trying to judge these when you've only played half of the skills and half of the builds possible in the game, right? If I knew for sure how Spellburst worked, and if it worked how I think it works, then I just think this is fucking insane. But I don't know. I'll have to test around it. Sounds cracked, but needs heavy investment. Yeah, I think it might be a. I think this might be a gets better the more gear you have, sort of snowball and angle, right? Like it's not going to be very good before you have a lot of spellburst recharge. Let me read the TLI page for spellburst. Getting bogged down again, but let's see. Spellburst automatically cast spellburst. Automatically cast spell skill a number of times. When it's fully charged, casting a spell skill will activate spellburst, which consumes the stacks and casts the spells. Okay, so it does work exactly how I thought. Spellburst will be fully charged within 2 seconds. Base spellburst charge speed increase the restoration speed. Spellburst charge speed restoration time is 2 divided by 100 plus the spellburst charge speed percent times 100 plus the additional spell burst charge speed percent times 100 plus additional spell burst charge speed 2%. ... I assume is like on and on. Okay. So you can get this pretty low pretty quick. But that's still only going to be firing every few seconds, right? Because this is for each stack. Is it not? And you're going to have at least 5 stacks. So even with quite a lot of investment, I think you're only going to be able to get this down to like every few seconds. Basically unleash. Yeah. Okay, so it's heavy hitting, but it requires a lot of investment, and it's quite like infrequent hitting. Like you're not going to benefit from spellcast speed, for example, with this, or like the classic thing with like attack builds is they scale so well, so quick, because attack speed's like another um axes that it scales on, right? You lose that with slow hitting spells. Like I played a bloody I can't remember, was it Bombard? I played Bombard for a meme a couple of seasons ago on Tier 1 before it was reworked, and it did a metric ton of on-hit damage, and it would one-shot like map bosses, but the single target was just so bad because you don't have any like repeat damage. It's like you hit once every few seconds. It might be the case with this. That is still a crazy like multiplier, right? But no, I'm definitely going to look at this. Like Tidewell seems fairly good, but okay, Tidewell Undertow. For every 2 Terror Charge stacks consumed, support skill gains +1 Erupting Torrent up to +2. For each Terror Charge stack consumed, it gets 20% chance to apply slow on hit. So I don't think we care too much about the slow on hit. And it has a minus additional damage multiplier. So the Erupting Torrent is the part of Tidewell that shotguns, right? So it is essentially a cold version of this skill, Flame Jet, I think, right? So I think this, imagine this is like blue. I think this is what Tidewell's going to be. So this is like the initial damage, and then you get these additional, like, it's magma here, but it's going to be like water, right? It's going to be like a little water spray. So I think that's what the Tidewell's going to look like. And it gives you an additional +1 of these up to +2 for each Terror Charge stack consumed. Okay, I'm not. I guess the thing you've got to think of is this is around you, and it's like following you around. And if you combine it with, yeah, this is magnificent, this is noble, so I think they go on different. Slots, right? These aren't like exclusive to each other. Maybe that's enough to bridge the gap, like the cast gap, until you get the next spell burst at max stacks. Maybe we'll see. But that seems like it's a pretty good combo if that's working how I think it is. Haunting Abomination Ravage. When the skill deals area damage, spell burst at max stacks, all stacks consumed. So this is the same as Tidewell. Tidewell, Torrent, Magnificent, Haunted Abomination is getting the same support through canvas skills. It consumes Spell Burst, gives additional on-hit damage, and then also Falling Star is getting the same thing. So for each stack consumed, the Wave of Meteors gain 100% additional on-hit. So whatever I said about Tidewell Torrent, I guess just apply it to these two, since it's essentially a copy-paste just onto the other terrors. Fallen Star, Starfall. When support skill hits, gain +1 charge stack at 50 charge stacks. Support skill additionally unleashes one round of Starfall. When casting Starfall, the skill deals 181 to 220% additional damage. Does this not seem like it sucks? Doesn't this like take forever to charge up? Whenever it hits, and it is every 0.8 seconds, 3 comets fall within it. So to hit 50 times, I guess it gains a charge every enemy it hits, which probably speeds it up a little bit. This would be, oh god, 3 divided by, why do I have to do maths today, man? 16. So you'd have to hit 16 times to get 50 on one target, right? Then times 0.8. Sorry, times 0.8 to make it lower. It's 16 minus 3.2 is 13.8, isn't it? 13.8 seconds. And then I guess like divide that by each enemy is hitting. If it hits 10 enemies, is every second. I guess the problem is like it can be good for clear, but then who really gives a fuck about clear speed at a certain point. Like it's not like really that relevant, right? I'm pretty sure it's 2 seconds to charge all your spell burst, not per charge. So if you have 10 max spell burst, you'll get 10 every 2 seconds, assuming no charge rate increase. If that's the case, then this is probably fucking way better than I'm giving it credit for, right? This Tidewell Torrent. I think you might be right, but I haven't played it myself, so I really don't know. Going in a little bit blind to that, but right. I'm gonna once again, I'm probably gonna eat crow, and this is gonna be fucking OP. But like Fallen Star Starfall just seems like it takes too long to charge up in a single target environment. So I'm gonna write this off and say that it's bad, but could be wrong. Could be crazy. Who knows? Fallen Star areas generated by the support skill move forward. It gains skill area and minus additional damage. I think it probably makes it irrelevant. Plus, it's noble, so you can't combo these two, right? So, gotta say, the minus additional damage modifier being on it, unless it moves forward like super quick and you can chuck it forward. I wonder how this works with Selena 2's hero trait. Probably very, very weird. This moves forward, but it's stuck to you with Selena 2. But yeah, the minus damage mod on it's fucking a little bit scuffed. I've played a few spell burst builds, and I'm certain that's how it works. I'll take your word for it, then. And let's just say this is probably the fucking build of the league. If that's the case. If you can get this down to like every second, along with your terror charge stacks, like going off every second, this is probably like fucking crazy. How have to find out how this works with like overwriting itself, if that makes sense. Like, can you have multiple up at once and they're all hitting independently, or do they overwrite? But I suppose we can figure that out later. I would test it in game now, but you'd need to check like with a build that has like terror skill limit or whatever, right? So I'll do a mock up character, I suppose, as a practice run, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, something like that, and we'll just figure it out. Never Grasp. For each enemy in the center of the Never Terror, it deals 6% additional up to 30% when defeating enemies in the center of the Never Terror. The support skill gains 8% skill area for 4 seconds. So skill area, good. But I don't think the additional damage is anything to write home about, unfortunately. Because, again, probably these ones that rely on having multiple enemies and hitting multiple enemies, if it doesn't have like a modifier like not Fallen Star, the Lightning one, if it doesn't have a modifier on it like Stormfield, where it can hit you and minions and it counts towards the limit, then it's just they seem to be really bad in single target. And then, like I said, who really cares about clear speed once you get to a certain point? In every TM, once you get like 10 maps in, you stop kind of caring about your clear speed being good because you're just one shot on everything, right? Never Grasp Extermination support skill generates a fan-shaped Never Grasp. That's the only information we've got, so I guess it just changes the shape of it to be like a cone, I guess. Flame Jet, Scorching Wave. When the support skill erupts, a flame projectile and spell burst at max stacks. Stacks can be consumed, so this is just Flame Jet version of Tidewell, Torrent, and Haunted Abomination Ravage, and Fallen Star Crush. So that's just the fire version. Stormfield also has this, but it's 167% additional damage, and I think that is because when we looked at Stormfield did lower damage, right? I think it did like lower base damage than the other ones, so it's neat that it has the same thing, but they've took that into account. Stormfield Conduction +5 to the support skill's current hit target cap. Current generated now deals 6.5 to 7% additional. So what did the current generated was 3% first, right? So 3% times 8 was 24% additional. And now it is 13 times 6.5 to 7. So 13 times 7 is 91. So Yeah, 91% additional damage if you're hitting if you're hitting everything. So again like the repeated problem that's coming up is like this increases the current hit target cap and gives a lot of additional damage for each enemy hit, but you've now got to hit 13 targets every time between you, your modules, your minions, and the enemies, right? So again, great against like bosses that might have fucking minions or split themselves. So think about the Thunder Plains Watcher, like that guy. When he splits into clones, you're hitting 4 things, so that counts towards the target cap. But against something like the Ice Planeswatcher, just the first thing I can think of, it's single target, so you're gonna have to somehow find 12 other targets to hit. It's just it's fine, and the numbers are good, but to get the maximum out of it, you're gonna have to jerry rig certain things into your fucking build, right? Like you're gonna have to find a way to hit more targets with it. Right, Chromatic Shot. So, spoiler, Chromatic Shot actually got changed. Wonder if I can just jump straight to it and talk about that quickly, since that's I nearly put it in my mouth. I have a ball of wax on my desk that I roll around in my fingers when I'm thinking, and I nearly put it in my mouth so I could type with 2 hands. I'm glad I didn't. Here we go. So, Chromatic Shot. Skill now only deals fizz damage, and it no longer forces all damage to be converted to a specific type. And on top of that, it received an additional nerf. So 8 to 14 currently, down to 7 to 11. This is, when I ran the numbers in my head earlier, I think this is about a 20% nerf, right? Like on the base, on the low end at level 1, on the average damage, sorry, at level 1. And then at the high end, level 20, it is 592 to 1100. And it's been reduced to 529 to 881. So again, this is like a 15 to 20% ish nerf. I want to save a little bit of time and not like get bogged down in the numbers on that. But so that is the context of these Chromatic Shot nobles, these new supports. It no longer has Tri-Ellie and does Tri-Ellie damage. It is a pure fizz skill. So these nobles, each one of these, I'll save time and just go through all of them at once. They essentially convert the fizz damage to the relevant element, so cold, fire, lightning, erosion. It also applies the related skill effect. Ailment is it? I think it's non-damage and ailment, or damage and ailment in this case. But each element has a related ailment. So frostbite for cold, base ignite damage for fire, numbed for lightning, and then base wilt damage for erosion, and wilt chance also on the erosion. It also adds the tag to the skill, so I assume it is losing all of the tags it had before as well. And then it gives additional damage. So, Chromatic Shot, now you're going to actually have to build around an element, like, to play it, right? You don't get all of that free scaling that you got before because it had all of the free tags and you could just build whatever you want. And, you know, the gravy train has run out on Chromatic Shot, unfortunately. It was absolutely disgustingly broken. It is now no longer absolutely disgustingly broken. It's just a regular Joe skill now. So these are the noble supports to build around if you want to go into all of these different elements with Chromatic Shot, right? So all do the same thing. Just going to save some time, skip through. Right. So new legendary skills. Or sorry, new legendary gear. I didn't go over these when I had a little browse earlier, but I know every single one of these lines that I hover over is going to be a literal novel to read, right? So if I hover this and this fills my screen, yep, typically it is absolutely massive. So this is just one effect on this, and then this is probably okay. These are quite short, so okay. Let's just start going through these. So 3 Saints, -3 to +3 max LE res, -6 to +6 regular LE res, and for every 21 to 30% effective elemental resistance. So this is up to cap, I think effective is. +1 to the corresponding elemental skill level. So, what does Mantra of the Saints give? Mantra of the Saints. Cold, lightning, and fire skill level no longer grant skill level bonus. For every 1 level of cold, lightning, or fire skills, 33% additional corresponding elemental spell on hit damage up to 9 times, or up to 9 stacks. When casting a spell, it randomly selects an elemental, forcing all on-hit damage from that skill to be converted to the elemental damage. The lower the proportion of the corresponding elemental type skill level, the higher its chance of being selected. So this is similar to old Chromatic Shot, right? So Cold, Lightning, Fire no longer grant skill bonus. So I think the rule of thumb was that they gave 10% additional per level up to level 30, and after that they gave around 8% additional. I think that's the rule of thumb with skill level. For every +1 level of cold, lightning, or fire skills, 33% additional corresponding elemental spell on hit damage. So, what jumps out to me at this is the wording, and if it is worded as +1 level of cold, lightning, or fire skills, or if it just counts a source that gives you all 3. So, for every 1, so imagine this, right? So you've got a slate that gives you +1 level of cold. This gives you 33% additional elemental spell on hit damage, right? However, we would need confirmation on this, and it might just be written exactly, it might just work exactly as it's written. If you have a slate that gives you +1 level of skills, or +1 level of spell skills, and it gives you +1 to cold, lightning, and fire, is that 3 stacks? Corresponding, so it'd only be cold. Okay. Is there precedent for that already in the game, or not? If there is precedent for it already in the game, I'm fine that you would need to go into each individual one and get 9 levels from somewhere. But if it is just reading you as getting 3 from somewhere, right? So if it's reading you as getting 20, say it's reading you as getting +1 cold, lightning, and fire from just a plus skills mod somewhere on like Slate, then this is like disgustingly broken, right? Plus, it also then eliminates the need to stack skill level, right? Not that you'd want to stack it like past 10 anyway, but don't think so. Okay, I guess until that is 100% confirmed, I guess that decides how brokenly good this is. When casting a spell, randomly select an. Okay, so I guess the other thing is this isn't like try Ellie either. This can just be good for a single element, right? Because like Chromatic Shot, if you went all in on one of the elements, it would never choose the other ones, right? You need to stack all. Okay. But it says or, it doesn't say and, right? And it only goes up to 9 stacks. So you're essentially replacing the levels of. So say I'm playing. I actually can't think of a cold skill off the top of my head. Ice Lancers. Say I'm playing Ice Lancers, right? This would just be replacing the +9 level of cold that I would get on slates, right? I wouldn't then have to go get lightning and fire skills. I would only need the cold. So it's not like going out of my way to get something I'm not getting already. If you understand what I mean. The less level up... Yeah, okay. That is literally what I read and what I said as well. It works exactly how the old chromatic shot used to work, where if you only build one. So, you don't need all, right? You don't need to stack all, is what I'm saying. If you only stack one, so, like you said, corresponding, right? So, if I have +9 level of cold, I get 300% additional cold spell on hit damage, right? And if I don't have lightning or fire skill levels, I don't. It never chooses lightning or fire skill, right? So it never converts it to fire or lightning. You want to get the benefit if others are lower. Okay. Randomly select an element, force an element. The lower the proportion of the corresponding elemental type, skill level, in the total level. Okay, sorry. It's the total level. Okay. So. Okay, it's flipped chromatic shot. It's the opposite of the old chromatic shot. I misread the bottom bit. So, okay, now I understand it. Now I understand how it works. See, the problem was I was reading the skill and you were distracting me. Right? You've already read it, so that's the issue. I'm joking about that. I didn't read the bottom bit properly. So essentially, how it works is it dumps all of your plus skill levels into a bucket, and then it chooses from that, right? Essentially. So the lower the proportion, so oh god, this is fucking difficult. So you want all three, and you want this to be a tri-elite skill, and you want to have them. I guess it doesn't matter if it's tri-elite, but it increases the. Oh god, this not shit? Is this not like average 100% additional if you're tri-elite? I'm literally stun locked trying to figure this out right now. I think I've spent 10 minutes trying to figure this out. I think is this not like is this is this not like absolute garbage if you're trialing because you're not building around one. I suppose this is good if you're like Cicada Shell and everything's fucking balanced. But then you need plus skill levels too, right? You need 9 skill levels and you're not getting the benefit from that. Maybe each element has their own stack. Maybe. I think you're right, actually. For every level of cold or lightning or fire skills, 33% additional. I think that's right. Yeah, I think you need plus 20. I think you actually need plus 27 levels, don't you? I think you need 27 levels to get this capped. And then it selects an element, forces all on a hit, so you can't get a benefit from numbed or frostbite either. So that's bad. Lower proportion of the corresponding elemental. Yeah. If it's matched, it doesn't matter. But this bottom line stops you from just building around one element, right? I think that is what I'm reading from this. The bottom line is stopping what I thought was OP. Like I thought it was OP that you could just build your 9 cold level and you would only get cold damage, but because it's reversed, you can't just build around one element. The way I read it is if you have +3 fire, lightning, and cold, you'll get 99% additional fire, lightning, and cold, and with each you have 33% chance to be select. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think I understand it now. So I think it's... I'll be honest with you, I think it's bad, but... But why is it bad? For every effective elemental resistance, +1 to the correspondent. So you do get 3-ish. You get 2. Okay, so 20. The lower roll is better, right? Effective elemental resistance. Effective is up to cap, right? 100% additional verse 80 was it? Okay, so I'm gonna move on from this in a minute because I'll be honest with you, I I'm in two minds. I cannot actually decide whether it's OP or whether it's total dog shit. But a summary of this item. How are we gonna summarize this item? This roll you want to be low, right? Because this would go from like everything at 21 to everything at 42, everything at 63, everything at 84, right? So at 84% max, this would give you 4 of the corresponding elemental skill levels, right? So that's 4 of the 9 of each of them that you need, I think, if this is low. But also this can be corroded, right? So take that into account too. Like where the corrosion ends up on this. Mantra of the Saints, essentially, you have to build round all 3 elements because the bottom line stops you building round 1 element ever, right? Because the more skill levels you get in that element, the lower chance it has, right? And if you're putting it into a like a bucket essentially of all the different skill levels that you have, this is just going to be a very low chance of getting that, right? I'm going to move on from this because I think I've spent like 15 minutes looking at this item and I still haven't decided if this is fucking OP. This is the sort of thing that could be like disgustingly broken, or it's just like such a downside no one ever uses it, right? This is either like a fucking 10k item or it's 100k, right? Or it's a fucking, it's either a 10k item or like unsellable for 1 FE. Like, it's 6 base. How is it 6 base? I've my bad 4. Okay, right. We're moving on from this. I'm just gonna put a big question mark over this and say that this could be very strong or it could be very weak, right? This is probably the item that we'll spend the longest time looking at and discussing, and we don't have a consensus on it because it's very esoteric in how it works, right? That's just gonna that's just gonna have to be. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to go away, and I'm gonna have to probably like write this out manually on like a notepad for me to understand it because it's just like essentially how I think it works is I think it's very good. I think it's very good if you're Trially and the bottom bit stops it being abused by a single element. Is I'm just going to summarize that like that, okay? So this, yeah, good Trially item. Bottom bit is like the non-single element abuse line. So that's it. I'm scrolling down so this thing gets off my screen now because we've literally wasted like 20 minutes talking about this. Okay, I mean, you can get up to 300% elemental if you're Trially and you can get the +9 of each. Yeah, I mean, it depends whether you actually have to go into each individual skill and get like +9 fire and +9 cold and 9 lightning, or you can get some of that with plus spell skill, right? So, but anyway, forget that item exists, right? Like, just we're not gonna think about that item for a while. I can't believe I literally just got stun locked for like 15 minutes. I've tried to speed this up a bit because I know the reveal's happening in like an hour, and we just got stun locked for 20 minutes trying to understand the free saints. Right? Okay. Try Ellie item, not good for single Ellie. Okay. Silent monologue. No grey between. Another one of these items with like 4 fucking things to read. Does this scroll? No. When evasion is 100,000, gain extremity. Is there anyone who's played evasion and can attest how easy it is to get 100,000 evasion? Because I have never played evasion. I don't know if that's like end game. Remember, this is without a chest as well. So, and you gain extremity. So on hit damage only deals the maximum or the minimum value. Uh-oh. I bet something here is going to be like, it's always lucky. Something like that. Every 600 points of evasion, plus 1 maximum damage, up to 200%. So this is 120k points of evasion, right? Not particularly, I had 50k. Okay, so this is like... So is this very hard to get then, or... I didn't really try on a build and I had 50k. Okay, so you could probably relatively easily get 100k then, right? Not like relatively easy, but like it wouldn't be like every single fucking mod is building evasion sort of thing. You need to invest pretty heavily. Okay. If that's the case, then this is probably straight out, right? Because it's a chess piece too, and that's typically where you get a lot of your like armor value from. Okay, but anyway, 600 points of evasion and plus 1 maximum additional damage. Only additional max damage. Up to 200%. While you have extremity, dealing maximum damage grants evade lucky a minus 10% evade upper limit for 8 seconds. So they did slightly change evade, where it's capped at like 75% base now, isn't it? Something like that. But it grants lucky as well. So I think this is a positive. And then reap what you sow. While you have extremity, you deal minimum what? While you have extremity, you deal minimum damage, gaining unlucky damage for 8 seconds. So I assume this is rolls twice and picks the worst. Okay, so this is evasion stack an item essentially. Yeah, but the problem is now you got this, right? While you have extremity, and you always have extremity at 100k points, or you could go below 100k and not have extremity and just get this, but you want 120k to cap this. While you have extremity, dealing maximum damage grants evade lucky. It's countered by lucky and super lucky. Is it countered by... Does lucky just overwrite it? I don't know. I guess you chuck this on a Vorax chest anyway, right? With super lucky, it just gives lucky. Sounds like a defensive item. You essentially get lucky defense but unlucky damage, so you need a source of lucky damage to counteract it. Okay, I don't think you're going to use this either way. I think if you're at the point where you would want to use this, then you just Vorax this over to a chest or hands, right? And you just get extremity, and you get power of conviction, and then you ignore this evade lucky, and you ignore reap what you sow. I suppose the evade lucky is quite nice. Essentially, you've got like 3 good hits on... Essentially, you've got 3 good hits on a Vorax and 1 bad hit on a Vorax. I think that's the way to go with it. I think this is just too annoying of a workaround. Yeah, you could like... I guess if lucky does counteract it, and lucky just overwrites the unlucky and it just goes net neutral, you can get around it like that. But I would say this. The thing as well is it doesn't have any like base evasion or anything on, so you can put this on a Vorax chest that has a lot of like base evasion that works towards the 100k evasion, right? And like, yeah, like I said, these 3 are good too, right? These 3 mods are good. It's just this bottom one's such a landmine. I think it's a Vorax fodder item myself, but okay. Silent Area. Hopefully this doesn't take 10 minutes to go through. Silent Area. Intelligence, Reap Duration, crit strike rating, crit strikes cannot deal additional damage. I guess it's just like a leveling item. That was a nice quick one. Broken Dream. Maximum life, frostbite rating cap. Applies cold infiltration to enemies affected by biting cold. Biting cold is curse. the Cold Curse. Um, it would be nice to know what this is. Is this a necklace? Because this, I assume this is a necklace and not a ring. So this gives a little bit of frostbite rating, cold infiltration on a neck. This is just a little leveling item, right? Not that cold needed the support, to be fair, but this is like, this would be a nice like bridge item through early maps, stuff like that. I assume. I hope this isn't going to drop from a fucking boss that no one farms or something like that. I hope this is just going to be a generic drop. But yeah, just a nice small cold support item. Moving on, Contained Mind. 15 to 25% max life and maximum energy shield. Each synthetic troop skill has a max minion quantity of 1, but for each synthetic troop minion owned, synthetic troop minions deal 45 to 50% additional damage multiplicative. For each support skill without an equipped support skill, non-core synthetic troop skills deal 50% additional, and minions have 20 to 25% additional cooldown recovery speed. So, wow, that is actually a brain as well. Can you guys see that? Did this make it bigger or not? It's actually a brain there. So when you put this on your head, this is where your eyes would be normally. So your head's going to have to fit in that little bit underneath. I bet they didn't think of that when AI generated this icon, did they? But I did. Right, anyway, so each synthetic troop skill has a maximum minion quantity of 1, but for each synthetic troop minion owned, synthetic troop minions deal 50% additional damage multiplicative. So the only minion skill... Oh, nearly dropped my wax. So just chop your head off, yeah. For each synthetic minion skill owned, deal 50% or 45-50% additional damage multiplicative. And for each support skill without an equipped support skill slot, non-core synthetic troop skills deal 50% additional. So I'll be honest with you, not sure how good this is. The only minion skill that I played was Charge Calling Moto, and that is very much... It's very different to like a traditional minion build, right? So it has quite a big downside, which is the max minion quantity of 1 on each of these. There are ways around this, obviously, because like modules, for example, something that you would want anyway, are synthetic troops, or I think some of them are synthetic troops, if not all of them. I think nearly all of them are anyway. So there are... This isn't as bad as just having 4 synthetic troops. You get modules, so that's like 1 you would want anyway. The downside here is for each support skill slot without an equipped support skill, I feel like it does give more than you typically get from a support, but yeah, I don't think this is enough, and it's a bit weird. It's like this is non-core synthetic troop skills, so this is not your main skill, right? So it's a bit weird. I think it's too big of a downside to be good, but I haven't played a regular minion build myself, so could be enough to make up for the downside. Who knows? Right, Euros's Bond. Life and energy shield 25 to 30%. Gives you a little bit of Ellie res for each bond stack. So bond is a new keyword around minions. Each stack of bond gives 40% minion damage, 10% minion attack speed, cast speed, and move speed. Minions take minus 50% additional damage. The initial cap is free, and while minions are on the field, if bond can be gained, you gain a stack of bond every 6 seconds. And when minions are defeated, you lose all your bond stacks. So for each bond stack, this is giving 16 to 18% additional. So this is giving 48 through to 56 additional damage because it stacks up to 3 times. And while you have bond, 25% of damage taken is transferred to a random minion. This could actually be a little bit of a downside because when minions are defeated, you lose all your bond stacks. However, I could see this being like quite nice early on for minions because you're getting 50 odd% additional and you are getting a bit tankier, right? If you're leveling through early TM, you probably care more about not dying and you care more about this stat than you care about your minions having Bond with 100% uptime. Bond also gives minions minus 50% additional damage taken per stack, so it makes them super tanky. It does, you are right. They take minus 50% additional. Yeah, they do. That does make them tankier. It's pretty good then, I suppose. It's actually pretty good. I had a ton of minion minus additional damage taken on this build on God, I've got Terror skill on. I can't remember what she's called. Erica 2. Erica 2 Arrow Ironheart. I had tons of additional minion damage taken on this, and they were dying a lot against Ordrak once I hit like 3,700 or whatever I got to on Ordrak. But yeah, I had loads on this, and it was all built around whatever these guys are called, Origin Rock Magus guys. So maybe you need more than that to make them like truly immortal. But yeah, no, it's very good, especially early, right? Nothing hits you early hard enough that it would kill them. So very good like bridge item if this is available just through Netherrealm. Does Moto 2 suicide and his minions count as defeated? Oh, fuck. I don't know, to be honest with you. What's it actually say? When they are defeated, lose all bond stacks. Not sure. Can't remember. Can't remember the exact wording on it, unfortunately. So, right, let's move on. Beneath the sticks, 300 to 400 gear, energy, shield. So, not bad chunk of ES there. For each excess stack above the channeled minimum, channeled stacks deal 20 to 25% additional damage. Immune to trauma, ignite, will when channeled exceeds the minimum by 5 to 8 stacks, and when channeled 30 to 45%. Isn't this fucking broken? Isn't this absolutely fucking insane? On my Selena build, I got to like 18 to 20, I think, channeled stacks. If you have your minimum at like, if you just don't build around minimum, and your minimum is sat at like 4 or something like that, isn't this like? I give in. I'm bringing up the calculator. If you're at 5 minimum and you have 20 max channeled, isn't this let's just go for minimum roll. Isn't this 300% additional? They'd nerf channeled stacks. Okay, we haven't got up to that yet, so we'll see. But if this is like covering that nerf, then that's good, right? Because I don't think I don't think I used a unique on Selena. I think I used I used Lone Walkers, I think, actually. I guess that's a problem. Problem is these are in boot slot, which cover Lone Walkers, right? But holy, yeah, these seem very fucking good. To be fair, like extremely good, very simple to understand as well. You know, we're not getting stun locked for fucking 20 minutes trying to understand them like Free Saints, but these do seem very very good. So, holy, a Corialis stream, the rare Corialis stream. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try stream a little bit more with the new Torchlight season. I really enjoyed playing Torchlight last season, so the worst thing is when you don't enjoy games that you use your free will to play, and then you have to stream it. But yeah, anyway, Beneath the Sticks seems fucking crazy. So I think that's a big W there for the channeled guys. Also, there are other channel there are other channels characters other than Selena, right? Like MC players are channeled guys, right? Like I haven't played MC myself, but MC's a channeled skill too. So I don't know how this interacts with damage over time that they do, but yeah, seems good. Channel support also looks insane. Yeah, that channel support actually did look good. To be fair, once I broke the numbers down, it on Howling Gale it looked to be stronger than a regular support. So right, Pantheon's Elegy. Why do I get nervous hovering like they put Screams of Desiccated into TLI? Is that a PoE2 thing? Because it sounds like a PoE2 thing or a Diablo 4 thing. I don't know what that is. Right. I feel I did. I've said I've scrolled through this already. I didn't actually hover over these, right? Because I actually got nervous that these would be massive, like tooltips that I had to read. PoE one. Okay, yeah. I did play. I got ill at the start of this season. I got fucking blood clots in my lungs at the start of this PoE, the newest PoE 1 season, not the one that's obviously coming out in the future, but the one that came out. That's when I got the fucking blood clots in my lungs. I had to stop on like day 3 or something like that. So I didn't actually get to see the Screams that are desiccated. So, right, Pantheon's Elegy. I'm gonna have a quick sip of water before I. If I hover over this tooltip and it's like 5 words, I'll be so happy. But I know it's not going to be because it says random. Be warned. Yeah. Make sure the water's not in my mouth when I hover over this so I don't spit it all over my fucking keyboard. Ah! Oh my fuck. Oh my fucking god. It's got a scroll bar on it. What the fuck? What the fuck are we doing here? Okay. Right. So, it's got 6% movement speed, so that's pretty cool. It's got minus skill cost as well. And it's got +6 to all stats. So nice generic stat line at the top there. As for the random Dirge of the Six Gods, okay, let's fucking lock in on this now, because if not, we are actually going to be here for 30 minutes thinking about this. Dirges will not be repeated, so you will not get the same skill, the same thing twice on this. Okay, something to mention too. It is a belt, so it does take over your Eternity slot, and what's the other good belt? I can't remember. It goes over your Eternity slot if you want to use Eternity. Eternity's usually a little bit overkill anyway. But the other thing as well is it's another item in the Pride line, so it is officially a Pride item, right? It's got the rainbow glow. And if you use this, you are technically gay. So just take that into account if you want to be gay or not. You might want to skip this item if you don't want to be. I think I'll personally use it myself, but right, let's read what it actually does before we sign any checks on it. Right, God of Might. So it gives one of these, and they're all random. So additional 60% max life and defense. Fucking hell. Okay, 60%. Precise Swiftness gains an additional effect 150% attack and cast speed. That's fucking insane on its own, right? Precise Swiftness. So Precise Swiftness is 10% mana reservation, right? So 10% of your mana reservation is 150 base attack and cast speed. And then it gets better with aura effect. And because this is a belt, you can use this with Lone Walkers, right? So that's going to be a very good one, number 1. Base primary stats no longer grant additional damage. For every 3 points of the lowest, 2% additional. Upper limit 80. If the lowest stats are equal, each stat is calculated multiplicatively. I'm too stupid to realize how fucking good this is. Okay, this is obviously very good, right? So let's break this down. Additional, for every 3 points, you get 2%. So upper limit is 80%, so you need 40 stacks. So you need 120 strength and dex and int, and it gives you 240% additional damage because if they're equal, each stat is calculated multiplicatively. Is that correct? I think that's correct, right? 240% additional if you've got at least 120 in strength, dex, and they're all matched. They have to be matched. I think that is how I'm reading that. God of War, guaranteed critical strike. Guaranteed critical strike. Fucking hell. Goddess of Deception, every 2 seconds, alternately gains. Attack and spell kills have a 100% chance to trigger explosion. Or permanently have 100 blur. Cool. God of Machines, persistently triggers core active skill every 0.2 seconds. What the fuck? Okay, this is... And you don't get one of these, you get up to 3 of these. Or lesser gods. So you get one guaranteed dirge, one guaranteed, like, OP one, like, god one, and then all of these... Okay, right, so this one will be between these... It'll be between, like, a dirge or a lesser god on these two, but you'll get one guaranteed dirge. Okay, but you can get up to 3. Okay, so these small ones, I'm just gonna zip through these because I guess it's gonna be weighted that you're likely gonna have 2 of these, and I assume these are all gonna be like weaker than those other ones were. When entering low life, 30% additional damage for 2 seconds. When losing low life, I always find these sort of mods kind of hard to judge because it's quite hard to get the effect all the time, right? And it's only for 2 seconds, so I guess this is a bad one. With a 2-handed weapon equipped, nearby enemies within 15 meters are affected by a level 25 Timid Curse. With 2-hand weapon equipped, immune to curse. Seems bad, right? I think. Seems quite weak. I guess the immune to curse part is very good, but, like... Actually, I guess, like... I was immediately thinking you need +1 curses for this, but this just saves you going for Timid on Ring or putting it on your skill bar. So it's actually like a quite good benefit, right? It saves you a active skill slot, or it saves you your Ring, like, implicit, or Dream Affix being a Timid curse. So that's actually quite good, to be fair. Warlord, 100% of increases and reductions to max fire resistance also apply to max cold and max lightning resist. This is, like, quite good, right? It just duplicates your... This is Tessalio or Valaco, right? I think this is Valaco, where it just copies your max fire res to other resistances, so quite good. Blade Runner, while wielding a claw, plus 10% attack speed while wielding a sword. Multi-strike damage increased by 40%. Wielding an axe, 100% skill area. Wielding a hammer, additional 15%. Additional 15% crit strike rating, pretty good. While wielding a dagger, 100% critical strike damage. Just a generic little bump in damage then. Nothing like to build around, but pretty nice. Additional, right? Druid, additional minus 25% damage taken, loses 15% of current life and energy shield per second, and then you get restoration of 15% of your missing life and energy shield per second. So the thing that jumps out to me here is this could actually be quite good for energy shield builds that are seal converting their life, like, down quite low, right? Because you lose 15% of your current, so lose 15% of your current life and ES per second, but the restoration is based on your missing life and energy shield, and because you've got a lot of missing life, hopefully it would be enough to counteract that. That's just my first impression of that. Pretty strong DR layer, though, to be fair. 25% for like a sub stat on a belt seems like pretty good. When dealing damage, energy shield charges immediately with a 0.2 second interval. At full energy shield, lose 40% max energy shield. After recently losing full energy shield state, gains an additional 6% max energy shield up to 4 stacks. So up to 24% max energy shield. And at full energy shield, you lose 40% of your max energy shield. And then, okay, literally whatever, bro, on that, to be honest with you. Unless you're a ES stacker, I don't think you care, right? But like some cicada shell guy might love that, but elementalist. Nearby enemies within 20 meters, minus 35% elemental resistance. Respectable. Prophet, when dealing damage, inflicts frostbite, plus 20 frostbite upper, plus 20 frostbite rating upper limit for each physical, elemental, erosion damage type dealt recently. Actually very good and very easy to proc all of these, right? With just a little bit of flat damage. Like, for example, in the... God, I don't want to be AFK on that. I've been AFK on a dummy before. And I've tabbed back in, and it was literally like a fucking slideshow. It had like a memory leak or something for how long I was hitting the dummy or some shit. It was crazy. It's very good with the Elementalist. I'm going here. The Elementalist tree has like these nodes, so you just need one in these nodes, right? And it's very good with this. You need to solve the erosion damage somewhere, but yeah, this Prophet one seems like a standout, like very good. Ranger, lose fervor when there are no enemies in proximity, while you have fervor, 200% attack radical and spell radical, so this is attack aggression and spell aggression. So actually very good because lose fervor. I assume this is overwritten by have fervor, or you just get in proximity all the time. Either way, whatever, seems good, and I'm sure the permanent fervor mods probably counteract that. Probably, you'd hope, but Shadow Dancer, 20% additional damage. Physical damage taken by nearby enemies within 10 meters is converted to lightning damage. I guess it's okay if your fizz converted to lightning, right? Sentinel. During Aegis of Fire, which is a defensive skill that gives you, I think, attack and spell block chance, isn't it? You get 20% block ratio. During Aegis of Fire, 20% of fizz damage taken is converted to fire damage. Very good. Actually, very good, I feel. Psychic. For every 1% affliction effect, 1% reaping duration capped at 300%, additional minus 10% reaping restoration speed. No idea what that means. Like I said, haven't played affliction builds, reaping builds, damage over time builds, whatever. Sure, it's absolutely disgustingly OP and the best line on here, but I don't play them. Warlock, 100% chance to inflict damaging ailments. Adds 1-to-1 base ailment damage. So that's actually good and saves you a lot of points if you're in the dirty tricks setup, right? Because it gives you your base ailment damage here and sorts all your chance to inflict damage ailments. So there's only damaging ailments. So it doesn't cover frostbite, it doesn't cover numbed, right? It's only damage and ailments, which are trauma, ignite, will, I think. But still okay, I guess. Lich, God, I just know this is gonna be fucking OP. For every 1 point of remaining energy, additional minus 1% damage. Up to minus 50%. Okay. For each non-exclusive support skill, +2 aura effect capped at 50%. Support skill mana multiplier is fixed at 85%. Isn't this dog shit? For every single point of remaining energy that you have, you get minus 1% additional damage. So on this build, for example, I have 14 remaining energy. So this would give minus 14% additional damage, which seems very bad. But for each non-exclusive support skill, if it was exclusive support skills, it would be different, right? This is probably like a problem with being translated from Chinese to English, but I think what this is saying is for each different support skill that you have, it gives you 2% aura effect, so you can't use multiple of like stand as one and restrain, stuff like that. I think, anyway. It's a little bit weird to understand that. Non-exclusive support skills for each non-exclusive support skills, whereas if it was dupes, I would think it was exclusive support skills. But that is what I assume it is pointing at, because it wants you to reserve all of your energy and have a bunch of different supports, I think. Support skill mana multiplier is fixed at 85%, which is very good. Yeah, bit of a strange one to try and understand that, because usually when it leads with the downside, this would be an extremely strong upside, right? 50% aura effect is very good, but then this is like non-exclusive support skill. Does this mean like precise maybe, or I'm not 100% sure if this is like referring to precise or if this is like you have to have different supports or something like that. But the bottom line is very good though. Support skill mana multiplier is fixed at 85%, so it's basically like a souped up lich, right? So machinist, when synthetic troops would deal double damage, they instead deal triple damage. That's pretty good. I imagine that's very good for anyone like building around synthetic troops, any minion builds building around synthetic troops, but particularly Moto would love something like that because he does so much like single instance damage. This just makes it so you can hit the cap on that a lot quicker, right? So, very good Moto to line, I would say. Steel Vanguard. When casting elixir skills, trigger a random level 20 elixir skill with a 4-second interval. So, if this didn't have the 4-second interval, I would think this would be extremely, extremely good. And you just permanently have like every elixir skill up. But the problem is that 4-second interval. Like you do say like Sage from last season. I know Sage got a big nerf, and I'll go through the nerf soon, obviously. But like Sage from last season got a very she would spam elixirs very quickly, right? So if this didn't have that 4-second interval on, then you would just have every elixir on you permanently, much like you had most miraculous touch buffs on you most of the time, right? Because it's got this 4-second interval on it, I don't think it's that good. I assume they all like benefit from elixir skill effect, elixir skill duration, stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think it's that good. It's probably good, but it's not like OP. And an alchemist, enemies defeated by spirit mages have a 20% chance to explode, dealing true damage equal to 300% of the defeated enemy's max life to enemies within a 6-meter radius every 5 levels, plus 8% mega skill area. Spirit Magus skill area. Minus Spirit Magus damage. Haven't played a dedicated build around Spirit Magus. Obviously, funnily enough, this Arrow Ironheart builds, probably the one I've min-maxed the most out of anything and played the most out of any build so far in Torchlight, is built around Spirit Magus, but it doesn't build around like them actually attacking. It builds around the effects. I'm not sure how good this is. If there's any Spirit Magus gamers out there that know, then obviously let me know. But I don't think that's that good. Okay, so that is all the mods that can be on Pantheon's Elegy. So standouts are obviously all of the Dirge skills seem very, very good. Particularly like, well, I say particularly, but basically they're all fucking insane, right? They are literally all very good. So if you get 2 or 3 Dirges, you're probably just onto a winner with this belt anyway. Lesser gods, there are some that obviously I feel like are weaker than other ones, but in general, they're all like a pretty good positive, and they're worth the they're worth the opportunity cost of using this over like a very good defensive rare belt or a light hunter belt or Eternity. So Pantheon's Eulogy, very good item. Whew. Okay, right. Have a little sip of water, and then we'll try understand this, I suppose. And then it is getting on. So it's getting on towards the reveal. So I will probably watch the first part of the reveal where it just shows you Afterlight and then just get straight back into the patch notes. Right. What the fuck does this say? Never. Let me readjust myself so I'm comfy because I think I'm going to be here a little bit longer than I expected. Never King's Divinity. So, added Never King's Divinity progression system for Divinity slates. Never King. So number one, I think this is the Afterlight reward and like season stuff. You know what I mean? Like this is the like in Lunaria we had Revival. This is the season mechanic for Afterlight. I think this is the like system from Afterlight. I think anyway. So it adds a additional progression system for divinity slates. Never King's Divinity is a special craftable divinity that can be placed on the divinity slate panel. And each character can equip up to one at a time. So, I think this is a slate that you craft. It has its own sockets and forms. By consuming divine remnants of various gods, players can inscribe talent nodes from different pantheons and types onto the Never King's Divinity. Once all sockets are filled, Never King's Divinity unlocks a special effect based on its type. So, long and short of this is, I think it's a slate that you craft, has its own, it says its own form, so I guess it has its own shape of how it is. It can probably be like a rectangle, like a 2x3 rectangle or something like that, like probably what it means. And it has its own like sockets, and then once you fully put stuff into these sockets, it gives you an additional effect, right? So much like other season mechanics, it has like a weak version and a strong version. So thinking of like prisms, Never King's Broken Divinity has two sockets, right? So this would be like a purple prism, and Never King's Divinity has three sockets. So this would be like a legendary prism, right? Supports higher tier socket combinations. Brand talent node crafting and locked affixes makes the core pursuit for mid to late game progression. Okay, comes into following types: Judgment, Contamination, Banishment. And this is Broken Judgment, Broken Contamination, Broken Banishment. Okay, so essentially you get purple, you get orange ones. Never King's Divinity slots are divided into 4 quality tiers. Blue, purple, orange, and red. So, starting at blue, you can inscribe small nodes. Purple, small and medium. Orange, small, medium, legendary. And then red, you can inscribe everything plus ultimate talent nodes. Using Divine Remnant magic, or Divine Remnant rare, Divine Remnant legendary, inscribes one affix from the corresponding Divine Talent node pool. Divine Remnants cover to 6 pantheons. Using Never King's Divine Remnant randomly inscribes a ultimate Never King talent node from the brand talent node pool. Once all sockets on Never King's Divinity are filled, crafting it again randomly replaces one affix in a replaceable socket. Complete divinities can use Never King's Soul Nail to lock one socket. Locked sockets will not be so. Okay, so you craft them with these items. you inscribe ultimate mods with the Divine Remnants, and you can lock one of them with nails. So you can actually lock a mod, and then you're rolling the other mods. Okay, so once this slate fills up, you get one of these effects. So the Divinity slates have 70% increased effect, or existing brand talents are projected at 20% strength to all slates directly adjacent to the divinity. So, is this like now price is 10k? Yeah. Yeah, the now, I could see it. Actually, they tend not to be nail price next season is going to be 10k, but like in the actual season that is the mechanic, they tend not to be like too crazy because everyone's doing it, right? Every single person's doing this mechanic. So this projection thing, what do we think this means? Because I think it might be like a reverse Moth Sparks. I think this might put 20% of its affixes onto adjacent slates rather than copying the mod from the slate. I guess we find out in like half an hour. But that's what I assume anyway. I assume it like splashes, if that makes sense, its own affixes onto other slates. Isn't like the cross one. The cross one copies all medium, right? Is that what you're talking about? Residents of Stars copies all the big one. The big one that goes in the middle, like on Moto builds, they play it, don't they? Uh, no. Let's see if I can find one. No. Classic. No. No. No, I can't find it anyway. That just copies that copies nodes from the ones around it, right? I think this puts I know. I just wanted to show an example on screen of like how it actually works. I think this one like does the reverse of that, and it puts some of a small percentage of its affixes onto adjacent slates, if that makes sense. I think anyway. That's how I'm reading it. We'll find out in half an hour when the stream goes up, but yeah, that's how I'm reading that anyway. Um, and then Nether King's Divinity Banishment. Okay, so Nether King's Divinity Banishment looks like it just has for each like type of skill, it just has a buff for that, right? So you apply paralysis on demolisher skills, deal 20% additional damage to paralysis effects bonus. Paralysis effect also applied to this effect's bonus. It's actually pretty good, to be fair. Actually quite good. When using Steep Strike skill, each 1% Steep Strike chance above 100% has a chance to trigger a core Steep Strike skill, causing that triggered skill to deal 70% additional and gain 70% skill area. Wow, it's pretty good. But you do have to build an extra 100% Steep Strike chance, really, because I don't think this is capped, right? So, after using an attack mobility skill, Shadow Strike skills deal 12% additional. It doesn't say additional, actually, it just says plus 12%, but I assume that's additional because these were additional. Casting attack mobility skill triggers 2 core Shadow Strike skills. Skills cast by Spellburst deal 28% additional on hit. So it has, like, in the interest of just saving a bit of time, basically, banishment for each type of skill that you have. This is Terror, this is horizontal skills. This is elixirs. It has like an effect for those, right? So it's even more randomization on the fucking slates. Okay, so these are all the mods. So these are all the small ones that can go on the low level ones. These are all the medium ones. Then you've got the legendary ones, and you've got the ultimate ones. So we'll zip through these. The small ones, as you can imagine, just small benefits that you'd see on like regular slates, right? So damage, minion damage, a little bit of flat, crit strike rating, crit strike damage, attack speed, skill area, whatever, small defensive stats. Medium, this is when you're starting to see like more interesting stats. So elemental penetration, armor penetration, DD, base, so base ailment stuff, ignite, trauma, will. Movement speed, aura effect, sealed mana, warcry, elixir effect, stats 30, which is actually quite a lot, right? 6% additional, regain, regen, and your shield charge. Legendaries when you're starting to see the good mods. So you're starting to see stuff like 12% additional, 12% additional to enemies with a curse, timid, entangled paint. So you can actually get timid on your slate now, which is good. And this is only legendary too. This isn't even ultimate. Immunities are on here. Attack aggression effect, damage type anomaly chance. I wouldn't even like to guess what the fuck that is, but damage type anomaly chance. Fucking hell. Crit strike rating, fizz damage cannot be converted to other types. This is flat as well, so 30% frostbite effect, quite good. Numbed effect, and additionally applies 2 stacked of numbed. That's good, right? Ailment probably. 30% ailment chance. Yeah, actually that makes sense. That is probably ailment. Yeah, ailments aren't on here otherwise, are they? Yeah, it's probably ailment, right? Yeah, numbed. This seems very good, right? Numbed effect and additional 2 stacks of numbed. I think this is quite difficult to get otherwise, so bit of a W for lightning skills. And then these are the ultimate ones. So these are the strongest ones. Each slate on a link grants 4% additional damage and minion damage. Jesus. Each slate on a link. I assume link is like around it, adjacent. For each slate on a link, 4% aura effect. For each stone tablet on the link. Connected, yeah. For each stone tablet on the link, 4% Origin Spirit Magus effect. That's very good, right? Stone tablet is the stuff that you slot into it, and Origin of Spirit Magus effect was really difficult to get, but very, very strong once you stack it to like 650+%, like I did on my last build. Like, this is a very hard stat to get, and it's very, very, very strong. Corner of Divinity and Fallen Starlight on connected lines, 25% effect. And non-legendary tablets on links, 20% effect. Jesus Christ. This seems super, super good. Contamination. So this was one base type. This is the other base type. Projection effect for all Divinity Slate. Divinity effect upper limit 1. Contamination is active. All pedigreed gods gain 100% projection effect. We really need to find out what projection effect actually means. I assume it like connects it to other. God, I really don't know. When contaminations affect diagonally adjacent slates are subject to projection. I think we just wait for the reveal to show what this actually is, because we're like sort of extrapolating at the minute. Reveal's going to be in 25 minutes. I'm going to have to flick it on, but I'm probably only going to watch the season exclusive stuff, because we're midway through the patch notes, right? So I'm probably just going to watch the actual reveal for the season exclusive stuff, the hero, and then once they've gone through that, they usually go through like, oh, here's the new legendary, here's the changes we're making. At that point, I'll tune out, and then I will come back to the patch notes, because I think we're getting to the point now where we're like, this is quite like dense reading matter, but then we're getting to the point where this is like, this is not going to take us long to just zip through this stuff that is left here. So, right, anyway. Where were we? Banishment. Ooh. New pack spirit. Banishment effect brand, 3% aura effect for each additional bonus slate, sealed mana comp for each adjacent divinity slate, armor, evasion, whatever, plus Yeah, okay. Universal. So I guess you can have these on your... Okay, so this is an ultimate mod that can go on any of these three slate types. Fizz damage against enemies in proximity. Fearless gains a base effect, 5% chance to deal double damage. So bear in mind, this is base, so this is scaled up by Lone Walker and Aura effect in general. For every +1 spell skill level, you get spell crit strike rating, spell crit strike rating percent as well, up to 10 stacks. It's pretty neat. For every 1% life sealed plus additional spell damage. Let's just say you have 90%. Actually, isn't this 13.86? Let's see, 0.14 times 90. 12.6. What the fuck? Oh no, it is right. Yeah. I was thinking of 99, but yeah, 12% 12% additional spell damage, so quite good. Horizontal projectiles have 14% chance to return to you. Seems bad. You typically want like 100%, right? But 6% knockback distance gain, projectile damage. Yep, whatever. Additional affliction effect. I'm sure that's great. I don't know how good it is, unfortunately. +1 summon skill level and minion damage. Cool. Reaping. Don't know, haven't played it. For each minion you have, minions deal additional damage up to 6 stacks, 15% minion life. Cool. For each recent non-critical strike, 100% critical strike damage. Dog shit. Sorry, but it is. +1 to skill level. Okay, so you get the idea. You get some pretty good mods on the ultimate mods. Okay, so red slots plus its T1. Wonder if that's the lowest. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder. Right. So another sip of water. My throat's getting absolutely destroyed. All this fucking yapping about stuff we're not even gonna play for a week. Right. Pact Spirit. So, as always, every season. Let me move forward on my chat. As always, every single season they release a Pact Spirit that is a perfect build around for the new hero. And this is to incentivize you buying packs, obviously, or buying gacha pulls, whatever. And let's take a look at what this one does. So, it's called Ice Mirror. Medium small node is 24% terror damage, 16% terror charge restoration speed, 16% terror skill area. I wonder if this is actually 12% base, and then leveled up it gets 24, 16, 16. Major node, stage in the mirror. While on a terror skill, gain 1 stack of mirrored shade. Mirrored shade gives you 4% additional terror skill damage. Stacks up to 3 stacks. Gaining it again refreshes the duration, so this is giving you 12% additional terror skill damage. Base. This is... So, level 1 pet is this, right? And a level 2 pet adds this. Okay, so level 2 pet gives you +1 Mirror Shade stack limit, which is 4% additional. So this goes up to 16%. Tier 3 pet gives you another 4% additional, so 20%. Tier 4 pet gives you +1 stack limit, goes from +1 to +2, so that's another 4%. Tier 5 gives you another 4%. And Tier 6 gives you, when it reaches its stacked cap, Terror Charge stack cap +1. So it is 4% additional, I think, for every level up to 6, and then at 6 you get a Terror Charge stack cap +1, which, following the pattern of the other ones, +12 additional is kind of weak. It does seem kind of weak. And then I haven't played Terror skills before. This probably is a big deal, this last one, to offset how weak the actual like levels are up to this point, I imagine. But we'll see, right? So doesn't seem like it is mandatory to play with this fucking combat pact spirit at all. Yeah, just seems actually seems a lot weaker than the last ones, right? The last ones have been like 20% out of the game. The ones before Sage were like 24% out of the gate, weren't they? And then Sage's was like 4 or 35% skill elixir skill effect. Can't remember, but yeah, it seems quite weak. But then have this like I'm not sure how strong this is at the bottom, right? The actual Terror Charge stack. So Leash is cute, yeah, not bad, not bad. Model, I suppose. And then Lady Obituary. Lady Obituary. Drop Pact Spirit. So this hasn't been revealed yet. This is just like some waves. This is the season effect. So again, I'm like summarizing this. We haven't even seen the reveal yet. We'll see the reveal in 15 minutes. Typically, the first level one of these give around about 15% chance to double. So you look at like Sandlord. Sandlord, I think, gives 15% chance to double at level one. Quite typical that they would give about a 15% chance to duplicate their rewards. I think the Dream Pet does it too, for example. And yeah, and then each level after this just gives additional. And then at level 3 gives you a bigger bonus of when they have Elegy effect, they have a 50% chance to duplicate their rewards one additional time. Then at level 5, they have a 100% chance to duplicate their rewards another additional time. Well, sorry, I think this is just the same one additional. And then at level 6, in the Afterlight gameplay, when each wave of Wraith monsters spawn, the chance to trigger Elegy effect is changed from 15% to 25%, causing all reward units in that spawn to duplicate their rewards once. So, who fucking knows what that means? I certainly don't at the minute because it hasn't even been revealed yet. But yeah, you get a lot of fucking duplication shit, right? So exactly the same as like Cube, it is good at level 1. It looks, let's just say it looks good, right? I don't know how good it is. No one knows how good it is till they get their hands on it. But it looks good at level 1, level 3, and then 5 and 6. So if you're gonna swipe, go all the fucking way with it. Why not? Also, great rack on this drop, Pact Spirit. Really appreciate them putting a lot of work into making sure the things that follow you around have giant racks. So the Gooners get something out of it this season. Right. Build adjustments. We can just start zipping through this now, right? This is all we're through the dense reading. We're through all the new stuff and having to actually think about it. Now we can just rattle off the changes, right? So essentially from now on, just going to be going through all these and just giving a quick, that's good, that's bad, like what are they thinking on this? In about 10 minutes time, I'll flick on the Torchlight stream. I'll put on the reveal, but like I said, I'm just going to be watching the season reveal so I get more context of what this actually fucking means. And then once they start talking about the stuff I'm about to read anyway, I'm not going to do both. I'll just flick off the reveal. So, obviously if you want to watch the full reveal, go over there, watch that. If you want to have the patch notes somewhat spoon-fed to you, then, stick around and we'll watch the seasonal stuff and then come back to the patch notes. Right, so build adjustments. Global mechanic adjustments. So this is everybody. Minions are now immune to ailment. That's great. Added an evasion cap stat, which is the cap for attack and spell evasion chance. So it can now be affected by an evasion cap stat. Evasion chance. So your maximum evasion is now 75%, and there are mods that will increase the cap. So you start at 75%, and you can increase this with mods that will now be on, I assume, gear. This next one is hilarious. Tangle quantity cap adjusted from 6 to 4. So this is a massive tangle nerf, unless there's massive buffs later on that make up for this. This is a God, am I running these numbers right? 33%. This is a 33%. I can't remember if this is a 33% or a 50% nerf. I think it's a 33% nerf to tangles across the board, right? Because rather than having 6 on, you'll now have 4 on. So, yeah, big shame for the tangle enjoyers. Did I play a tangle build this season? I don't think I played a tangle build this season. Oh yeah, I did. Sage. My league starter was a tangle build, and it was very, very strong. And I played tangles last season on Ice Lance Gemma. She was also very, very strong. Tangles in general were fucking OP. So this is needed, but probably upset a lot of people because it was a very popular play style as well, because it was essentially brands from PoE. But yeah, substantial nerf to Tangle, at least, and we'll see if there's any buffs to make up for it later. Added a mechanic explanation for Lucky. So Lucky, that basically clarified what it is. So Very Lucky is rolled 3 times, keeps the most favorable. Unlucky, outcome is rolled twice, keeps the least favorable. Lucky and unlucky cancel each other out. Very lucky and unlucky cancel each other out to lucky when both are present. Okay, so there's the clarification on that. They actually do cancel each other out when they're both present. Added a mechanic explanation for deflection. When hit by an attack, all current deflection stacks are consumed, reducing that damage by an additional 6% per stack. The default deflection stack is 4%, maximum cap is 10%. So you can be up to 60% damage reduction on deflection, but the default is 24. So, gear affix adjustments. Gear affix. So, they've added these to all helmets, which is 12 to 20% critical strike damage reduction, and nearby enemies within 15 to 20 meters have frail. So, I'm not really too sure how good the crit strike damage reduction is. I think it's not very good, right? Off the top of my head, I would think it's not very good. Typically, when things are hitting you that hard, you're either tanky enough that you don't care, or you're squishy enough that you're getting one shot anyway, right? So it's like it falls either side of the spectrum, right? So the actual crit strike damage reduction, I think, doesn't matter too much. Nearby enemies within 15 to 20 meters have frail. You would typically get this on a slate, right? I think you'd get this on a slate, or off the top of my head, is it a neck mod? So I guess this is not too bad, because it just gives you another place to get frail from, right? So you choose between getting it on slate, or you choose between getting it on your helm. Now, the thing this does is it dilutes the pool of mods, right? So it doesn't actually say what tier these are, but I imagine this is ultimate, and this kind of looks advanced, to be honest with you. I don't know if this is good enough to be ultimate, but let's just assume ultimate and advanced. This does dilute the pool, so you're less likely to actually hit the mods you want, even if frail is good. You're less likely to hit a mod you want if you don't want frail anyway, if you're attack build. Frail increases the spell. I think frail increases the spell damage they take by 13% off the top of my head. It's either 13 or 15%. Added for Dex helmets, so Dex helmets only. +1 to +2 deflection stack cap. And against spell damage, evasion's no longer reduced by default. Awesome. Never played evasion, so no idea how good that is. Chest armor. So strength, dex, int, chest armor added +3 fortitude stack cap. So fortitude is usually get it on a slate. It's 4% damage reduction, I think, each one. 5% hit damage reduction. Okay. 5% hit damage reduction for each one. So this is well, you would this is the roll range 2 to 3. So you would want to be on 3. So this is 15% hit damage reduction, as long as you have, fortitude anyway. So that's fine, I suppose. Again, not too good. I assume this is an ultimate mod, so you just got to think this is diluting the pool. Dex, chest, armor added bonus, +1 to +2 deflection stack cap. Again, never played with evasion or deflection, so not sure how good this is. And then it has the same mod here. Against spell damage, evasion is no longer additionally reduced by default. And then gloves also have this, and they also have on spirit rings bond stack cap. So bond, as we covered earlier, each stack of bond gives 40% minion damage, 10% minion attack speed, cast speed, move speed. Minions take minus additional damage. Initial cap is at 3, but now you can have 4 with your +1 bond on your spirit ring. Rings gained tier 1 spell burst upper limit +1, and it's kind of funny. This is they've actually clarified these are ultimate and these aren't. So maybe these are all advanced, in which case it doesn't really matter too much about the roll range. And this would actually be very nice being able to get frail on an advanced mod if this is the case. But I'm assuming it's ultimate, but if it's not, it'd be a nice surprise. So ultimate affix here, spell burst upper limit +1, pretty nice. I don't think spell burst needed the support, to be honest with you. A lot of people seem to play spell burst, and skills cast by spell burst deal 6 to 8% additional on hit damage. So, is this the same mod? I feel like this is the same mod, even though it's separated by breaker. If this is the same mod, this is fucking crazy, right? So, yeah, more spell burst support for some reason. And then on Spirit Ring, you can get bond stat cap +1 again. So looks like it's the same mod. I don't know if this is just a mistake and repeated twice, but yeah. Right, there are wands and scepters. Basic suffix, terror charge restoration speed. So this is obviously getting in preparation for Selena 2. Ultimate affix, terror damage enhancement. So similar to Tangle, probs different bods too. I don't know what you mean by that, but ultimate suffix tier 1, 26 to 35% terror damage enhancement. So similar to Tangle damage enhancement, similar to steep strike damage on swords. This is just going to be a different multiplier for your spells. So definitely going to want this. When casting a barrage skill, transfer that barrage skill's total wave count +1, and then this goes, if you're using like Tin Staff, this is double, obviously, because it's a two-hander, and then pistol, musket, cannon all get the same mod. So I can't remember what the skill was, but there's a new barrage related skill up here. Never played a barrage skill, so I don't know how good it is. Necklace. So this has been changed, it looks like. Tier 1 spell burst cap has been changed to beacon, and skills cast by spell burst deal minus additional on hit damage. So beacon was beacon not +1? Was beacon not +1 spell already? Or spell burst already? +2 max spell burst. Okay, so instead of getting +1 spell burst, now you're getting +2, but this is covering your core talent where you would have took this before anyway, so it's like, weird. Is it a buff or is it a nerf, especially once you take into account this -6 to 4% additional on hit damage. So if this is overwritable by a core talent that is as good as Beacon, then obviously it's a buff. If Beacon was one of the better core talents anyway, you're getting this on your necklace and you're replacing the Beacon that you had before with a weaker one. It's probably a break even, right? So, and then necklace ultimate affix tier 1 can gain bond, so this just gives you access to bond. Right, it's 2 minutes till the Torchlight reveal. Like I said, I'm just going to chuck this on. Going to drag this over from my other monitor, just making sure this is going to put up ultimate player as well. Okay, so you see this? Okay, it's actually well timed because it gives my voice a little bit of a break as well. Because I've been yapping for like 3 hours nearly at this point. This is a lot more than I thought it would take. Friendship ended with Tangle. Spellburst is now my best friend. Yeah, Tangle. Already, we haven't read any more Tangle changes, but just having two Tangles Banner snapped away from you is pretty horrible, right? Yeah, unfortunate. It had a good run though. To be fair, it had like 2 seasons. It was very good. Right, so 30 seconds until the Torchlight reveal. Like I said, I'm basically just gonna let this play. Might chuck a couple of "ooh, that looks good" or "ooh, whatever" right on top of it, but not going to be much to watch that you can't see on the official Torchlight stream at this point. I didn't want it to overlap, but it is what it is. Took longer to uh, go through the patch notes than I thought. Got into a bit of a yap sesh, so yeah, just gonna basically let this play, let my voice rest a little bit. As soon as the season stuff is covered, I'm going straight back to patch notes though. So this will probably only take 5 to 10 minutes. Nice, fast. We love that. Well, what nationality Andre is? I can't tell what his accent is. Dutch? I'd love for him to say RuneScape, and then I'll be able to get an accurate read. That sounds good. God, what the fuck is this? This better move faster than this in maps. I assume it's gonna have its own like progression system, like last couple of seasons. Okay, jackpot reward, lovely. Those will all be like destroyed in my bag because it'll all be worthless. All these uniques. Okay, jackpot charms, excellent. Love them. Oh, it's got the endless nightmare guy. There's obviously something wrong with this because he's playing Sage in the footage, but you just saw hits of free trill, which is never going to happen again because Sage has just been absolutely nuked. Okay, cool. Lunara is going to be like, oh shit. So it's so it's actually keeping the Lunaria progression thing. They usually get rid of this and replace it with talent nodes, like Never Realm chart points. I mean, but Lunaria is gonna have both. So Lunaria seems like, I mean, we don't really know. I'm not really a currency guy, but seems kind of seems kind of strong. They do usually catch a fucking big nerf though, right? Next season you can roll for it still. Roll for what? The pet or what? With a discount. Oh well, if it's for a pet, I don't mind. I'm not gonna roll for any drop pets anyway. Okay, is this like this might be all we want to watch anyway because all this is covered by patch notes. This is good though, to be fair. It's interesting. I thought this was already very good. Okay, if this is gonna loop stuff that we've already looked at, I'm probably gonna stop watching the stream there. But okay, that's pretty cool. Wow, look at all that flame sand. I'm sure that's worth loads. Okay, I've got a feeling that this is just gonna be stuff we're looping on that we're gonna go read anyway. I'll watch this for another couple of minutes and then I'll get back to the patch notes, I think. Ooh, Supreme Showdown adjustments. Oh shit. Oh, no, this is the SS20 one from last week. Oh, fuck off. Oh, they actually give a damage boost now. She's got a baby down to sleep. Is this the new champ? There's a replays. It's just going through the Supreme Showdown stuff. Here we go. This is what we wanted to see. It is slates. Okay. Fucking hell! Look at these. Breeding direction. Isn't the slate board bigger? Haven't they've made the slate board bigger, right? That's huge. The fuck? New UI again. Yeah, they redo it like every season now, it feels like. Get his butt out of here. Okay. Okay. This is stuff we already guessed and already figured from the patch notes, so I'll watch this probably for another couple of minutes. And if the next time it like loops through stuff we already figured, then I'll just swap back to the patch notes and finish those off. Let's see how this actually worked, because this is what we couldn't really figure. Oh, it copies it but like increases the effect. Yeah, what is this project ship? It does put it on. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Okay, it works how I thought it would. I like the cutesy anime like UI. Yeah, I don't really like the new UI or the new art style, to be fair. I don't know if you saw the new art style, but I'll show you in a sec what it looks like. You can actually see it here in the hideout. It looks horrible in my opinion. I don't know why people like it, but it's different style, right? This is the new Moto as well, by the way. He looks fucking bad. I was about to say something else bad, but he just looks bad, I think. Yeah, I'll show you in a sec, Razzie. Show you renewed enemy. Okay, right. This is. I'm just gonna mute this. Put this back on my other screen. Um, this is Lupin stuff that I'm gonna cover anyway in these patch notes. So I'm just gonna, rather than just leech off the Torchlight stream and watch that, I will go through some further stuff on the patch notes. It looks like we're only halfway through, but the formatting on this is like very loose, so this will probably only take like maybe maximum an hour to go through the rest of this. I'd hope anyway. But God, where were we? I think we were like here. Yeah, have a look at this Razzie. This is what they've done to the characters. Just drag this over actually. What the fuck is this like? this is this is you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. This was shown at TorchCon like 6 hours ago. Yeah, Their Chinese MMOifying the characters. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Like we had a little. No one seemed to like this in the. This was the old hideout as well, and then this is the new one. It just looks like everything's being run through an AI filter, right? Like I don't know. Have a look at Moto as well. This is what they've done to Moto. Look, this was him, and now this is Moto. I don't know. This feels characteristic and fun and whimsical to me, and this just feels like every other AI slop game that's out, right? Like, if I look at this, I can tell you this is from Torchlight Infinite, right? And if I look at this, if I didn't have the context that this was Moto being updated, I wouldn't be able to tell you what game this is from. Yeah, exactly. It looks like a game that's losing its original identity. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I hope this isn't in this season and we've got another few seasons. But yeah, I'm not a big fan, to be fair. Right. Anyway, that's all I'm gonna watch of the live stream because it's just now like looping through stuff that we're either already covered or we're going to cover in the patch notes anyway, and I don't want to go over it twice. So I'm just going to carry on reading patch notes. Obviously, if you guys want to carry on watching the live stream, go for it. But I'm just going to be reading through these and figuring out what else is going on. So let me get readjusted in my seat, have a little sip of water, and get right back to it because still quite a bit to go through. Right. Rings. So you can now. So sorry, not you can now get Terror Charge Restoration. It has now been buffed by quite a substantial amount. So that's pretty cool for Selena too. Head. Ultimate Prefix has gone from +1 Terror Charge stat cap to +1 Terror Charge stat cap plus a little bit of additional Terror skill damage, so a bit more bang for your buck. Same on the wands. Instead of getting +2 Terror Charge stat cap, you now get +2 Terror Charge stat cap and a little bit of additional. And then exactly the same for the tin staff. You are getting that little bit of additional on top of that. Helmet, ultimate affix. They've removed spell burst cap +1 on the helmets. Belt ultimate affix. They've removed the barrage skill ultimate affix on belts, and they have instead replaced it with an advanced affix that deals 20 to 25% increased barrage skill damage per wave. So some changes for barrage there. Ring base, so they've removed the ring base. When you cast a barrage skill, 20 to 25% chance for that barrage skill's waves to be +1. Necklace advanced suffix, removed necklace advanced suffix when using a terror skill, 60% chance to gain 1 charge stack. And weapon ultimate suffix, they've removed +1 terror quantity upper limit. That is all the mod changes. Moving over to tower sequences. So this is sequencing on your weapons. Optimize the effect of two-handed weapon in-depth R&D sequence. +% gear physical damage. Adjusted to additional 60% main hand weapon damage. Okay. This seems weird to specify main hand weapon damage when this is a two-hander, but anyway. This is actually, isn't this giga fucking some builds that were using this to stack their gear fizz like really high? I think this is what I used on this build actually, now I think of it. It might not have been. Yeah, it was, yeah. Gear fizz. Is this font different? This font feels very weird to look at. I think this font is different. They updated the font. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, you can see I was stacking gear fizz here, and I got up to 5k fizz between this and slate mods and stuff like that. So losing 80% here is quite a big hit, and getting this replaced with just main hand percent, probably going to be quite a difference. Is this your Einhar character? Yeah, this is my Einhar character. I kept it together so I could test for the new season. I didn't sell this one and start buying random shit. Um, the graphics change is going to make it use more mobile battery. Yeah, that's a downside if you're a mobile guy, or if you've got like a weak computer. It's probably gonna use more juice, right? Like I've got a pretty old PC at this point, so it's probably gonna might have some performance issues. Luckily though, the only place you really noticed was city defense, and they're getting rid of city defense, so that's pretty cool. Right, anyway, tower sequence. Next one, reduce the penalty of two-hander ranged weapon projectile return sequence from minus 30% proj damage to minus 20 proj damage, so a little bit of a buff there. And adjusted the terror charge related base sequence from +1 terror quantity cap, -1 terror charge stack cap to +1 terror charge stack cap. Okay. Eternity. So, legendary gear adjustments. Eternity has been changed by the look of it. It has no arrows to show you what changed though. Is it the stack count? What does an old Eternity look like? I actually can't remember off the top of my head. Have they removed a line off it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that correct? Morale, Nightmare, Shadow, Guard, Simulacrum, Rain. Morale, Guard, Rain. Yeah, there's Simulacrum is now missing. Morale, Nightmare, Shadow, Guard, Rain. Oh. Morale, Nightmare, Shadow, Guard, Rain. So they've removed Simulacrum from Eternity. So this is now a nerf, right? So they've removed skill duration and skill cooldown recovery speed for every stack of simulacra. That I don't think that's a word. Simulacrum, right? But I'm gonna keep saying simulacrum. I don't think this affects it much. The big one is like rain, and I think is it morale? Morale, nightmare too. I I don't think this affects it too much. It gives you more skill effect duration, skill cooldown, recovery speed. So stuff like your simulacrum's gone. Yeah. Um, I guess you might have to try a bit more with your empower skills and your defensive skills. The thing is, they would typically be at 100% anyway before you get to the point where you have an eternity. So I don't think it really matters that much. It's probably eliminating edge use cases where it gets abused for some certain skill or something. I imagine anyway. You hear that dog barking in the background, by the way, or not? My neighbour's dog's going absolutely crazy. Hopefully not. Um, pop a gummy in. Mask. Sorry, I'm eating directly down the mic. Chewing a gummy. Mask of Infernal Iron. 50 to 70% to 100% base. So, and the corrosion affix are being changed to -15 to -10% additional fire damage. So this is actually a big buff. I used this a few times during last season, actually, while I was leveling and figuring characters out, and it was actually very good. The This is one of the better lines on it too. The cold and lightning damage taken as fire, that being 100%, just seems very fucking good. The corrosions before, if you want to get this on a corrosion, especially with a second corrosion line, these were like multiple thousand FE. So just having this base now, this is very good. Heart of the Storm. Adds evasion. Is this added? They add this, I think. Storm deals up to 150% additional. And that has been changed to 125% additional. So this is a slight nerf on Heart of the Storm. Basically a Sublime POF from PoE1. Yeah, essentially is, yeah. I use this on Rosa 1, and I used this on someone else. I used it multiple times last season. Because it's if I just bring it up here, the only thing that's changing is this line here to be 100%. You can see it gives minus max fire resistance, but it's obviously like you're converting the other. You're getting weaker against fire, but you're converting the other stuff to fire anyway, right? So you only have to build around fire. But it gives a big chunk of additional fire damage and fire infiltration. So it's actually a pretty good helm to just chuck on and get this big chunk of additional fire, like when you can put it on at 58. So that's mainly what I was using it for. Right, Heart of the Storm we covered, slight nerf. Magma Skull, initial affliction value applied changed from 80 to 100 to just flat 100, so they've removed the roll range from this and they're just making it static at 100. Winter of Origin, while you have 3 stacks of Focus Blessing, additional recovery speed, to while you have 3 stacks of Focus Blessing, minions have 21% chance to deal double damage. So completely changed this from recovery speed. They seem to be hitting recovery speed quite a bit, right? Cooldown recovery speed. They seem to be hitting that quite a bit across this, across Eternity. I wonder if that's a theme that we'll see repeated. While you have 3 stacks of Focus Blessings, minions have a chance to deal double damage. Yep, like we said. Machine Lord, maybe not my nemesis of the season, but an item that I really couldn't get to work last season. So interesting to see a Machine Lord change, actually. Synthetic troop minion quantity is fixed at 2 to synthetic troop minion quantity is fixed at 1. So this, on paper, seems like a colossal fucking nerf. But we'll see what they've changed. Removed, synthetic troops gain 120 to 160% of fizz damages fire and cold and lightning. And they added synthetic troops instead deal 720 to 800% additional damage. So, I'm too stupid to figure out the numbers behind this, I'm sorry. The synthetic troop minion quantity being knocked down to 1, I assume the corrode is also being changed to being corrodes to 2 rather than 3. In which case it would be absolutely crazy because it would be 800% times 2 minions, right? For Moto Charge Caller, I'm talking about, which is, I think, probably the use case where like most people would use this. I think is this. No, I think it's a nerf anyway, isn't it? Even at max roll, I guess like the corrosion for this means the corrosion for this was very good as well, but it's gone from 160 times 3. Let's just assume max roll range, so 320, 480 times your 2 minions, 960. Yeah, I think it's a nerf anyway, isn't it? But it is no longer, you no longer have to do the weird physical scaling stuff. I'll be honest with you, I couldn't get a Machine Lord setup where it did more damage than just my regular cold damage setup, so I just stuck with that throughout the entire time that I played Moto 2 anyway. This probably... I don't actually know if this changes it, because the problem with Moto 2... I actually don't think you would, on my version of the build anyway, the cold version I'm talking about, I don't think you would actually want to use this version of Machine Lord either, because the problem wasn't the actual hit damage. You were hitting hard enough. It was the rate at which you were hitting, and the rate was set by the synthetic troop minion quantity, and you want that high rather than low, fixed at 1, right? Because it's the same problem as I briefly went over when I went through Selena 2 at the start. So the problem with her could be that she doesn't hit often enough, and it's probably the exact same problem with this Machine Lord is not hitting often enough. If you're a regular minion build, maybe this doesn't really matter, but for Moto 2, I think this is quite a bad change. So yeah. And it also, if this, assuming the corrosion is also changed to go up to 2 instead of 1, this also is like a double. It's like a double tap nerf because it also nerfs the interaction that it has with machine whatever, machine machinations or whatever the hell it's called, where it would round up to 2 rather than round down to 1. Shitty defense is dead. Yeah, I know, I saw. It's been replaced with something else though. I don't know if they just shoot that on the live stream, but City Defense was like disgustingly laggy for me last season anyway. I was literally playing I was playing Wave 7 with 5 FPS, but like on the flip side, that was like the only time I'd actually party with people. So right, anyway, Endless Fortress. Removed minions deal 30 to 40% additional damage while on low health. Added while you have Bond, minions deal 30 to 40% additional damage. Nice little buff for that, I think. Alloy Covenant, removed minus additional damage taken. Added minion damage when Bond reaches cap. Okay, whatever, cool. Rat Herder's Golden Rain. So this is a weird item, right? I think this is a very rare item, but not a lot of people know about it. I looked this up randomly like a couple of weeks into the season, and there was like 2 listed on the auction house for 40k each, like not corroded or anything. So, so I'll be honest with you, I don't know exactly what it done, but I can tell you the number difference has been reduced from 400% cap on this minion spellburst charge speed to 300% cap. So this is like a pretty chunky nerf, lost 100% of the spellburst charge speed on the minions. So if you're one of the 2 people that got to play with Rat Herder's Golden Rain last season, then, unfortunately it got nerfed. Solid River. When activating Spellburst, lose 50% of current mana when consuming Spellburst. Lose 50% of current mana. So, I don't know if this is just clarification in the wording or not, but again, I haven't played Spellburst. This could just be eliminating edge cases where it's just like working around the downside, if that makes sense, and that's unintended. Surging Inspiration. For every 40 to 50% spell burst charge speed, skills cast by spell burst deal additional on hit damage from 80%, and it's been upped. So it's been upped from 15 to 20% up to 80% to 25 to 30% up to 120%. So this is a buff. And when activating Spellburst, restore 10% missing life and energy shield to when consuming Spellburst, restore 10% missing life and energy shield. Maybe this is just clarifying for Selena too, because she like consumes Spellburst rather than activating, right? So maybe it's just clarifying for her. Malign Embrace. So bear in mind, we did just go over a very large Tangle nerf, so this is going to have to be a good buff to make up for that. Dormant Entangle, which is a core talent. Dormant Entangle gains an additional effect. For each active Tangle, 100. It's gone from 100 to 120 flat spell critical strike rating to 150 to 180 flat critical spell strike rating, and 12 to 15% additional to 18 to 23% additional. So, This is for each active tangle. Remember, we've just gone from 6 active tangles to 4 active tangles. So I think this about breaks even, doesn't it? I think this is just to not double tap tangles on this item. So we went from, let's just go at the top end, 6 times 15 is 90. So it went from 90% additional to 92% additional. And it went from 6 times 120 is 720. Went from 720 flat spell crit strike rating to 720 flat crit strike spell rating. It's a break even. It's just so it doesn't double tap the item accidentally, right? So yeah, dog shit. Not dog shit. It's just a break even. It's not a buff or a nerf. Tranquil Ripples. When activating Spellburst, gain 1 to 2 stacks of a random blessing to when consuming spell. So this is just, again, clarification. I guess so this works with Serena 2. Ruinous Star. Deterioration no longer deals true damage when... I don't... I'm going to skip this because I don't actually know what this does. So... I'll read what it does, but I can't comment if it's fucking good or not. But deterioration no longer deals true damage when its duration ends. Instead, it deals true damage once every 33 seconds, or once every 0.33 seconds during its duration. Each instance is additionally increased by 40% up to 6 times. To each instance is additionally increased by 30% up to 5 times. So this is a nerf. Gone from up to 240% to 150%. It's quite a substantial nerf, right? If I'm reading that right. Stellar Vestment of Eminence, minus 60% bombardment skill wave interval to minus 40% bombardment skill wave interval. Guess what? Not played this either. So I can't tell if that's actually good or not. Siren Face Guard removed a bit of the flat, 20 to 24 to 28 to 32, and instead replaced it with a little bit of percent. This is likely not going to make too much of a difference. People are just going to use this early as they were. Not a big needle mover one way or the other. Kingly Armor. It's gone from 5 to 8% max life and energy shield to 10 to 15% max life and energy shield, so a little buff there. Terror Charge Restoration Speed is fixed at 150 to 200%, to Terror Charge Restoration Speed is fixed at 240 to 300%, so quite a good buff here. And for each Terror Charge consumed recently, minus movement speed, stacking up to 5 to 15 times, so this is the roll range. And they've changed it, so they've removed the roll range, and instead it's just right in the middle, so it's 10. So it's minus 20% move speed for, once you hit 10 Terror Charge consumed recently. I don't know if this is, like, how possible this is or not, because, yet to play Terror Charges, but, yeah, fairly big buff. I guess if this is already playable, this makes it very good, but haven't played them yet, so can't really tell. Fire Lord's Pyrrhic Stride. So, changed from giving 150 to 150 to 250 max life, and it's instead now giving gear armor value, so 1500 to 2200. For every 1% fire resistance, you get +1 Terror Charge Restoration Speed, +1 Terror Skill Area, capped at 100%, and it is now giving double the amount. So it is giving you... Okay. So it's giving you twice the amount of Terror Charge Restoration Speed, so because it's capped at 200%, but you do need 200% fire res to get that. And it's giving you Terror Skill level for every plus 20% fire resistance, up to 3 to 5. So this seems quite good. But you have lost the Terror skill area, unfortunately, from this. But instead you get Terror skill levels, so it is smaller, but it'll do more damage. And they've removed Terror quantity cap bonus fixed at 1. Crimson Severance. So this is the Mother Goddess's Paddock rework. So if I bring this up, we can see what it done. I think it was something to do with Terror skills. Mother Goddess Paddock, yep, 40 to 50% defense. Max Terra quantity bonus set to 0 when consuming it while not at max stacks. Every charge, every Terra charge consumed, 12% affliction effect. 100%, 75 to 100% chance to gain 1 charge stacks when using the Terra skill, and then reaps damage from nearby enemy within 8 meters, 1.2 seconds after consuming max Terra charges. So this is what it did. This has been removed and reworked, and it is now Crimson Severance. So 40 to 50% defense, still got that big chunky defense. 8 to 10% elemental resistance, always nice. It's just a little extra bolt on. Main skill is supported by level 25 ground divide support. So, ground divide support, is that one that already exists, or is that one that's just been added? I don't think it's one that's just been added, because we went through them already, and it hadn't been added, right? Let's just chuck this on, see if we can find it. Ground divide, here we go. So, max Terra charge stacks for the support skill, Terra charge restoration, and additional damage. So you're getting a level 25 version of this attached to your Terra skill. When consuming Terra charge, gain 1 stack of Gash for each stack of Terra charge consumed. And Gash gives you additional Terra skill damage multiplicative, so additional 8% multiplicative, minus Terra charge restoration, max 8 stacks, lasts 4 seconds. So you'll get your Terra charges slower, but they'll do a lot more damage. So seems like a pretty good neck, to be fair. It's probably one of those necks that you use early profound and then you look to replace eventually. But this, I could definitely see wearing this neck going the distance, right? You know, it's a huge additional damage multiplier here. And this is 64% if you can keep this up. And it also gives you essentially an extra support, because I assume you're going to be using ground divide basically the whole time that you're playing Terra skills. Being able to actually get that on your neck instead is, you know, saving you a support skill. So definitely keep an eye on Crimson Severance for Serena 2. And Elegy of Immortality rework. So it is now given elemental resistance, minus cooldown recovery speed. They are getting rid of cooldown recovery speed everywhere, it seems. +1 to +2 mobility skill charge points for each mobility skill cast recently. 12 to 16% additional channeled skill damage and ailment damage dealt by channeled skills up to 4 stacks, and every channeled 6 to 8 times mobility skills gain 1 charge point. So, charge points. No, I was about to say charge points are like the elixir charge points, but I don't think they are. I guess this knocks a second off your mobility skills recharges. Maybe this is problem is this is still a Chinese version being translated to English, right? So this is not going to be a one-to-one translation. I guess this is just getting your mobility skills back quicker, and because you're losing the cooldown recovery speed here, this will probably be quite important. But for each mobility skill cast recently in Torchlight Infinite is the last 4 seconds, 12 to 16% additional channeled skill damage and ailment damage dealt by channeled skills. So more channeled skill support. So it's actually quite good, right? Like, if you can keep this up, and if you can keep up without like morphing your build in another way. So if you can actually use a mobility skill every second, nearly what this boils down to. If you can keep this up, you need to use this once a second. Then you're going to be at like even at the bottom end, you're going to be at 48% additional. At the top end, you're going to be at 64% additional. So yeah, seems good, to be fair, but this is an issue. Like, cooldown recovery speed's an issue because it can give you problems with keeping up your empower skills. So yeah, Elegy of Immortality. That's the last item, actually. So we've covered all the items. Have a quick sip of water and move on to the talents. Go through those. Right. I don't think there's actually that much more. It looks like we're halfway through, but it's all very quick, like skill upgrades, hero upgrades, and then adjustments. So, like, God, there's actually quite a lot. Right, I'm gonna rap god my way through this and try and be done within an hour. I think because the idea was to upload this VOD, and it's already gonna be getting to quite a few hours. I think we're already looking at 3 to 4 hours. So probably have to do a edit job on this. Right, let's dive into it. Legendary medium talents, marksman. So we've gone from 12% evasion to 12% chance to avoid elemental ailment to 50% evasion gained from our helmet. So again, not played around evasion, don't really know how good it is. Interesting that it is consolidating all this extra evasion onto one item where you could be able to stack more evasion from that one item, if that makes sense, right? Because you can put evasion mods that would be elsewhere onto the helmet, and then do you pull far ahead from that? Not really sure because I haven't played it, but interesting change at least. Magister has been changed from spellburst stack cap to skills cast by spellburst deal 8% additional on hit damage. This is probably to make it a little bit more annoying for Serena 2 to get hold of these spellburst stack caps for her Terror Charge stacks that she'll need. Magister, this next one's also been changed. When activating a spell burst or generating Tangle, Energy Shield charge immediately begins charging with a 2-second interval, and it's been changed to when consuming spell burst. So once again, this is just a wording upgrade, just to make sure it is like Serena 2 is still able to actually use this. Magister. So another one, when activating it, you gain 1 stack of Focus Blessing, been changed to when consuming it, gain 1 stack of Focus Blessing. Again, assume this is just so Serena has access to this too, because it looks like one of her main build arounds, she'll actually be building around Spellburst to actually get Terror Charges. Arcanist. So it's been changed from at full mana 10% attack and cast speed to at full mana. Sorry, it's been changed from 20% attack and cast speed to 10% attack and cast speed. So quite a surprisingly big nerf on this, right? Because this was the one, or this is one of the mods that you liked on mana stackers, right? Particularly Rosa, because the full mana. I know that there's a Sage mana stacker build, but particularly Rosa, you wanted this because you'd always be full mana because of the way Realm of Mercury works with Rosa. Yeah, 10% attack speed nerf on her. Unfortunate, definitely fucking deserved because that build's still very good. Just got overshadowed by Apathy Blade this season. Elementalist, legendary medium talent, +1 channeled stack cap to when channeled stacks reach the cap, channeled skills deal 8% additional damage for 4 seconds. So, feel like that's a nerf, especially with the introduction of the new boots. I think they're called Beneath the Sticks. What were they called? Beneath the Sticks. Yeah. So particularly with the introduction of these, you really, really want to stack excess channeled skill maximum. This just takes 1 off the board, takes 2 off the board, I suppose, because you'd be copying this with inverse image. Yeah, so slight nerf for that. Instead, you get some channeled additional. Where were we? There we were. So yeah, definitely a nerf, I'd say, and you also lose other. You also lose like channeled stacks. What am I trying to say? You also lose additional damage from other mods that give you bonuses per channeled stack. It's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so we've got some new nodes too. So, new nodes. Marksman added legendary medium talent, +1 deflection stack cap. Cool. Getting more deflection support, cool. Machinist added legendary medium talent, 5% additional minion damage, 50% bond gain rate. Cool. You know, bond's a new mechanic. Just nice to see it actually like having support and not just be like one of these dead keywords that you might just get somewhere on a build and forget about. And then added another one to Machinist, which is for each stack of bond, 20% minion crit strike rating. Cool. Warlord added legendary medium talent, 40% ignite chance against enemies that are not ignited. Okay, awesome. Right, apparently there's some new codes for Torchlight. So I'm going to try them, and if they work, I'll pin them on the screen. So I'll quickly try these codes out, and if they work, I'll pin them on the screen, obviously. So first one, TL Night, that works. Next one, TorchCon 2026. That also works. So how many did we get? 500. So 500 Jagged Primacris up for grabs if you use the codes in-game, TL Night, and TorchCon 2026, and I'll pin them on the screen, I suppose, just so if anyone comes across this, they use them too. TL Night, TorchCon 2026. Codes for 500 Primo Crusts. There we go. So let's actually make that a bit smaller. We'll put this down here. There we go. So if you're a Torchlight player, make sure you use those. 500 Primacris up for grabs, which is a massive 6 rolls in the gacha system when it is like a 1 in 90 or something to get a legendary pet. So yeah, good luck with those. Right. Let's go back to the thing we actually care about, which is the patch notes. Right, other talent adjustments, core talent, queer angle, damage dealt by you and minions to numbed enemies is lucky, damage is lucky, so you no longer need to do damage to numbed enemies, you just do damage, just get the damage lucky from there. Goddess of Knowledge, core talent, acquaintance. Core talent, acquaintance, goes from +1 tangle quantity cap to 25% additional spell damage. Excellent for everyone who isn't a tangle enjoyer. Horrifically down bad for everyone who is a tangle enjoyer, because you just got access to an extra core talent that can roll on your pedigree. So this, in theory, reduces the price or the barrier to entry of 2 good pedigrees. So, you know, great if you don't play Tangles. I suppose no one's playing Tangles from now with how fucking mullered they are. But Machinist, core talent, Burning Aggression has gone from when an elite is within 10 meters, gain 30 command every 2 seconds, to +1 bond stat cap. When bond reaches its cap, minions deal 15% additional damage. So I can't remember if I used this on Moto or not, but it seems kind of sad that one mechanic is getting cannibalized for a new one, because bond doesn't like straight replace command. Command's something completely separate, right? So I'm not going to spend too long on the numbers of this one line, because I really do want to wrap this up like relatively soon, and we've still got quite a bit to go through. But my gut reaction is I don't like the idea of one mechanic being cannibalized for another one when this is still in the game, if that makes sense, right? People still want to play with command. Bond isn't replacing command, so it's kind of weird that it's getting cannibalized in that regard. But the +1 stat cap is like going to be good for Bond though, right? Gives damage, attack speed, cast speed, move speed, and the minus additional damage too. And there doesn't seem to be too many places you can get +1 Bond stack either. And you say I'm insane. Almost 4 hours in, and you are not even halfway through the patch notes. I think I'm halfway through the patch notes. The thing is, like, all of this is the new stuff physics that I had to actually think about. Whereas all this is just the very quick fire. Oh, these are changes to stuff that's coming up. I think I'll be done in about an hour, to be honest with you. But I keep getting bogged down on like random stuff. The reason why I'm going so like in depth as well is because I'm just uploading this VOD to YouTube after, so it saves me going through it again, right? Um, but I'll probably end up having to fucking make an edited one about it because it's just so long anyway. So I probably will have to redo it after I end this stream. Right. Anyway, moving on. Stop bogging me down. I'm trying to get through this. Windwalk has been changed against enemies whose affliction has reached the cap. Reaping duration plus 60% for 4 seconds. Can only affect one enemy. To against enemies whose affliction has reached the cap. Damage over time. 60% for 4 seconds. Can only take effect once per enemy. So it's been changed from reaping duration 60% to damage over time. 60% for 4 seconds. So this is more generic use for damage over time. Rather than just being in Reaping, although I think you use Reaping in like nearly all damage over time builds. I'm not sure, haven't played one, can't really comment on how good or how bad this is. God of Machines, core talent boss effect changed to can gain bond while you have bonds. Minions deal 5% additional damage. I did use boss in. God, I did use boss in my Moto 2 build. The hell is it? The hell does boss do? I can't even remember. It is the command one, right? Boss. Oh, +1 max summonable synthetic troops plus 15% additional minion damage. Yeah, I don't like that, to be fair. I don't like that commanders getting and like other aspects of minions are getting cannibalized for this just generic bond, but yeah, anyway. I think that's quite a decent nerf to it. It went from +1 max synthetic minions and 15% to can gain bond, which you'd have elsewhere, and 5% instead of 15%. Right, Ethereal Prison, Commander's Gambit, Blessing Cap for minions is equals twice your Blessing Cap. Blessing Cap for minions is 3 times your Blessing Cap, so big buff there. A Miraculous Touch, removal of the effect in Miraculous Gain that triggers Frigid Transmission. That is breathtakingly good for Sage. That is probably the only good news that Sage has got throughout these whole patch notes. The fact that you will no longer randomly Frigid Transmission because of Miraculous Touch. So, extremely good change there. Probably like the happiest line in this whole patch note so far is me seeing that. But we're about to get very sad about some of these Sage changes because we're about to see some very heavy-handed elixir nerfs because I did have a little browse of these before I started going through them. But yeah, skill adjustments. So they've removed the following skills: Reclusion, which, to be honest with you, I don't know what Reclusion was. I've never used it, so. But let's see if we can. Reclusion. Okay. That didn't work. Let's see if we can find out what Reclusion was. Reclusion. Minus duration for defense skills, gain a buff. Oh, it's the deflection one, okay. Yeah, I still never used it. So they're removing that. They've removed Haunting, Abomination, Depravity. They're removing Flame Jet Burst, Flame Jet Offshoot, and Chromatic Shot Splendor. Splendor was the thing that gave Infiltration, was it? Fires him a fixed order. It's the thing that gave him the elemental ailments. Makes sense because Chromatic Shot has been changed to be a Fizz skill now instead of a Tri-Ally skill. Okay, let's go through these frustrating elixir nerfs, I suppose. I think if they wanted to hit Sage this hard, it would have been nice if they hit Sage herself more. Because other people could use the elixirs, but Sage did also get hit very hard at the same time as all this. So bear in mind when I go through these, there's also going to be Sage nerfs on top of all of these. So Swiftness Dew has gone from being capped at 200% to capped at 50%. So you've lost 150% move speed from Swiftness Dew. So straight away, you're going to be moving like a slug throughout these maps. First Dew has been changed from damage bonus changed specifically to hit damage bonus. This is because we had the other Dew just added to the game, which gives damage over time bonuses. So it's just made it so you can't double up on that, essentially. So split between now a hit damage component and a damage over time component. Tenacity Dew. So this has been changed from max elemental resist bonus from +6 to +4%, but is added 15% of fizz damage taken is converted to a random elemental damage. So this is actually quite good, to be fair. This is the level 20 effect. You did lose 2% max LE resistance bonus, but the issue I find, especially early on, is often the fizz damage, right? So this is actually, at very minimum, a break even, and it could even be better, because you've got to remember there's elixir skill effect that juices this way up. So this is actually relatively fine, to be honest with you. It's an actual adjustment rather than just a heavy-handed nerf. Scorpion Sting Elixir. So it's removed the +1 projectile quantity and the skill area bonus, and it's added projectile speed, attack and cast speed, and move speed capped at 150%. So there was a very awkward period of building Sage where you kind of had to get Scorpion Stinger Distillate in order to have damage and regeneration and move speed, because the Stinger Distillate gives you move speed and projectile quantity and skill area bonus, which is where you scale your damage from it. And then the second elixir that you used, because you were capped to 2 elixirs because of Tailored Remedy, the second elixir that you used a regen elixir, right? Usually in like the end game version, if that makes sense. And this way you scaled your regen and your move speed and your damage all at once. This is now clarifying that to be like way better too, right? So I actually think this. I haven't got the numbers in front of me. I'm not going to run the numbers on the spot, but being moved to projectile speed, this is obviously good because of Gale. Gale makes 60% of the projectile speed. It gives you that as additional damage. So 60% of the projectile speed, 60% of 36. I'm being put on the spot again. I don't want to get the calculator up. It's 3.6 times 6, which is 18 plus another 3.6 on top, 21.6. So base is going to give you, with Gale, 21.6. I hope that's right. I'm going to have to check it now. 36 times 0.6, 21.6, yeah. So base is going to give you 21.6 additional damage with Gale, projectile damage that is, and the attack and cast speed, and the movement speed, right? So with all of this elixir skill effect, Scorpion Stinger Distillate is going to be the go-to, I would say, for your Sage projectile endgame builds. Very, very good. Like, still, Scorpion Stinger Distillate. Putrid Toad Distillate has been changed from -40% curse effects received to +30% ill omen accumulation efficiency. Never played with it, don't know how good it is, can't comment, unfortunately. Fire Lizard Distillate. So there's Fire Lizard, White Rhino, Thunderwood. These gave 15% of fizz damage taken converted to their respective element. They've all been adjusted now to add fire damage equal to 15% of fizz damage, and then White Rhino is 15% of cold, Thunderwood is 15% of lightning. These are going to go ahead and say these are adjustments, right? So these are changing these from defensive elixirs to offensive elixirs, and the problem with that is the effect isn't that good, right? Adds lightning damage equal to 15% of fizz damage is not that good compared to fizz damage taken converted to an element, right? So I would say these are pretty heavily nerfed, in my opinion. Yeah, it doesn't feel like the damage added to them is going to make up for what was lost, essentially. Whirlwind. So, Whirlwind. When the Steep Strike effect is triggered, Sweep Slash no longer deals damage to enemies within the area, so that has been removed. Sweep Slash base damage has gone from 47 to it's gone from 47% to 113%, and level 20 it's gone from 83% to 199%. So this is quite a big numbers buff, but it's obviously lost this line here. And at level the Steep Strike base damage has also gone from 78% to 227%, and at level 20 it's gone from 138% to 398%. So tripling in numbers nearly, but it is losing this. So I'm not sure. I've not played Whirlwind. I'm not sure how crazy that is losing the Sweep Slash, the area damage from the Steep Strike, but the numbers have been like quite generously buffed to make up for that. So tentatively say a buff to this, but not really 100% sure. Haven't played it. Inexhaustible Barrage has been nerfed by like 15%. I don't think anyone played this skill anyway, so not really sure on that, to be honest with you. Chromatic Shot, we covered it already. It has been gutted pretty much. It now only deals fizz damage. It's not tri-ally. Skill no longer forces all damage to be converted to a specific type. And then the base damage has also been nerfed from level 1 to level 20. I think off the top of my head, these were around a 20% nerf to 25% nerf, I think, depending on where the level was. Quite big nerf for Chromatic Shot. The other thing that isn't stated on here is it's likely lost 3 of its tags too, which are Fire, Lightning, Cold, so it no longer scales from all of those additional skill levels. Chromatic Shot, Lightseeker. So I think this was the one that changed the trajectory of the chromatic shots, so it didn't really increase like the numbers of the skill. It just changed like the arc that the skill fired, so it gave you a bit more shotgunning power. I feel like, I can't remember if it was this one or the other one off the top of my head, but I feel like that's what it was. But either way, the numbers have been changed from positive 1% to minus 4% to minus 12 to minus 9%. So quite another big hit to light to Chromatic Shot. And what can I say? It really was needed. Like, Chromatic Shot really was the go-to skill this season, especially for in a league start context. Very, very good skill. I know in the hardcore event, basically everyone was playing Chromatic Shot, right? So yeah, absolutely needed on the skill, absolutely gutted from every angle, and yeah, deserved. Take a little sip of water. Right. Split Shot. Split Shot diversion has gone from +5 projectile quantity to +2 projectile quantity, but it has been buffed from 15 to 18% to 22 to 26% additional damage. Losing 3 projectiles on this doesn't seem like it makes up for the additional damage that it gains. I'm going to go ahead and say this is a nerf. Even though I've not played a lot of Split Shot, the numbers look like it's roughly a nerf. Split Shot Rapid Advance no longer has plus 100% attack speed, but it also no longer has minus 50% damage. So just an adjustment. I guess this depends on your particular build, whether this is a break even, a buff, or a nerf. Shattered Ice Strike. So, Shattered Ice Strike. Is this Frostspike? It's the Frost. It's the Frost Strike Well, it's the Frost Spike icon, or is this its own skill? Shattered Ice. Oh, okay, it's this. It's this magnetic support. Oh, it's not actually. Oh, weird. Does the removal of attack speed impact the channeling movement of the skill at all? Does the removal of the attack speed? Let's take a look. Rapid advance. 20% of additional damage for the support skill. Support skill becomes a channeled skill which projectily fires. Yes, I think so. Minus 30% move speed while channeling. I think your channeler. It doesn't affect the movement speed, I don't think, but you'll channel it slower. I think, anyway. Continuously fires projectiles within a certain area when the numbers of projectile fired each time equals the skill projectile quantity. Plus 100% attack speed. I think you okay, yeah. It doesn't affect the move speed, but I think you will channel it slower, yeah, because like on Serena, Howling Gale cast speed affects the channeling speed. Whereas because this is attack, the attack speed must affect the channeling speed, right? I think I would say that's how it reads. Right, Shattered Ice Strike. I think this is, even though this is not tagged with the canvas skill. Is this not? Is this just Frostspike? I've got a feeling this is just Frostspike, isn't it? Increase number of icy blades. Yeah, I think this is Frostspike, right? No matter what this says, Shattered Ice Strike. On hit, fired icicles no longer gain +1 projectile quantity for every frostbite rating on the enemy. Added, on the hit, it deals additional damage to enemies with at least 30 frostbite rating. Added, when this skill hits an enemy with 60 frostbite rating, +1 fired projectile quantity, and removed the cap of 5 for this skill's projectile quantity. This skill's projectile quantity is not affected by projectile quantity bonuses. So, it has gone from 2... Wait. Yes. So this has gone from 2 base projectiles +1 for every 30. So it's gone from 2 base to 2 once they have 60 frostbite rating, and they remove the cap of 5, and it is not affected by projectile quantity bonuses. So does this mean it only fires 2 projectiles now? Skill fires 2 projectiles at base, +1 proj quantity for every 30 frostbite rating on the enemy. Oh, this is added, actually. Okay, so this is removed, but instead it does additional damage when they've got 30 frostbite rating. And then it's plus, so it's -1 proj for it, basically, I think. You get the 2 base +1 additional after 60 frostbite. Yeah, but you no longer... Yeah. Okay, so instead of getting +1 every 30, you just get +1 at 60. So you're losing a lot of projectile quantity then, right? Because you could go up to 120 frostbite rating, is that what we're saying? I think you're losing like tons of projectiles, are you not? Unless you gain them back. No. And you physically can't gain them back because it's bottom line either. Yeah, so I think it's still base 2 projectile quantity. It gets plus 10% additional damage, because they'll nearly always have 30 frostbite ring. And then you get 3 projectiles once you have 60 frostbite rating, but it no longer gains a projectile quantity every 30 frostbite rating on the enemy. Is that what it says? Yeah. You go from like 6 projectiles down to like 3. God, that's pretty bad then, right? It's been kind of murdered. haven't really gained that much to make up for losing half of your projectiles. Yeah, that's the way I'm reading it. Is you've gone from like 6 projectiles down to 3. God, that fucking okay. So I think Frostspike is in the bin. Well, maybe not in the bin. It's still probably a good skill, but like again, Frostspike has been fairly dominant across a few characters, especially at League start. So probably a deserved nerf. Frostbite Ice Fracture, this is one of the canvas skills for it. When a supported skill hits frozen enemies, it no longer fires 3 additional ice projectiles, and instead is gone from doing 36 to 41% additional damage to when the supported skill's Phantom hits frozen enemies, it deals 54 to 60% additional Phantom damage. So, and this is specifying the shadow damage, right? Phantom, I think. This probably means the... let's just check this. Fracture, was it? Was it this one? I think it's this one. Ice Fission. Yeah. So it's lost this. So it's lost even more projectiles. You're losing a ton of projectiles. So you're losing a lot of coverage. Yeah, Frostbite seems kind of hit quite hard as well, to be fair. Let's make a so far. I did actually make this. Right. So far. Frostspike. Big nerf. Proj. What else was nerfed? Chromatic Shot. Chromatic Shot, big nerf. God, what else was... what else did we see was quite a big nerf? Oh, Elixirs, yeah. Elixirs nuked. Is that... oh god, it's quite big. We'll put that on the side there. Just so we can keep track of whether it's general buffs or nerfs. Okay, Blizzard. Base wave interval adjusted from 0.8 seconds to 0.4 seconds. Quite a good buff, right? Skill's fallen speed is now affected by cast speed. A Blizzard buff, hell yeah. That's pretty sweet. Blizzard Hail adjusted the additional damage from -1 or +1 to -5 to -5 to -2. Never mind. Although this is still quite a big buff, right? Like the wave interval being doubled. Oh god, hiccup. The wave interval being doubled seems like a very, very big buff. Like, seems like it's going to do a lot more. Like, the damage is going to come out a lot quicker, right? And also the fallen speed being affected by cast speed too. That seems like a great change. Like, Blizzard was really underplayed, wasn't it? So this probably changes it from being an empower skill that you use the canvas skill on to just put additional cold damage taken on the enemies to an actual skill that could be used. That's actually pretty cool, to be fair. I know nothing about Blizzard, but Adar is probably happy. Yeah, I saw he played that like a couple of seasons ago on Gemma. Blizzard Hail adjusted the additional damage to the support skill, and then yeah, it got like slightly nerfed on the Hail canvas skill. All in Abomination, the additional area gained for each second Terra persists now as a cap, up to 120% additional area. Terra base duration adjusted. So it has a cap on how big it gets, but the duration has been increased from 3 to 6 seconds. And the canvas skill for Haunting Abomination Misdeeds, it is now a noble skill. For each second it persists, the damage granted has been adjusted from 16 to 18 16 to -18% to +13 to -14%, capped at +78% to -84%. Is this a formatting error? This is a formatting error, isn't it? I think that's just 78 to 84 and 13 to. Actually, we can check. Is this minus or is this? Yeah, this is plus. Okay, so this is just a formatting error. I think this is 16 to 18% to 13 to 14%, and it's capped at 78 to 84%. Okay. Flamejet. So Flamejet was a Terra skill, right? Now launches 2 flame bombs per eruption. I think before it launched 1. Terra's eruption interval now is affected by the cast speed. The base is 0.7 seconds. Projectiles fired can now split by default, and the effect after the split is minus 50% additional damage. Consuming Terra charge no longer increases the quantity. Now each Terra charge consumed, it deals additional damage. And as for numbers, base at level 1 has been reduced by actually from level 1 all the way up to level 20 has been reduced by approximately, eyeball, and this looks around 20%. The eruption based damage has been absolutely gutted from 231 to 428 to 17 to 31. So this is a 90% nerf on the eruption based damage. And the flame bomb base damage has also been roughly halved as well. So interesting. Although I suppose it is now splitting, so it has more projectiles. So you wouldn't want to, well, not projectiles technically, I suppose, but more damage instances. So you wouldn't really want to leave that alone, I suppose. The base radius has been adjusted from 4 to 6 meters, so it is now quite a bit bigger. That's like 50% buff to that, right? The duration has also been adjusted from 3 to 6 seconds, and the flame bomb radius has been adjusted from 6 to 3 meters. So it's spawning more projectiles now. They can split, they're smaller, it lasts longer, and it is bigger. That is the flame jet changes summed up, I suppose. Flame Jet Scorched Earth reworked. Support skills eruption interval is no longer affected by cast speed. Support skill has minus 30% eruption interval. Projectiles fired by the supported skill cannot split. So it's just removing the split that has been added up here. Each projectile fired by the support skill leaves Burning Terror on landing, dealing a very small amount of damage. Enemies in the Burning Terror take 31 to 35% additional fire damage. So that seems pretty good, right? Minus eruption interval, I think, is speeding up the eruptions going off. So I think it erupts more frequently. It leaves behind these little mini terrors on the floor, and then if any mobs are in those, they take additional damage. Plus, also remember noble skill, so you get to slap eventually 20% additional damage taken right on top of this too. Flamejet Furnace has been reworked. It now fires +2 flame projectiles. Support skill. The support skill has plus 41 to 46% eruption interval. So this makes it fire more projectiles but slower. I think I'm reading this correct. Shadow Swamp. So this is the Erosion Terror. Base damage has been buffed quite a bit. I think originally it was mostly like MC characters were using this, weren't they? And they were using this as a empower skill essentially to put like additional effects on enemies or some shit. I remember looking at a couple of guides for persist builds last season. I think they were essentially using this as like a empower skill, sort of like how people used Blizzard before. But this has been buffed. The radius has been buffed, the duration has been buffed, and they've removed the bonus this skill gains from a terror quantity cap. So this has been more adjusted to be an actual main skill now, I suppose. Shadow Swamp Still Water no longer causes the supported skill to have plus 50% additional skill area, and it no longer grants supported skill plus 200% additional duration because it has now been moved over to just being on base, it looks like. So Frost Terror. So Frost Terror again has been I think people were mainly using this on Gemma 2, and they were using it in, I think it was min-maxed ARPG's Icelance build, when they would use uh I can't remember what it was, but there was a noble support that increased the damage. It did corrosion. Icelance corrosion increased the damage that Icelance does if it's used while on a Frost Terror. So I think that was the most relevant this skill was before Serena 2 was a thing. It has been again buffed to be more in line as an actual main skill. So the radius has been adjusted roughly 50%, and the base duration has been roughly doubled from 3 to 6 seconds. So a great big nerf for that. So, sorry, not nerf, buff. Frost Terror Cohesion no longer reduces the base radius of the supported skill. Now, every 0.5 seconds, supported skill has minus 20% skill area up to 3 times. Okay, so little adjustment there. Corrosion Shot, skill adjustment. The damage and debuffs inflicted by terror granted by this skill can no longer stack. Cool. I've never used a corrosive shot, so I don't know how big that is, or if that's a heavy nerf or what. Okay, skill adjustments. Wilting Beam. So Wilting Beam is a channeled erosion skill. I think Wilting Beam was actually the second most popular Serena build last season, on EU at least. And it has received a pretty big buff to base damage, it looks like. So going from 13 to 18 at level 1 to 956 to 1275 at level 20. This represents a roughly 30% buff-ish. Just eyeballing this. Very good, right? Like, you know, love to see lesser used skills getting like pretty heavy-handed buffs like this, and just seeing how that actually shakes up the metagame. Not going to be useful on any character other than Serena 1, typically, I would think. I actually think I think I saw some Yuga 2 builds playing it, or maybe maybe it was Taya 3 playing it, but yeah, pretty chunky buff for that anyway. Path of Flames has been also buffed. This was just, again, a channeled skill that left a fire behind you. It's been buffed by roughly 30% at level 1, and it matches at level 20, roughly 30% here. So again, another big buff there. If you're a Path of Flames build around Andy, then you can rejoice at that, I suppose. Dark Gate. So it's removed 10% command recovery speed per second while the skill is active. So again, command has been hit, command's not been fully removed, but they have harvested some of the parts of command and put it into bond, essentially. You know, I don't like seeing that being done. I don't like seeing half measures of like keywords being taken and then like put elsewhere, but just left to rot, essentially. But if they, if they wanted to remove command or rework it to bond, they should have just removed it completely, I think. But anyway, it's, slight nerf on this Dark Gate now. Summon Machine Guard has had its actual skills increased slightly. So this looks like roughly a 10% buff on Summon Machine Guard when they're actually hitting the mobs, if you actually had them. So not going to be effective for like Moto 2 early. This is going to be, well, I guess, like very early before you're like blowing them up. But like, anyone else who's using synthetic troops, this is a 10% buff. And also, Summon Spider Tank on the aimed shot got a roughly 10% buff too. Grim Phantom, Destructive Light Cannon. Base damage was nerfed by roughly 25% from 207% to 157%. And for each +1 beam, the additional damage gained by this skill has been adjusted from 30% to 21.5%. So big nerf for Grim Phantom. Summon Rockmagus, Towering Mountains. So this skill's attack speed decay is now consistent with other movement skills. Skill now deals damage twice within 0.002 seconds. And the base damage has been halved at level 1 and halved at level 20, and I think that's because it does damage twice now. I think, anyway. So, don't think this is that big of a change for Rock Magus. If there's any Iris mains who happen to know if this is actually like a ridiculous nerf or something, then, you know, feel free to shout at me for misreading this, but, you know, it looks roughly like it's on par with, just it hits twice as often now. Crescent Slash. So when this skill is triggered, it now deals minus 25% additional damage. These are Erica-free specific hits, right? So Crescent Slash was very popular on Erica-free. Spectral Slash, again, popular on Erica-free. So they've been hit by 25% and 12% additionally. Respectively. I'm actually gonna add those to the so far, I suppose. Let's put these in as Erica Resin slash. God, how do you spell this? Crescent slash spectral slash nerfs Erica free. Okay, so that's that. Ghost Blade Ironheart. Phantom base damage. Was this the multi-strike build that people were going on about? I think this might have been the multi-strike build people were going on about last season. Someone asked me why I was playing this terrible build. This one, not Flamejet. This Arrow Ironheart build that I spent 200k FE on while I was playing this horrifically bad build. That's literally face tank and fucking everything. Over the multi-strike Ironheart build, and I did see it was actually quite popular. I wonder if this is targeting that. But this seems to have got quite heavy nerfs, so gone from 107% to 69% at level 1, and 167% to 93% at level 20, so this is about... This goes from, like, 30... I'm trying to quantify this in an actual percent and not a percent on the build, but I think this is roughly a 35% nerf at level 1, and this goes to nearly a 70% nerf at level 20, it looks like. And the explosion base damage, this is around a true 15% nerf at level 1, and around another 15% nerf at level 20. So pretty big nerfs for Ghostblade Ironhajar, or Ironhar, as I say. Ice Lancers, base damage at level 1 has been buffed. Wow. So it's been buffed roughly by 25% at level 1. And numbers are around the same at level 22. So it's also been buffed by about 25% at level 20. Ice Lancers itself, I'm not sure how strong it is, but Ice Lance Tangle was very good, but obviously we just had big Tangle nerfs, right? So probably trying to make up a little bit for that, trying to make sure they don't double tap other skills accidentally. So, yeah, Ice Lance, big buff. Great for any hardcast Ice Lance mains out there, I suppose. Scorching Beam, I assume this is a buff. Yep. So about 30% buff, it looks like. I'm eyeballing all of these. I don't have, like, the actual numbers up, but eyeballing all of these are roughly, like, 30% buff for Scorching Beam. The Explosion, roughly 25% buff. Again, this was used on Serena too, I believe. Scorching Beam and the other one, the Erosion one, Wilting Beam. Only two places I saw it being used. So if this increases the build variance for Serena 2, that's great. Frost Impact. So Frost Impact has been buffed by around 30%, it looks like. So don't think Frost Impact actually needed that. Frost Impact's a Demolisher skill that is cold, so it benefits from Frostbite. So it was already starting to see quite a lot of play already on like multiple characters. So saw Gemma builds playing it, saw Sage playing Frost Impact quite a bit as well. I think I saw like a few Rosa builds even playing it. So quite surprised to see Frost Impact get buff. Gale Slash. Gale Slash has been buffed by around 22, 50. So around 30%, I think. And at level 20, it's around 30%. So around a 30% buff for Gale Slash. This might be a replacement for the skills that have been nerfed for Erica 3 once they're triggered, because Gale Slash doesn't have that line. Thundercloud has been buffed by about 25%. So if you're a Thundercloud enjoyer, then yeah, you're gonna love that, I suppose. Ice Shot. Ice Shot base has been. Ice Shot, the base and the explosion base have both been buffed by about 30%. So quite a heavy buff on this. Thunder Slash. Thunder Slash has also been buffed by, looks to be around 30%. That is the swing base damage and the slash base damage. So, yep, super cool. Thunder Slash no longer no longer a mobility, so it's a real skill now, I suppose. Didn't play it. I know some people liked it for Rosa 2 in the season where I played her, but yeah. So can't really comment on it. Didn't play it, but it's been buffed by 25-30%, guys. So go play that, I suppose. Whirlwind Blade, also been buffed by, it looks like, about 20%. Electrifying Shot, I think this is Lightning Shot, buffed by roughly 30%. The thing with it, is this actually Lightning Shot, or is it looks like Lightning Shot? Oh no, it's not. It's actually its own skill. I didn't even know this. Didn't even know this was a thing. Electrifying Shot. Okay, so lightning shots. We do have another. I'm not gonna. Yeah, we do have a lightning shot. Yeah, I'm not going crazy. So lightning shot's ugly younger cousin got a 30% buff. So pretty neat. I do like the general theme of everything that is very bad getting quite a heavy. Well, not that it's bad. Everything that is not played a lot, let's say. Everything that's not really played has got quite a heavy buff so far. So it would be interesting to see if this actually causes anything to actually be like played a lot more in the meta. Thunder Spike, Rumbling Thunder adjusted the base attack duration to match other attack mobility skill durations. So I know quite a lot of people were using this as a mobility skill. It only says adjusted the base attack duration. Let's assume this is a nerf, although it doesn't say either way, right? Skill adjustments, Fire Burst, Heart of Flame. For each stack of Spell Burst consumed, the additional damage to the support skill has been adjusted from 11.5% to 13% to 17 to 19%. So quite a big buff here, but it looks like it has a upper limit now of 4 stacks. Fire Burst, Prairie Fire, same thing. Pretty substantial buff actually. Has been doubled in power nearly, but again, I think it has this upper limit of 4 stacks instead of being unlimited, I believe. Psychic Burst has been nerfed. The additional damage increase is adjusted from 45% to 35%, so roughly 33% nerf on the Psychic Burst, or to put that into like actual damage terms, it is a 10% additional damage nerf on that. I think this is just because they have generally, I think they've buffed Spell Burst across the board in these patch notes so far. So I think it looks like they don't want to go too overboard on it, so they're probably just hitting Psychic Burst here, where this is a support everyone will have. So Carpet Bombardment interval reduction granted has gone from minus 29% to minus 40%. Now, when this is interval, I think this is a buff, right? The minus number going up. I think, anyway. So I think this is roughly a 33% buff to Carpet Bombardment. That's what I believe, anyway. I've not played this skill. I don't think anyone really plays this skill, but yeah. I think it's just the interval reduction has been reduced, so it comes out quicker, essentially. Pain amplification, additional damage dealt by the support skill to enemies at the affliction cap is adjusted from 22% to 28%, so 6% additional damage buff there on pain amplification. And last but not least, on the skills, activation medium Tangle. As if Tangle wasn't dead enough, it now also grants you minus 30% move speed. So even the quality of life of Tangle builds have been hit. Have a quick sip of water, then we'll carry on with the everything else, I suppose. I suppose these are like Tier 1 nerfs, and we'll go over the Sage. The Sage murder as well. We'll go over that. Right, so I didn't actually put in the so far list. I didn't put anything about Tangles, so Tangles nuked. There we go. Tangles nuked. So let's carry on. Let's try to get this wrapped up in the next half an hour or so. Right. Ruhan. I never know how to pronounce his name. I always say Ruhan. So Berserker Ruhan. Fury's Onslaught. Seething Spirit. Additional minus 30% attack speed. Additional 48% of player's own damage at level 5 to additional 78% player's own damage. So looks like a pretty big buff. Just from looking at it, looks like a pretty solid buff, right? 30% additional damage. I think this is the God. I haven't played him, but I think this is the doesn't he summon a spirit or something? So I guess this is just making the spirit hit harder. I guess I haven't played it, but right. Tier 1 Incarnation of the Gods, I believe. Tenacious Divinity no longer provides support skill slots, no longer increases Divine Realm area based on Tenacity Blessing, now grants 16% Divine Realm area for every +1 to any blessing stack upper limit up to 6 stacks. Now every 0.4 seconds it prepares the Divine Realm, prioritize triggering Divine Realm on closer enemies, and for each stack of Tenacity Blessing it gives additional damage to enemies at low life. This has been slightly buffed. So Tier 1, which was already seeing quite a lot of play last season, has been buffed, I think, by the look of it. No longer provides support skill slots, no longer reduces Divine Realm area based on Agility Blessing. Now for every +1 to any blessing limit, minus additional Divine Realm area. Now prepares Divine Realm every 8 seconds, prioritize triggering Divine Realm on farther enemies. Okay, so these are just like changes to how it's actually playing, right? And it's essentially like simplifying it and removing the support skill slots on the hero traits, and it is God, why can't I think? It's making it so it prepares automatically, and you don't need to use the preparation support skills on it anymore. So good early, slightly buffed on Tenacious Divinity. I suppose it was already seeing like tons of play anyway, so I doubt this is going to change how good it is just reading this, but effects that treat enemies at being at low life now have a 10-second cooldown on the same enemy instead of an interval. Deals, so it goes from dealing 5 to 15. Let's just go at 15 at level 3 to 17% at level 3. Additional damage to enemies in Divine Realm. So another slight buff as well, actually, especially at the lower end, gone from 5, 10, 15 to 3, 15, 17. Did she really need like these changes? Well, I'll be honest with you, I didn't play her last season since the rework. I don't know if this is like heavy-handed or not. This looks like a very benign change. It looks like it essentially doesn't change her at all. In fact, it looks like a slight numbers increase. And then Avatar Descent also looks like a slight numbers increase. So I'm gonna say it doesn't really affect her viability, but this is coming from someone who didn't play her last season, so take that into account. It doesn't look like it's a big change anyway. Right, Sage. This is going to be quite a big one, and she has been took out back, and a bullet has been put in this poor woman's head. Every aspect of her, when I had a quick flick through earlier, has been nerfed. And you have to remember that these licorice notes, this was the base effect. So the scaling from the elixir skill effects doesn't go as far now either. So for example, Razor Wind, you and your minions deal 14% additional damage on crit strike, now is 12%. If I have 500% elixir skill effect, this was 70% before, but it is now 60%. So, oh sorry, plus the original 100%. I was gaining 70% additional damage on crit strike before. I'm now gaining 60% additional on crit strike now. So Razor Leaf has been knocked down by a couple of percent base. Twin Spine Flower has been knocked down by a couple of percent base. Scattered Spore has been knocked down by like roughly 1% across the board every level. Resilient Moss has been knocked down by a couple of percent across each level. Spectral Stamen, which is the damage taken from Mana First, has been knocked down by a couple of percent across every level. Prismatic Vine has also been knocked down by a couple of percent every level. So she is just, in general, weaker now. But like I said, just take into account this is base as well. So because this is base, the elixir skill effect that she loves stacking is no longer going as far as it did before. Pungent Stimulant Salt. So for elixir skills in the basic scent bowl, it was, I'm just going to go at level 3 values. So it was 260% of their skill effect bonus applies to the Empower skill they prepare, capped at 130%. It is now been capped at 100%, and this is tracking across the board 30% nerf in terms of actual cap to the skill effect bonus. So another hit here. For elixir skills in the basic scent bowl, 260% of their skill effect bonus applies to the curse skill they prepare, capped at 90% at level 3, which is capped for Ultimate Hero Memories, and it's now capped at 70%. So yet again, another nerf. Elixir of Immortality. So this was the life stacking one, I think. For every temporary life equal to 5% of base maximum life, or temporary mana equal to 5% of base maximum mana, gain 1% additional damage, capped at 20% at level 3. It is now capped at 15%, so it's another 5% additional damage, nerf, if I'm reading this correctly. And Scent of Ambition, after casting 5 elixir skills at level 3, 30% additional elixir skill effect, and this has been reduced by 20% down to 24% additional elixir skill effect. And remember, because this is additional, not just elixir skill effect, this was I think this is one of the only ways to multiply your elixir skill effect. So this is this is 6% additional skill effect nerf. So again, you're not getting as much juice out of your elixir skill effect as before. So relatively heavy-handed nerf. However, on reflection and on like properly checking it, I think the bigger thing that has affected her is probably the elixir changes from before. I actually think these aren't as like crazy as I originally thought. I think she's actually still very playable, especially because she was very, very strong to begin with. But I know there are other nerfs coming up, like from items later on too. So her actual like, she's still playable for sure. She's not like totally dead, right? She's like, she was very strong because, as expected, being the hero pass hero, they want the hero pass hero to be strong to actually sell the hero pass. Um, it sounds like a meme, but it's genuinely true. Like, you go back through the hero pass, like you go through the like history of the hero pass heroes since I've played. They've always been OP when they're released, and you have to pay for them. And then the next season they're nerfed 100% of the time. I don't think there's been a hero pass hero that's been released and then buffed, like since I've played at least. She's still playable. It's just she got quite a considerable nerf. She's not as OP as she was before, especially because she can't be combined with Chromatic Shot now. So not dead, just a little bit wounded. At the minute, we've still got further buffs to go, or further nerfs to go, but Vendetta's Sting, Twin Blade Onslaught. So while dual wielding no longer grants 15% additional, it's been changed to 10% additional. So 5% additional damage nerfed from Cat's Eye Erica, which is Erica free. Feline Fury has been changed for every, or from every 0.5% excess to every 0.6% excess. So this is about a 20% nerf on Feline Fury. However, I don't think this is like changed the cap. So for Feline Fury, you had to hit 150% critical strike chance in order for Vendetta to have 100% to get the extra damage on the triggered skill, I think off the top of my head. So now going from 150, from going from 0.5 to 0.6, this just means you need to hit 160% crit instead of 150. So you're just going to have to drop an extra mod somewhere to pick up like one extra crit strike mod. So it makes you a little bit weaker in that regard, but it's not a heavy nerf to Erica 3. It's 5% additional attack damage, and it is like essentially you need to pick up 10% more crit strike chance from somewhere. Lightbringer Rosa, so this is Rosa 1. For each enemy in a holy domain, deal at level 3 9% additional damage, up to 100%, and it has been changed, it's been nerfed to 8% additional damage, up to 70% additional damage. So, Rosa 1, which has on EU a minuscule meta share, you can see she is here. She is literally less played than Moto 2. She's like 7 from the bottom, and these are all like heroes that no one plays at all. Rosa 1 has received a 30% additional damage nerf while mapping. Doesn't really... It's a 1% additional damage nerf during bossing, so ultimately this doesn't really matter, because you get to a point with clear speed where your damage doesn't like really matter at all that much, to be honest with you. But still surprising that they're nerfing something that is like barely played. Rosa 2 has been changed too. Rosa 2, what have we got in store? She's gone from 8% elemental damage additional up to 80% additional to 8% up to 70% additional. So Rosa 2 has lost a further 10% additional damage. Apathy Blade has been removed, so it will be interesting to see where Rosa 2 ends up, at least on the EU meta, after these changes, because of Apathy Blade, she is literally everywhere in the metagame, right? You see the occasional extremely min-maxed build at the top here, right? But this is all Rosa 2. This is literally all Rosa 2 Apathy Blade, right? Like 90% of these top builds are Rosa 2 Apathy Blade. It actually got to the point where when I was doing SS20 on, I think Erica 3. I finished SS20 like 10th or something on EU. I checked the Supreme Showdown rankings, and over 10 times as many people had done SS21 on Rosa 2 compared to SS20 on Erica 3. It's fucking obscene. It was actually to the point, like, very early in the season, if you go here, this is obviously, like, strange because it's, like, late season, but if you went here and you went to, here, like, literally, like, 3 weeks into the season, actually, less than that, like, I think it was 3 weeks into the season, actually. I suppose you can check by the date, but, like, literally about 3 weeks into the season, this was full with SS21s. If you did SS21 on Rosa 2, outside the first 3 seasons, you didn't even get on the fucking leaderboard. Like, it's actually crazy how stupidly OP that character was. But she got an extra 10% additional nerf, as well as Apathy Blade got literally removed. Okay, Carino. So, Carino, again, I haven't played him. He was on my list to play this season, but it looks like a pretty heavy nerf. Divine Shot Carino, I think, is Carino 2. There's a guy on my Discord who plays him. Basically, only plays Carino, and I think he usually finishes one of the top Carino 2s in Asia. And he said this is a very big nerf, so I'm gonna trust his word on this. And it's gone from, I'm just gonna take the level 3 values on all of these because this is what it caps at, like with Ultimate Memories. Gone from 42% to 16% additional when ammo is consumed. So that's like assuming you have ammo up most of the time. I'm just assuming because I haven't played it, but this is like a 26% additional nerf, right? So that is quite big. Weightless Step has been the projectile damage has been buffed from 31% to 40%, but the jumps have been removed from +2 jumps to +1 jump. So again, I think that's a nerf. And then Impending Doom has been changed from attack horizontal range projectile skills have -80% additional range to attack horizontal range projectile skills have -70% additional range. So I think this just makes I think this just makes them spread out a little bit more. Not like spread out, but like when they split into the horizontal projectiles, I think they go a little bit further, I think, anyway. So, pretty big nerfs for Divine Shot Carino. Might have to wait another season before I do an SS20 run on him, but yeah. It's tough to see. I suppose he was played quite a bit in, even in the EU meta, he was played quite a bit, and it wasn't really because of his... God, he actually wasn't. I don't think it was because of like any OP items. I think he was just generally quite a good character. So quite big nerf. Right, Escapist, Bing. This is Bing. This is Bing 2. Is this Bing 2? This is Bing 1. I think this is Bing 1, isn't it? No, Bing 2 is... Bing 2 builds around Spell Burst, but then... Yeah, this is Bing 1 down here. This is Bing 2 up here. When consuming Spell Burst charges, immediately restores 5 Whimsy Essence. For every 3 to 2 Spell Burst charges consumes, additionally restores 6 with a 1 second interval. Haven't played Bing 2, don't know how big of a change that is, but you know, you're going from 3 to 2 Spell Burst charges consumed. This is obviously like knock-on effect from the Spell Burst changes. Ingenious Chaos Principle per spell burst stack cap. Ingenuity Essence restoration amount has gone from 8 at level 3 to 11. So this is actually a little buff. Multi-coupling equation. For every 2 empowered defensive skills affecting you, +1 spell burst cap, stacking up to 2 times. 2. For every 2 empowered defensive spells affecting you, +1 spell burst cap, stacking up to 2 times. So no change here, but you also gain 15% empower. This has not been changed at all. Okay, sorry. At higher skill level, you get only specifically at level 5, you get +1 spell burst cap. Okay, so that's the only change there. Sorry, I totally skipped over that. And also the empower and skill effect duration has gone from 30% at level 4 to 30% at level 4, but at level 5 and level 6 it's been changed to from 30 and 40% to 45% respectively. These are very confusing to read sometimes when you're not really like up to snuff on the character. I'll say that you're not like that. If you haven't played the character, they're quite hard to understand sometimes. Right, Forsaken Iris, Vigilant Breeze. When the Merged Spirit Magus casts Ultimate, it consumes 13% down to 8% maximum life. Gain 2, 3, 3, 4, 4 breeze stacks and deals minus 40 to minus 60% additional Spirit Magus skill damage. So it consumes less of your life, but it does less damage. So there we go. There's a change for Iris. I think this is Iris 2, right? I think this is the green flowery Iris. Right, a little sip of water before going through these Bing changes. Right. So this looks like a full Bing 1 rework. So, since this is a rework, and there's nothing to really compare it to before, I'm going to skip the Bing rework because I haven't played Bing 1, so I can't tell you how good the rework is going to be, if that makes sense. It makes no sense me just reading the rework and being like, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, all these changes, yeah, they look great, when I've not played it, right? So, Bing 1 is getting a rework. To summarize this, Bing 1 is getting a rework. They've said about it, Bing 1's high learning curve and complex controls have become apparent, and we hope that the optimized Blast Nova, the character, will feel fresh again. So what they're trying to do with this rework is to bring it. It's an old character. They're trying to bring it, like trying to modernize the character, and they're trying to make the character feel like it actually fits in line with the rest of the game now, right? So yeah, so that is what they're doing with this rework. So I'll quickly fan through this and just see all the changes. And that is what they're doing with Bing 1. That's what it does now. They don't even have what it did before, so I can't even like deconstruct it. But that is what they're doing with Bing 1 on the rework. But also Heroes as a whole, because now we're moving on to Destiny adjustments. So let me just add Carino 2 to the nerf list. Carino to nerfs. Just refresh my redwood tree on RuneScape. Lovely. Right. Destiny adjustments. We are approaching the end because this is all like stuff we're just zipping through now. Right. Destiny adjustments. Screw has been changed from 120 to 150 minion crit strike rating for every 2 synthetic troop minions owned, and then your minions get minus additional attack and cast speed, to just plus minion crit strike rating. I think this is a good change, make it a little bit more generally used. Kismet Growth Ring, when casting a Terra skill, 50% chance for 100% skill area has just been changed to 20 to 25% Terra skill area, and also when casting a Terra skill, 50% chance for it to have minus 75% additional skill area has been changed to Terra charge restoration speed. So I imagine Kismet Growth Ring will be the go-to Kismets for Terra skills. So that'll be Serena too, the hero pass hero. Dual Kismet Banshee has been changed from first Ill Omen application additionally applies 2 stacks of Ill Omen to when triggering Ill Omen apply 3 stacks of Ill Omen to 3 nearby non-elite targets. And apply Weaken to enemies affected by Ill Omen to, after triggering Ill Omen, gain 15% additional Reaping duration for 2 seconds. Haven't played Ill Omen, haven't played Reaping, can't comment on this, how good it is, but I think it looks good because it seems to go out like a lot quicker and goes on multiple targets. Can't really tell, but yeah, it's been modified at least. Kismet, Perched River has been changed from spell burst cap +2 critical strikes are unlucky to 30% additional spell burst charge speed, and you lose 1 stack of focus blessing when consuming spell burst. So the downside is actually like you can pretty much ignore this, right? You can get a lot of focus blessings like quite consistently. So 30% additional spell burst charge speed is very good. So this is going to be another very good Kismet, I think, this season. Hanging Bird with at least 3 stacks of deflection. Evade is lucky. Additional minus 50% evasion to with 3 stacks of deflection, you get lucky damage. So deflection's had a bit of a rework this season as well. This Kismet no longer gives minus 50% evasion. Seems like they're trying to make evasion a bit better this season too. However, I don't think you're always going to have up the deflection to get the lucky damage, right? I don't really like these like conditional stuff because it makes it quite hard to actually calculate your damage properly, because you'll always have lucky damage on the dummy, but you won't always have it in like actual combat, especially on like SS20, where probably proccing your deflection quite a lot. I would say you're probably gonna have like decent uptime on this, but not 100% uptime. So it's not bad, right? It's not terrible, but it's just been changed, right? So it no longer gives this additional minus 50% evasion. It's probably like the biggest part of this, I'd say. Dual Kismet Pointer's been changed from +1 deflection stack cap, gain 1 additional stack of deflection, to +1 deflection stack cap, 8% evasion for each deflection stack. Yeah, just been slightly modified again, like similar to deflection. Deflection, I don't think was really played that much before, so it's a bit hard to say like how good these modified Kismets are, but probably see the same amount of players before, like not a lot, but Bitter Bond has been buffed. So for each inactive tangle, is going from giving you 3% max LA resist and 25% spell radical, which is spell aggression effect, to 5% max LA resist and 25% spell aggression. So you're getting 2% max LA resist for each inactive tangle. Not really going to make... It's not really a needle mover when, you know, you've just lost 2 tangles permanently, but yeah, whatever. You're a little bit tankier now that the mobs are dying twice as slow, so congratulations. Now the mobs are actually able to hit you, and you're not just off-screening everything. You can actually tank. You're slightly tankier against a hit, so congratulations. Micro Fate and Medium Fate for Terror Charge restoration speed's been added. They're probably going to be quite useful on Serena too. Ribbon has been added, +1 bond stack cap, +50% bond gain rate. This is obviously a new bond mechanic. Hard to tell how good this is going to be, how mandatory this is going to be for minion builds, but there's more bond support. And Pendulum has been removed, and Destiny's Betrayal has actually been removed, which is like really surprising to me. Pendulum. So what did Pendulum do? I'm actually not sure off the top of my head. Let's check. This was a deflection one, gain 1 stack of deflection for every 5 meters of movement, and 10% chance to gain 3 stacks of deflection when you gain deflection. So they've just removed an old deflection Kismet, replaced it with like these new up-to-date ones, and then Destiny's Betrayal. So Destiny's Betrayal, if you didn't know, this was very surprising to see this, because this was like a it's like a min-max, it's like an endgame min-max you could do. Basically, it changed the negative effects of your dream interpretation into positive effects. So you could do wacky stuff like, God, I can't remember what character I actually used it on. Erica 3. I used it on Erica 3 to get my further effect negatives into positives. It would basically change like this negative into a positive. And, you know, this would be +1 max focus blessing stacks instead of -1. So instead of giving me the -1, the -4% additional, this would give me, or is it 5% from focus blessing? I think it's might be 5%. 4 or 5%, I can't remember. It's been a couple of months since I've played Torchlight, but it would effectively give me that one back and then +1. So very good Destiny's Betrayal, and pretty much a build around for some builds as well. I assume this is because they have removed Destiny like affixes, like Dream and Nightmare affixes. So we'll see that later, I suppose. But bit sad to see that gone. Glad I actually got to play with Destiny's Betrayal at least once, because it was like very fun to build around the downside essentially on the weapon instead of like trying to go for the downside that you don't care about. So yeah, they've removed Destiny's Betrayal. Okay, exotic scent adjustments. These are blends, I believe this is talking about. Remember, this is the Chinese translation. So I think this is talking about these. I think anyway. I think it's talking about blends, because there are blends that do this, right? So 40% points of dexterity, 1% attack speed, and now you get 1% attack and cast speed. So buff here. +1 channeled stacks cap, so we've lost another source of +1 channeled stacks, and we instead get frail when dealing spell damage. So there's just another source of frail. Now you've got multiple sources. You've got slate and tree as usual, but now you've got helm because it was just added, and you can get it on your belt blend as well. And spell burst upper limit has been it's been removed, and it's been replaced with when you activate spell burst or generate tangle, you gain 1 stack of focus blessings. So yeah, we've lost another spell burst upper limit. This is probably just to keep Serena 2 in check, and other spell burst builds in check, I suppose, as well, because it's still a popular archetype. But it probably would have been a very easy source to get on Serena too. So they've changed that to instead, when you activate Spell Burst, you gain a stack of Focus Blessing. The Ill Omen accumulation efficiency one has been buffed from 18 to 30%. And then the Fizz taken as random elemental damage has been buffed from 6% to 8%. And they've also removed +1 jump count, and they've changed it to +1 deflection stack cap. So changed one that was completely not related to deflection into a deflection one. So right, renewed memory adjustments. We are nearly at the end. Season 14 season progression feature, renewed memory, has been retained permanently, and its crafting and affix values have been adjusted. Optimized the animations and SFX on the renewed memory screen, added a beginner channeled for renewed memory. So these are Lunaria memories, I believe. We saw in the season like reveal when we watched the actual reveal a little bit. These have actually been kept in the game. They usually get rid of like the season. God, what am I saying? The season progression like thing. Yeah, if you've played like multiple seasons, you know what I mean. Like they sometimes get rid of that, but they've actually kept it this time, and you can still change what your harp does, and you can still put different strings on it. So they didn't get rid of the like the string effect like MIDI thing. This is what I'm trying to say anyway. I'm failing very very badly. They've kept this, is what I'm trying to say, right? They've kept Lunar Harp tuning. This is what they call it. So they've essentially kept this, and if you want to do Lunaria content now, you still have to interact with this. So interesting. The crafting adjustments are chance for full moon revival. To obtain the corresponding revive affix when using targeted materials has been increased from 20% to 50%. So this actually refers to this memory revival. So when you put in your, if I put in this one, I'm not actually going to do it, but when you put in this, and then you put in your targeted revival material, it would change this Young Moon Lunar Phase to 20%, and that is to get one of these revivals, but it's your specific one for your hero. Instead of being 20% now, it's 50%. So you have to. I think you always get this. It is now 50% chance to hit it for your hero instead of 20%. And that is just to reflect the fact that not as many people are going to be doing Lunaria. Obviously, in Lunaria season, this current season, everyone was doing Lunaria because we got it for free and it was very, very good currency. So that is probably just to help a little bit with the price of specific hero memory revivals. Wax and Wane probability has been adjusted from 40% to 30%. So Wax and Wane, if I go in this again, it is this one, the base stat value. Instead of being 40% chance to hit that, it is now 30% chance, so you're slightly less likely to get a very, very good hero memory where it has all of these ticked off, essentially. You've only got a 30% chance to get Wax and Wane instead of 40%. And then removed the Lunar Ring module, which is... I'm not sure, to be honest with you. The Lunar Ring module, I suppose, is the one of these strings. I assume anyway. Maybe it's the full moon radiance, but who knows? It's worded like shit. I think if it was worded in English from the start anyway, it would probably is usually very esoteric. You can't really understand it anyway. So not really sure what that is. Removal of the Lunar Ring module, but probably just a string anyway. Right, so revivals. So this is all the adjustments for the revivals. This is, this was the power creep, essentially, that we had from Lunaria. This has now been changed. So let's see what it got changed to. So minus 40% all stats and plus essentially 200 all stats has been changed to minus 20% all stats, plus 100 all stats. I think this, I can't remember who was really using this. I think this was used on Chromatic Shot because it was scaling from all the stats, right? So it didn't really matter if you got the minus 40% stats. You got so many, essentially plus 600 main stat, right, on something that's using all three of them. So that has been knocked further down to half. It's been halved in power, essentially half the downside or half the power. When life or energy shield is 50% or higher, minions 48 to 50% damage has been changed to 24-25%, so this has been halved in power again. The core attack skill being used recently has gone from 6 to 7% attack speed to 2% attack speed. Both stack up to 6 times, so this is going from 36 to 42% down to 12%. Torment's base effect changes to 10% additional reaping duration recovery. Restore 12% to 15% of missing life and energy shield when gaining torment. It's been changed to 4% additional reaping cooldown reduction, and restore 6 to 7%. So again, this is over half of the power has been removed from this mod. Each point of intelligence gives you 2.5% spell critical strike rating, caps at 420%. Each point of intelligence now gives you 1.4% spell critical strike rating, caps at 210%, essentially. When inflicting numbed, 50 to 54% numbed effect has been changed to, it's been changed to, when inflicting numbed, 5% numbed effect. So 90% of the power has been stripped out of this mod. So that's pretty crazy. Against enemies with frostbite, it's gone from 260 to 270 to 144 to 150. So you can see essentially, I'll skim through these, but you can see essentially generally the power of revival mods has been halved since we're not in Lunaria anymore, right? So Eliminate has been armor damage mitigation penetration with trauma has been okay, so they've upped the armor damage mitigation penetration against enemies with trauma, so they've upped that, but they've removed the execute. 40% of erosion damage bonus applies to deterioration, it's now 20%, and the cap is halved as well. can equip epic and lower quality memories with slot memory affixes reduced by 30%. Now is reduced by 55%. This was another popular one. So this was one that you'd use quite early, and you would get another memory essentially on your hero trait, and it's been nerfed by half. If you have dealt critical strike damage recently, 60% plus 60% damage, critical strike damage bonus fixed at 0 has been removed. Ailment base duration halved when reaping, settles 35% of the total remaining damage over time, has been removed. And if you have at least one unused active skill slot, elixir skills gain 4 charge progress per second and plus 80% elixir skill effect. And then it gave aura effect, imbue effect, which is focus effect, and origin of spirit magus effect. They've been removed. So this is another hit to Sage, because this was another source of charge progress, right? So this was like where you're getting a lot of charge progress, 4 charge progress per second, and a lot of elixir skill effect. So another Sage nerf. So she's yeah, it's unfortunate. The actual hero nerfs weren't as big, but everything around it has been changed and nerfed. So really, really unfortunate to see. Let's put this on the list. Revivals nuked. It is essentially nuked. They've been changed from like quite reasonable build arounds to like you don't want. Yeah, this is like a end game min max now, really, isn't it? Like, and you wouldn't even use these anyway. You'd use these ones down here, and God knows how these look. So we've got some new ultimate revivals. I think these are. So this is a new one for all heroes. Added a special memory slot to base traits, quality, ultimate, and below. This slot's memory, base stats, and random affix values are reduced by 20%. When a basic trait reaches max level, unlock exclusive artificial moon affix based on the hero branch. See each branch entry below. Ooh, what does this mean? I don't actually think we're going to find out. I don't think it... Oh, okay, it's down. It looks like it's down here. We'll get to it, and then we'll link it back up. So this is the last bit I think we have to go through, and then we have some just generic changes at the bottom. But Selena. So Selena 2 actually got a ultimate hero memory revival mod. So while a core terror skill is active, take true damage per second equal to a percentage of your maximum life and energy shield. Value is equal to 8% of movement speed bonus, capped at 15%. While a core terror skill is active, enemies within the terror skill take additional damage equal to 38% of movement speed bonus, capped at 75%. It just seems so shit. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It just seems, compared to fucking Apathy Blade last season. I know, like, this was introduced last season, and it was Lunaria's power creep, essentially. It just seems so fucking shit compared to all of these other ones, really. Okay. so you take true damage per second, which is equal to a percentage of your maximum life and energy shield. And it's capped at 15% life per second and energy shield per second. And enemies take up to 75% additional increased damage while they're inside your terror skill, but it is scaled from your movement speed bonus. So how are we going to calculate this? It is 38% of your movement speed bonus, capped at 70. I assume that is capped at 75% additional, right? So to get the 75% additional, oh god, how are we going to get this? Oh, I've been live for 5 fucking hours. My brain's melting. 75 divided by 75 times 0.38, 28 times 10, is that right? Is that the movement speed we need? 285%? I do 285 divided by 75, 3.8. I think that's roughly right. You're gonna need it's eyeballing it. You're gonna need like fucking 300% move speed to get this capped anyway. I think that's like roughly the ballpark of what you'll need. I don't know. I'm getting tired now. So, but it seems like you need quite a heavy investment in move speed to actually get the power out of this revival. And yeah, it doesn't seem to be like an important build around like some of these other ones where like Apathy Blade was very strong. The Moto one was very good that gave minions energy shield. I think it gave them. On the elixir side effect was very good, but no doubt that's probably been fucking nuked as well. Um, it doesn't seem that strong. You probably use it late game, but yeah, probably wait till like far into the late game before you get it, because it doesn't seem crazy, and you actually have to invest quite a bit into move speed to actually get this, because 35% to actually hit 75% cap. Yeah, I mean, just doing the quick maths on my head, I think this is roughly right. Right, is like you need to hit nearly 300% move speed to get to 75%. Right. Anyway, removed revive affix. Apathy Blade is gone. Oracle Tear, Immolating World is gone, and Commander Moto, Neural Synchronization Training is also gone. I don't think many people played this. I don't know why this is gone. Maybe it was just difficult to balance around. I think this is one that kicked him back bonuses to his actual like attacks, if that makes sense. So he would. I'll just read it. Let's just read it. Why not? I don't want to think. Yeah, absolutely typical. There we go. Yeah. After a summon skill is cast, you gain Overload for 4 seconds, and while it exists, you get 125% Overload effect, and for every one command, you get 3% additional damage. The Overload provides buffs to your minions, bonuses that apply to Empower skill effects are applied to Overload, bonuses that apply to skill effect duration also apply to Overload duration. So, gave you a lot of additional damage for every one command you had, so you could be Moto with, you'd have minions, but you're actually hitting stuff. They've removed that, and Oracle Tear has also lost Immolating World. Right, so let's see the nerfs. Scent Weaver Sage. On the elixir side effect, Scent Bottle adds not selected ingredients. Select ingredients no longer take effect. Has been changed to the same, but minus 50% elixir skill effect. And basic pharmacology manuscript, the other one, basic scent bottle attached ingredient effect, additional 150%, has been changed to an additional 80%. So two quite heavy-handed nerfs on Sage. She's definitely, I'm going to say she's still going to be playable, but, these are quite heavy nerfs she's got, and, she's likely to be way more in line with everything else. Lightbringer Rosa between the Holy Land and Hell. I actually played this a little bit when I played Rosa 1. Repent to the light while in Holy Domain. Each time you block an instance of damage, 1% block ratio and block ratio upper limit, plus 2% damage has been changed to 1%. Okay, so you've lost 30% additional damage from Rosa 1. So congratulations to the 3 Rosa 1 players that have been nerfed twice in these patch notes. Probably one of the least played fucking heroes, and she cops 2 random nerfs. I don't think that was deserved at all, but anyway, Lightbringer Rosa, which is Unsullied Blade, which is Rosa 2, Realm of Mercury. So with Mercury purged the other revival to Apathy Blade. it no longer continuously performs removal on elemental ailment. So another nerf for Rosa 2. Berserker Ruhan. Hero's Resourcefulness. So this was the oh god, what's his name? Palsteron. This was the Palsteron build. It has been nerfed by approximately 20% base, and the coefficient has been reduced by roughly 20-ish% as well. And Furious Roar. While in burst state, when an attack critically strikes, trigger burst once with a 0.3% second cooldown. This has just had minus 20% additional burst damage added to it, so 20% nerf on that. Berserker Ruhan, Seething Silhouette, Ancestral Hate. The hit damage has been nerfed from 4% down to 3% and up to 40% down to 30%, so 10% nerf there. Starfall Wasteland, Seething Spirit can now use and will only use ranged projectile skills. The projectile quantity has been reduced by 1, bounce count reduced by 1, pierce reduced by 1, projectile size reduced from 22% to 11%, and after reaching max flight distance, they have a from 66% to 33% chance to return to the Seething Spirit. So it seems like, again, quite a heavy nerf. Telepathy Expert has had added minus 20% additional spell burst on hit damage. If Cosmic Velocity, these are for Space-Time Yuga. Fifth Cosmic Velocity has been changed to, is essentially just had added as well the minus 20% additional spell burst on hit damage, so 20% nerfs on both of these. Space-Time Witness Yuga, Space-Time Elapse. This is, I can't remember if this is, I can't remember which one is Yuga 1 and Yuga 2, but casting will reduce to 1 second. I think this has had the 20% all damage recorded by Twisted Space-Time removed, because it is, I think it's just this line here it is referring to. Oh, here we go. So it's actually 2-second restoration cooldown, 1.5 seconds. Okay, so it no longer reaps 1.5 seconds of the damage over time. It only reaps 1 second of the damage over time, and the cast interval part, this part, no longer has 20% to all damage recorded by Twisted Space-Time. So 20% damage recorded by Twisted Space-Time has been removed, and then it reaps less of the damage over time. Private Universe has been nerfed from space. So the space-time turbulence duration has been reduced from 80% to 40%, so big nerf there, right? Forsaken Iris, Glowing Breeze. This is Green Iris. Iris, can never remember what one it is. Iris 1, I think. Has been nerfed. So the synthetic troop damage has gone from 540% to 300% cap, and 9% and 5% intervals. From 9% to 5% intervals. Nature's Party added extra. God, there's going to be a lot of reading. It's nerfs. Essentially, it's nerfs, right? I'm not going to read it. We're right at the end. it's nerfs. Just, look at the numbers. It's 25 to 30% nerfs across the board, right? This is gone from minus 30% to minus 45%, so more nerfs. During Vigilant, each time Spirit Mage just uses ultimate, Breeze stack upper limit +1. It's gone from maximum of 15 to 7 stacks. It's more nerfs. Peril of Synthetic Troops, one I actually used on Moto 2. It's gone from 18 to 9% of added base life, and from 12% of 6% of your max energy shield. It's more nerfs. Machine's Joy has gone from Overload Effect 4% to 3%. More nerfs. Cat Knight Safari, this is Erica 1. So this has gone from 2 initial multi-stroke count to 1 initial multi-stroke count. Think this does this look like this has been added? 15% additional. Can't gain interest during hunting instinct. I think this has been added. To be honest with you, I think this has been buffed. I can't really tell. My eyes are going funny now, staring at this for 5.5 hours. But yeah, Erica 1 has lost 1 initial multi-strike count, but it looks like she might have gained 15% additional damage. So there you go. I haven't played Erica 1, so I'm not really 100% certain on that. But yeah. Charging Tail. When feline figure lands a critical strike, numbed effects applied within 10 seconds are doubled. And instead of being doubled, they're now just increased by 50%. Vengeful Wraith. I did play this with Erica 3. Every 3 casts, the Phantom deals triple damage. I think this was like double damage. This was a very good one when I looked at it. Every 3 casts of Vendetta, it generates a Phantom that casts Vendetta once additionally on a random target with an additional plus 30% Phantom damage. It's bad, right? I think. So so it's the same. Okay, so essentially it's the same proc chance, but it's gone from dealing triple damage, which is plus 200% additional damage, to plus 30%. So this is a colossal nerf, if I'm understanding this correctly. So again, nerfs. Divine Shot Carrier's been revival effect's been cut in half. Divine Shot Carrier's second one's been cut out more in more than half, so it's gone from 50% to 20%. Self-imposed shackles has gone from 60% to 30% heat up, and then the skill area has been removed. So just it's nerfs basically across the board, right? It's gone from 16% to 12. Frostfire Jammer 1. First Lake of Strange Snow's gone from 60% to 30% additional, and the additional skill effect for each heat up stack's been removed. Frostfire Gemma, Flame of Pleasure. This is the 99. Yeah, so this is the erosion one. I used this, and this was really hard to build around, and also really laggy for some reason. So it looks like they've removed something, right? Level 20 Precise Corrosion. Okay, so they've removed Precise Erosion Amplification from the Sweet Pain one. So that's another 35% additional gone from this one for free that you got. Unfortunate. Oracle Tear, while in God's Boon state, Tenacity and Agility Blessings gain additional effect, additional damage, been reduced from 5 to 2%. Crossing the Divine Threshold's been reduced from 2 to 1, the upper limit of all blessing stacks. Inverted Shrine, while you have Desecration, additional erosion damage plus 99%, it's gone to plus 50%. So the general, okay, let's finish these. Fuck it. I was just gonna say these are all nerfs, but just this has been changed from +2 to +1. The Whimsy signal effect's been changed from 50% to 40%. The spell damage has been removed. The spell damage has been reduced from 100% to 60% additional. So again, big nerfs. Ceaseless Tide, which is the Selena 1/1 that I actually played with. While in Loud Song state, no longer additionally reduces attack, casting, and movement speed. While in Loud Song state, no longer additionally reduces movement speed. So you still get the attack, cast, speed reduction on Serena 1 when you use Ceaseless Tide, which is minus 20% attack or cast speed, so you're getting that back while using Ceaseless Tide. So again, nerf. The artificial moons have been changed from reducing your affix values by 20% to 60% reduction. So big nerfs there. Discord of the Second Will, 200% inflicted paralysis and weaken effects have been removed. Radical Evolution, Theory, Cruelty, Spell Augmentation, Radical Order, Deep Pain. So this is the one I used on this build, actually. Here, I used Cruelty. 100% final bonus is applied. I think this has been reduced to 40%. Fucking hell. So yeah, this is a fucking huge nerf as well. This is like probably one of the biggest heavy-handed nerfs to all of them, because this was a very good one, right? Cruelty was very good when you were building around it with Origin as Spirit Mage's effect. Reactive Rainbow. For every 1% excess chance to avoid ailments, has been changed to every 2% excess chance. You get 0.5% chance when taking ailment damage to mitigate damage using the value of your corresponding effective cap. It's been changed to 0.7%. So again, nerf, because this would be doubled. This would be 1. And it is instead 0.7, so roughly 30% nerf. Okay, right. We are near the end. So is this just currency cuck stuff? Because I'll probably skip this as well. I'm not really interested in. I'm just gonna farm what I farm, right? I don't really care what the actual value you're getting looks like. We'll look at the Vorax stuff. We'll look at the other optimizations. Okay, we're gonna skip the compasses, because we'll skip the compasses. We'll skip the confusion cards. We'll skip the constellations. The reason I'm going to skip these are because, number one, it's gone on a lot longer than I thought. I thought it'd be done in 2 hours, and I'm 5.5 hours in. But number two, I don't particularly care about currency, right? I'm sure someone will read this and be like, "Oh, this is a new method. I'm going to make 5,000 FE an hour on." But I don't really care that much, to be honest with you. I do Sandlord. I do, like, I'll probably do Vorax or something, since they're doing a Vorax rework. Yeah, I like. Essentially, I don't mind too much about how the economy looks, and this isn't like, I care more about like actual hero balance, right? So I will be skipping these compass stuff and the like confusion cards changes and stuff like that. I'll probably watch a fucking Fubgun video on them or something, or whoever puts that together. Right, panel. They've added Terror Charge Restoration Speed and Terror Charge stacks. That's good. Let's look at this Vorax rework. Core Organ Mother's Goddess Paddock has been changed to Crimson Gash. That's because it's been reworked. Added Core Organ free set. So these are all the new items being added. Exquisite Suture quantity required has been increased to 20. And that's for Eternity, Lone Walker's Boots, Pantheon's Elegy, and Verdant Steps. So for the rarest items now, you have to use 20 Exquisite Sutures instead of 1 or 2, whatever it was before. Wow. Okay. They've removed Flawless Spine, fragmented the ultimate prefix on elongated. It's been changed to Beacon. Skills cast by Spellburst gain. Yep, so this is in line with the neck change from earlier. Added the Perfect Organ Flawless Spine extension, which can graft ultimate suffix on ring, boots, and belt. Spellburst stack upper limit +1. And skills released by Spellburst grant 6 to 8% on hit damage, so they've added a new one. And they've also added one which can graft on +1 bond stack limit. Okay, more bond support, poggers. They've added Deflection to Vorax. They've added more evasion to Vorax, and the Vorax limb neck base, instead of granting 3 stacks of God of War's Blessing, grants 2 stacks of God of War's Blessing. Okay, it's pretty poggers chungus. Exclusive legendary gear. Blade Dancer's Fingers, which is the Sentry gloves, right? It is these. Oh no, it's not. Blade Dancer's Edges. Okay, Blade Dancer's Fingers and Silent Monologue are exclusive drops from new hunt gameplay at deep and above. Jesus, does that mean deep sea? Legendary gear contained mind. So this is all the new stuff, actually. Contained Mind is among the exclusive drops from the highest difficulty of Queen of Eternal Sun. Okay. Legendary Gear Crimson Gash drops from Afterlight gameplay at time mark 8. Cicada Shell now drops from Afterlight gameplay at Deep and above. I really hope this means Profound, because if not, they're going to be fucking expenny as well. Legendary Gear Archmage Hands, Tempered Bird's Necklace, and Glacier Caster Shield exclusive drops from Plane Watcher on Deep and above. Fucking hell, I think this is I think that's a mana stack enough. I think they're gonna be fucking expensive again. Phantom is now an exclusive drop from the highest difficulty of Lone King of Eterna. Okay. Tides of Styx available from the highest difficulty Void Sea Commander, which is the Void Sea Bride, I think. Okay. And Iron Fist is now an exclusive drop from Creation Engine gameplay at Deep and above. If this means Deep Sea, then all of the Mana Stacker stuff has just been... They've literally took all of the Mana Stacker stuff and they've just said, fuck off, it's going to be so expensive. And that's actually kind of funny because they've removed Apathy Blade at the same time. So... so instead of Rosa 2 having the fallback of going back to Mana Stacker, now she's going to be spending 50k to play that. That's kind of funny. Assuming this is actually Deep Sea and not a mistranslation of Profound, but I think that's Deep Sea, right? Memory added random affix tier 1 to Memory's Terror Charge restoration speed. Okay, and then we've got some changes. Actually, where the fuck does the new belt drop? I don't think I saw that. I mean, I suppose we're never going to see one, but it would have been nice to know where it drops from. Okay, fixed an issue in Black Sail gameplay where monsters could spawn outside the map boundaries. Okay, optimize the Terrifier effects of God of Might, making them look more realistic. Okay, optimize the monster spawning logic in Dark Search gameplay, add passage section to make them more reasonable. Okay, optimize the waypoint nodes. Cool. I'm skimming through these now. I don't think any of these matter. It's all like voice effect and graphic effects. Like, who cares about it? Adjusted Law Bearer's skill cast and logic. That's my favorite change so far. To be fair, is they reduced the Goblin Lightning High Priest damage. That is very Poggers Chungus. Other optimizations, they added a one-tap skill level up feature. What? No way. Reward. In Legendary Drop Packed Spirit Selection Pack, the reward option Appearance Crystal Ultimate 30 can now also be selected when pack spirits are not all at max tier. Okay, so if you want to fuck your account progression permanently and take Appearance Crystals instead, you can now do that. That's pretty cool. Challenge Hub. Added Divine Ascent gameplay entry to a Challenge Hub to replace shitty defense. So, shitty defense has been removed now. And it really was shitty, because last season when I done it, I had like 5 FPS the entire time on Wave 7. So, as long as it's not an absolute lag fiesta, again, it'd be kind of cool if it was duo content again, but as long as it's not a lag fiesta like the other one, then I'll be happy with that. Regular drop settings. Added the regular drop pack spirit setup. After you unlock a drop packed spirit, you can set drop pack spirit plans. Take effect for the specified game. So they're moving that from the hero pass into regular, so that's pretty cool. That's great for people who already have the drop pack spirits but don't want to buy the hero pass for the hero. Because then you don't lose the whatever they're called. Auto switching for the pacts. Inventory added a stats source viewing feature. Who cares? Dream interpretation. So they've removed dream apparently, right? Removal of the dream interpretation feature from the game. So what the fuck is the point of doing dream anymore? It's kind of crazy not to replace that with something else, to be fair. Actually, if they just completely remove dream, because it says Patty's, I suppose Patty doesn't matter if Patty's no longer available. On seasonal servers, NPC Patty no longer provides the dream interpretation feature. And in the permanent server, you can't equip stuff with the dream affix, but you have to go remove it. Okay. Lunaria, they removed Full Moon Radiance. Lunar String has been adjusted to only drop orange quality. Great. Lunar String recycled product can now be traded on the trade house, and the exchange shop adjusted to support exchange for specific Lunar String for all types instead of random Lunar String. Vorax optimized the main screen button. When players can perform surgical preparation, the button will be shown in the main city. Cool. Netherrealm optimized the Shattered Star below the Watcher entrance count. Now shows players' actual Shattered Star count changes color when the cap is reached. Makes getting Curse on Ring much harder, or now needs to be priced. Oh god, yeah. I've been. Hello, Hibbert, by the way. I've been doing this for 5 hours, right? 5 hours, 40 minutes. And it's been that long that it's melted my brain so much that I didn't immediately clock that it's now essentially impossible to get timid rings, right? It is now like, well, not impossible, but it is now going to be prohibitively expensive to get timid on ring. However, you can get timid on slate. So I guess it kind of replaces that. But yeah, the dream interpretation is a big one, right? Because that is actually realistically, unless you can, unless for the same investment you can get timid on your slate, it is quite a considerable nerf to every build that would use timid on ring, right? Because that was like one of the items that I would try and get within the first, like, not the first few days, but it'd be like one of the first big end game items I would use is like a timid ring. And now actually not having access to that at all is like, it's like a 40% nerf on like every build, right? So these slates better be fucking OP to make up for that. And I hope they're not actually like impossible to get timid on slates too, but we'll see, we'll see. I'm sure they're strong enough to replace like the power that we're losing from actual having timid on ring, and it's not impossible to get anymore. You will just have to get a priceless base, and that's just going to be disgustingly expensive. So right, so they've made changes to the Netherrealm Void chart. Um, it it remembers when you last zoomed in, so that's excellent. It's great. It's change everyone wanted. Trade House added a price check button to item tips in interfaces such as Netherrealm, Talent, Gear. That's good, to be fair. There's like more places you can just jump into the price checker from. Optimize the quick purchase experience. Quick purchase now only applies to certain item types. Feature toggle will be shown in the search results screens. This state will be shared after enabling quick purchase and applying a price filter. Tapping any listing that meets the filter will immediately complete the purchase. Okay, so it's making it a little bit quicker to purchase stuff when you've got quick purchase enabled, so that's just a one-click buy. And it is within your price filter. So, okay, cool. Improve the default quantity rules for listing items in the trade house. Okay. Added a claim result pop-up for trade house claim all. Optimized the presentation of reflected items in the trade house. That's good because it was very confusing before. Okay. Settings. Added a new mouse cursor size to screen settings on PC. Players can switch between 4 mouse cursor sizes. At least they're not. I'm actually very surprised they're not selling custom cursors like GGG does. That's something they must not have thought about because this company loves money. So Added settings to independently control the brightness and translucent levels of surrounding outfit effects, separate from skill level. Yeah, cool, I suppose. Added to the restricted area under function locks, whatever. Fix the issue on mobile where button positions did not match the actual position. Yep, whatever. Filter. Lunar string can now be filtered. Optimize the storage logic for filter data. Okay. Friend when viewing an offline friend hunter file, the file of the character last logged in will now be displayed. UI quality level up. Replace the UI. Okay. And then we've got fixes. Fix an issue where Miraculous Touch was equipped. Triggered gain 5 stacks of War Blessing in multiple times in quick succession would stack the count instead of refreshing it. Fix an issue where, okay, so fixes, whatever. They could skip requisite skill supports and unlock later supports. Fix an issue where Vendetta's Sting trait Feline Fury calculated critical strike rating incorrectly. Great. Fix an issue where the text description for Vendetta's Sting was incorrect. And that's the end. Okay. So, quick drink of water, and I suppose we'll summarize just for the sake of uploading this, I suppose, to the YouTube channel. If anyone makes it this far, right. So, the biggest changes from this 5-hour reading of the patch notes, which went on literally 2.5 times longer than I expected. The summary. New hero. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna say what I think. New hero looks shit. I think I'm gonna get scammed with my 20 quid hero pass money when I buy the hero pass to play this hero. I don't know. I might actually skip it for a season and just play something else. Not Torchlight. I mean, I might just skip the new hero and play something else. She looks kind of lackluster. I'm not gonna lie, but she'll no doubt be OP because she's the hero pass hero. I'm just gonna play her anyway. Whatever. I think she looks okay. I think Dreambreaker's Gaia especially looks like pretty strong. That's probably where like most of the power of the build is. I feel in terms of raw numbers. I'm gonna hit the tank, do some practice runs, and actually that gives me a reason to log into the game now. Yeah, I will be playing Selena, especially at League Start. We'll see how it goes. If it's shit, I'll just reroll to something else. I especially want to see how this new tree-based hero trait system works, and if they'll roll out across other heroes. So, Selena 2, Dance of the Deep, summary, dubious. Think I'll enjoy playing it just because I actually engage a different part of my brain while playing it and trying to figure out what comes up with it, what to come up with. But she doesn't look like crazy OP. I don't think like Sage was. So, but yeah, we'll see. The new active skills all seem like flushes. If I'm honest with you, the win out of all these is probably Tidewell, especially with the noble supports that got added. Seem quite good, which are where can I find these? Here, the Tidewell Torrent, Magnificent Tidewell. God, I just dropped a water bottle. Tidewell, and I just ran over my fucking mic. Oh, it's gone. This has been too much. Sitting here for 6 hours. I'm gonna stand up while I read this. All right. Tidewell Torrent, Magnificent seems good. Tidewell Undertow seems good. Everything else seems a bit of a flush. Formfield might be interesting with the noble supports, but whatever. New legendaries, still confused what Free Saints does, if it's good, if it's bad. I'm gonna have to write out a fucking flowchart for myself later to figure it out. Silent Monologue seemed good if you were just Vorax and 2 of these and not keep and reap what you sowed. The other stuff is just like level and gear, I think. Beneath the Sticks looked very strong. Although we also lost a lot of channeled stacks, so you know it's less strong than I guess it would have been this season, but it still seems very potent anyway. And Pantheon's Elegy, the Pride Belt, seems disgustingly OP, especially if you get like good rolls. Seems like a new end game build around, I suppose. So new slates look good. Quite excited to play with these. Packed Spirits look whatever. This one actually looked kind of weak, especially until you got level 6. Drop 1 is, drop 1's obviously going to be good because it's a drop 1, costs a lot of money. And then, yeah, all these other changes, kind of whatever, right? They're all like getting preparation for Selena 2. Giving us like Terra Charge stat cap and additional Terra skill damage and Terra Charge speed, stuff like that. So, yeah, changes, other than the actual like specific changes, they don't even really affect current heroes that much. So, as for actual nerfs, so big nerfs were Tangles got absolutely nuked, and that was between Tangles like quantity being nerfed from 6 to 4. They did do some other adjustments to try and like up the power or just not lose as much of the power in Tangles. But it's not anywhere close to like what it would have been. I think Tangles has just been nerfed probably too far to use, as well as the Tangle activation medium has also been nerfed. Doesn't give vibes that it is all good in Tangle Land at a minute, basically. Frostspike got a massive nerf to the proj. It's gone from I think it's gone from 6 proj to 3, or from 9 with the canvas skill to 3. So Frostbite got a big nerf. Chromatic Shot also got a rework, which is a giant nerf to it as well. I will be upfront and just say it's colossal nerf. Elixirs and Sage's elixir skill effect on her tree got nuked. They basically all got changed, and none of them are as good as they were, with possibly the exception of Scorpion Sting Elixir. Potentially got a pretty good buff here, but you have lost a lot of projectiles with it, so we'll have to see how that works out. But Crescent Slash and Spectral Slash nerfs were kind of interesting to see. I'm trying to find them again. I can't remember. I'm stood up now. I can't be bothered to put a second. There we go. So when the skills are triggered, they deal 25% minus 25% additional and 12% minus additional. They were kind of surprising to see. And Erica Free got small nerfs to her actual hero as well. So kind of surprising to see Erica Free nerfs. I didn't think she was particularly strong, and she wasn't really particularly played that much. Carino 2 got quite big sweeping nerfs across his hero traits. So he got nerfs, and revivals from Lunaria. So all the revivals that we were having fun with last season got absolutely nuked too. Typically they lost I think they lost on average 50 to 70% of their power. But this was all some of the interesting ones got removed, right? So this Sage one got removed. This wasn't Sage specific, but Elixir skills one, most people using it with Sage. But yeah, the power has been taken out of these revivals for sure. I'll have to take a look at how strong the slates are, but this might be the first season where the general power creep has been hollered a little bit. We'll put it like that. Right, so that's it. After 6 hours, that's yeah, that was a more tough one than I thought, to be honest with you. I thought that was going to be an easy read of the patch notes, but they kicked the shit out of me. And oh god, do I even want to upload a 6-hour video? I don't know. I think I'll just I think I'll just put the summary out, or I'll probably just record its own thing. I guess I'll just record a quick video in an hour when my voice is recovered to go over the patch notes, I guess. And there's two codes as well for 500 Primacris now. So right, I am gonna call it there. If you are still listening, I wouldn't want anyone to have listened to me for 6 hours, but if you happen to still be listening, then thank you for listening in, and yeah, check the YouTube. I suppose I'm mostly active on YouTube, and there'll be plenty being uploaded, including some stuff that I've pre-filmed that is going to be uploaded over the next week, and I've specifically pre-filmed it to upload this week. So some nice, very exhilarating Coriolis content coming up. Right, anyway, I will catch you guys later in a bit.